Hello everyone, welcome back to Buried Files. Tonight we venture into one of America's most unforgiving wilderness areas with 8 harrowing accounts from the Appalachian Trail that have remained buried in official reports and witness testimonies for far too long. These are not campfire tales or folklore passed down through generations. These are documented encounters from search and rescue coordinators, park rangers, experienced hikers, and researchers who found themselves face to face with something far more sinister than the natural dangers of the mountains. From unexplained disappearances that defy logical explanation to predators who use the isolation of the wilderness to hunt their prey. Tonight we explore the darkest corners of America's most famous hiking trail. Each story has been reconstructed from official incident reports, witness statements, and survivor testimonies gathered from across the Appalachian region spanning from Georgia to Maine. While we have verified the core facts of each account through multiple sources, some names and specific locations have been altered to protect the privacy of those involved and to prevent interference with ongoing investigations. If you are new to Buried Files, make sure to subscribe for weekly deep dives into true horror stories that law enforcement and park services would prefer remain classified. Hit that notification bell so you never miss when we uncover the next buried case file that someone hoped would stay hidden forever. The doctors say I have severe PTSD. But that does not explain the 7 missing days in my memory or why I woke up 40 miles from where I started with wounds that should not exist. I am Marcus Rivera, 29 years old, and I have been a search and rescue coordinator for the Great Smoky Mountains National Park for the past 6 years. My job is to find people who get lost in these mountains, not to become one of them. What happened to me in October of last year has shattered everything I thought I knew about these wilderness areas, and more importantly, what might be living in the places we never search. I had been coordinating rescue operations for almost a week straight, 3 separate incidents involving lost hikers, all within a 10-mile radius of the Appalachian Trail near Cades Cove. The pattern bothered me because it was unusual for so many people to get disoriented in the same general area, especially experienced hikers who knew the terrain. The last case involved a 34-year-old man named David Chen, who had been hiking alone for 2 days before his family reported him overdue. His abandoned campsite was found with all his gear intact, his tent properly secured, and his food still hanging in a bear bag 15 feet off the ground. No signs of struggle, no blood, no indication of what direction he might have gone. It was like he had simply vanished between setting up camp and morning. That Thursday morning in late October, I decided to conduct my own search in the area where all 3 disappearances had occurred. I packed my standard emergency gear, GPS unit, radio, first aid kit, and enough supplies for 2 days. The weather forecast showed clear skies with temperatures dropping to the low 40s at night, perfect hiking conditions. I left the ranger station at 6:30 in the morning and drove to the Elkmont trailhead, planning to cover a grid pattern that would take me through the last known locations of all 3 missing persons. The first day of searching went exactly as expected. I covered approximately 12 miles of challenging terrain, documented several potential hazards like loose rock formations and unstable creek crossings, and radioed in status reports every 2 hours as required by department protocol. I found nothing unusual except for what appeared to be an old hunting blind about 3 miles off the main trail, constructed from natural materials and camouflaged so well that I almost missed it entirely. The construction was professional, with properly angled supports and weatherproofing that suggested someone had spent considerable time and effort building it. What struck me as odd was its location, deep in an area where hunting had been prohibited for over 20 years. I made camp that evening near Porter's Creek, following all the standard backcountry regulations. I secured my food properly, set up my tent on level ground away from potential rockfall areas, and conducted a final radio check at 8:15 p.m. The dispatcher, confirmed clear reception, and logged my position coordinates. That was my last memory for 7 days. The next thing I remember with any clarity is waking up on a narrow ridge approximately 40 miles northeast of where I had made camp, lying face down in a pile of wet leaves with my head pounding and my entire body feeling like I had been hit by a truck. My hiking boots were missing. My jacket was torn in multiple places. Most disturbing of all, I was wearing a wool sweater that did not belong to me. Dark green with a cable knit pattern, at least 2 sizes too large. The fabric smelled like wood smoke and something else I could not identify. Something organic and unpleasant. When I tried to stand, I discovered that both of my ankles were severely bruised and swollen. My left shoulder had been dislocated and inexpertly reset, leaving my arm nearly useless. I had scratches and cuts covering most of my exposed skin, some fresh and still bleeding. Others partially healed as if they were several days old. The most unsettling discovery was a series of small puncture wounds on my forearms, perfectly round and evenly spaced, like someone had been testing the sharpness of a knife or other pointed instrument. My backpack was missing, along with all my emergency supplies, radio, and GPS unit. I had no way to determine exactly where I was or how to get back to a main trail. The terrain was unfamiliar despite my extensive knowledge of the park boundaries. I was looking at rock formations and tree patterns I had never seen before in 6 years of working these mountains. The vegetation was different too, with species of ferns and mosses that seemed out of place for the elevation and climate zone. I spent the next 6 hours limping through dense forest, following what appeared to be animal trails that occasionally widened into something resembling old logging roads. I was severely dehydrated and increasingly disoriented when I finally heard voices in the distance. A group of day hikers found me stumbling along a creek bed about 2 miles from the Cosby campground, wearing that oversized sweater and a pair of canvas pants that were also not mine. They said I looked like I had been living in the woods for weeks. The paramedics who treated me at the scene documented injuries consistent with prolonged exposure and physical trauma. My core body temperature was dangerously low. I was dehydrated to the point of kidney stress. The puncture wounds on my arms showed signs of infection, and I had lost nearly 15 pounds. Blood tests revealed traces of a sedative compound that the doctors could not identify, something plant-based that was not in any of their standard reference materials. The most disturbing revelation came when I was being processed at the hospital. According to Park Service records, I had been reported missing on Friday morning when I failed to check in as scheduled. A massive search operation involving over 40 personnel, helicopters, and tracking dogs had been conducted for 6 days. They had found my abandoned vehicle at the Elkmont trailhead and discovered my campsite exactly where I had left it, but with one crucial difference. My tent had been collapsed and packed away as if I had broken camp normally. My food was no longer hanging in the bear bag, but stored properly in my backpack, which was sitting neatly beside the cold fire ring. The search teams had covered every square mile within a 20-mile radius of my last known position. They had followed every trail, checked every shelter, and investigated every possible route I might have taken. Not one person had found any trace of me or any indication of where I might have gone. According to the incident reports, it was as if I had simply ceased to exist for 7 days before reappearing 40 miles away in completely different clothing with injuries that made no medical sense. During my debriefing with park investigators, I was shown photographs of the items that had been left behind at my campsite. Among my carefully packed gear was a notebook I had never seen before, leather-bound with pages covered in handwriting that was definitely not mine. The text appeared to be some kind of observational log, with detailed descriptions of hiking patterns, weather conditions, and what the author referred to as harvest schedules. Most entries were dated from the past 3 months, all focusing on the same general area where the 3 hikers had disappeared. The notebook contained crude maps marking locations throughout the park, with symbols indicating various types of shelters or hiding places. One page had a detailed sketch of the hunting blind I had discovered on my first day, along with measurements and notes about capacity and seasonal usage. Another page contained a list of names including David Chen and the other two missing hikers, with dates and brief descriptions of their physical characteristics and hiking experience levels. The final entry in the notebook was dated the day before I disappeared. It contained a description of my daily search pattern, my radio check schedule, and an eerily accurate prediction of where I would make camp that night. At the bottom of the page, in different handwriting, someone had written, "This one knows too much. Long-term storage required. Useful for future operations." When I asked to examine the notebook more closely, the investigators told me it had been sent to FBI behavioral analysis specialists and was no longer available for review. They classified my case as a medical emergency with probable head injury causing amnesia, despite the fact that I showed no signs of traumatic brain injury and my cognitive functions were completely normal. The official incident report listed my disappearance as successful search and rescue operation, and made no mention of the notebook, the unexplained injuries, or the fact that I had been found wearing someone else's clothes. I returned to work after a month of medical leave, but I was reassigned to office duties and prohibited from conducting field operations. My supervisor said it was temporary, just until I had fully recovered, but I could tell from his expression that he did not expect me to ever be cleared for backcountry work again. The three missing hikers were never found, and their cases were eventually classified as presumed fatalities due to wilderness accidents. I started having nightmares within a few weeks of returning to work. Always the same scenario. I am lying on a wooden floor in complete darkness, unable to move, while voices above me discuss logistics and timing. Sometimes I can smell that wood smoke and organic odor from the sweater. Sometimes I can feel those puncture wounds being made one by one while someone takes notes. I wake up with my heart racing and the absolute certainty that whatever happened to me during those 7 missing days is still happening to other people. 3 months after my incident, another experienced hiker disappeared from the same general area. This time it was a woman named Jennifer Walsh, a 31-year-old nurse from Knoxville who had been hiking alone for the weekend. Her campsite was found in perfect condition, with all her gear properly stored and her tent collapsed as if she had packed up normally. The search teams found no trace of her, and after 2 weeks, her case was classified the same way as the others. I submitted a formal request to review all missing persons cases in the park from the past 5 years. My request was denied. I was told that such information was not relevant to my current duties, and that my continued focus on these cases was interfering with my ability to perform assigned tasks effectively. 2 weeks later, I was placed on administrative leave pending a psychological evaluation. I am sharing this story now because I believe someone is systematically hunting people in these mountains, and the Park Service either does not want to acknowledge the pattern or they know about it and are choosing to cover it up. Those 7 missing days haunt me every night, not just because I cannot remember what happened, but because I am terrified I might remember eventually. And I am absolutely certain that whatever facility or operation I was held in is still out there, still active, still taking people who will never be found. The Appalachian Trail runs for over 2,000 miles through some of the most remote wilderness in North America. If someone wanted to disappear people permanently, they could not ask for a better hunting ground. I am sharing this because the families deserve to know the truth about what happened to the Appalachian youth group that disappeared in October 2019 and why I was the only one who came back. My name is Diana Kowalski. I am 34 years old, and I was an environmental scientist working for the Pennsylvania Department of Conservation when I volunteered to lead what was supposed to be an educational hiking expedition for at-risk teenagers from Pittsburgh. What started as a 3-day wilderness therapy program turned into the worst nightmare imaginable, And 4 years later, I still wake up screaming about the choices I had to make to survive. The Appalachian Youth Group was a non-profit organization that worked with teenagers who had been in trouble with the juvenile justice system. The idea was to give these kids exposure to nature, teach them outdoor skills, and help them build confidence through controlled challenges in a wilderness setting. I had volunteered with the program twice before, leading day hikes and teaching basic ecology lessons. When they asked me to lead a 3-day backpacking trip in October, I jumped at the opportunity. These kids deserved to see something beautiful, to experience the kind of peace and clarity that only comes from being deep in the mountains. Our group consisted of 7 teenagers between the ages of 15 and 17, plus myself and Marcus Thompson, a 28-year-old counselor who had been working with the program for 2 years. The kids were typical of the demographic the program served. Tough exteriors hiding deep insecurities, most from broken homes, all carrying more emotional baggage than any teenager should have to bear. There was Jamie Rodriguez, a 16-year-old girl who had been arrested for shoplifting but was actually one of the smartest kids I had ever met. Devin Mitchell, 17, who used humor to deflect from his anger issues but had genuine leadership potential. Sarah Kim, 15, quiet and observant, who had been caught vandalizing school property but was actually expressing her artistic talents in the wrong venue. The other 4 were Brandon Walsh, 16, whose parents had kicked him out for his drug use, but who was actually trying to get clean. Ashley Johnson, 17, who had been in 3 different foster homes and had trust issues with authority figures. Michael Torres, 15, who had been suspended for fighting but was actually protecting younger kids from bullies. And finally, Tyler Brown, 16, who had been stealing cars but was mechanically gifted and could fix anything with an engine. Despite their various legal troubles, they were good kids who had never been given a real chance to succeed. We started our hike on a Friday morning in mid-October from a trailhead in the Monongahela National Forest, planning to follow a well-marked section of the Appalachian Trail south for about 8 miles before setting up base camp in a designated wilderness area. The weather forecast called for partly cloudy skies with temperatures in the 60s during the day and 40s at night, perfect conditions for backpacking. The kids were excited but trying not to show it, making jokes about survival shows and asking if we would have to eat bugs if we got lost. The first day went exactly according to plan. We covered the intended distance. The teenagers worked well together, helping each other with heavy packs and difficult terrain, and we made camp in a beautiful meadow surrounded by oak and maple trees in full autumn colors. Marcus had brought his guitar, and we spent the evening around the campfire sharing stories and teaching the kids basic wilderness skills like reading topographic maps and identifying edible plants. Everyone seemed to be having a genuinely good time, and I remember thinking this was exactly why programs like this were so important. The storm hit on Saturday morning without warning. The weather service had predicted scattered showers, but what rolled in was a full-scale autumn tempest with horizontal rain, wind gusts over 40 miles per hour, and temperatures that dropped 20 degrees in less than an hour. Our campsite, which had been perfectly sheltered the night before, suddenly became completely exposed to the elements. The kids' lightweight tents started collapsing, and it became clear that we needed to find better shelter immediately. Marcus and I made the decision to leave the established trail and head for a valley we could see about 2 miles to the east, where the terrain looked more protected and we might be able to wait out the worst of the storm. It was a reasonable decision based on the information we had, but it was also the moment everything started to go wrong. The valley was not marked on any of our topographic maps, which should have been our first warning sign. The terrain was rougher than it appeared from a distance, and the storm made navigation extremely difficult. By the time we reached the valley floor, we were all soaking wet, exhausted, and borderline hypothermic. The teenagers were scared but trying to stay brave, cracking jokes about being on a survival reality show and asking if there would be immunity challenges. We found what appeared to be an old hunting cabin tucked back in the trees, abandoned but structurally sound enough to provide shelter from the wind and rain. Marcus and I decided to wait out the storm there before attempting to return to the main trail. The cabin was larger than it appeared from the outside, with 2 rooms and a stone fireplace that still drew properly. There were old supplies scattered around, rusted canned goods, moldy sleeping bags, and what appeared to be hunting equipment from decades past. Most disturbing were the personal items we found: hiking boots in various sizes, backpacks with name tags from different decades, and photographs of smiling hikers that had been tacked to the walls like trophies. Marcus and I exchanged worried glances, but decided not to alarm the kids until we could figure out exactly what we were dealing with. The storm lasted for 2 full days, much longer than any weather service had predicted. Our radio could not pick up any signals in the valley, and our cell phones showed no service. We rationed our food carefully and kept the kids busy with games and survival lessons, but I could tell that Marcus was becoming increasingly concerned about our situation. On the second night, while the teenagers were sleeping, he showed me what he had found in the back room of the cabin. It was a journal, written in multiple handwritings spanning what appeared to be several decades. The entries described various groups of hikers who had taken shelter in the cabin over the years, most during severe weather events similar to what we were experiencing. The tone started friendly, with observations about the weather and descriptions of the people taking shelter. But as each journal progressed, the entries became darker, describing how food supplies dwindled, how the weather prevented leaving, and how difficult decisions had to be made for survival. The most recent entries were from 2003, describing a family of 4 who had become lost during an early winter storm. The handwriting became increasingly erratic as the entries progressed, documenting the deaths of the parents and the difficult choices the remaining family members had to make to survive until spring. The final entry was dated 6 months later and simply said, "The valley provides for those who understand its rules. The weak feed the strong. This is the natural order." Marcus and I spent the rest of that night in whispered conversation, trying to figure out how to get the group out of the valley once the storm passed. But when morning came, we discovered that Devin Mitchell was missing from his sleeping bag. We searched the cabin thoroughly and found the back door open, leading to a narrow trail that wound deeper into the valley. The rain had stopped, but the trails were muddy and dangerous. Against my better judgment, we decided to follow the trail to look for Devin rather than leaving immediately. The trail led to what appeared to be the remains of an old mining operation, with several collapsed structures and rusted equipment scattered around a large clearing. We found Devin at the bottom of an old mine shaft, his neck broken from the fall. The teenagers were traumatized, and several of them wanted to know why the area was not marked on our maps and why there were no safety barriers around such obvious hazards. Marcus climbed down to recover Devin's body while I tried to keep the remaining 6 kids calm and focused on getting out of the valley. That afternoon, while we were preparing to leave, Sarah Kim disappeared. One moment she was helping pack gear, and the next moment she was gone. We found her packed by the creek, but there was no sign of struggle and no indication of which direction she might have gone. Brandon Walsh volunteered to search the area around the mining structures while the rest of us followed the creek downstream. We never found Brandon either. By the 4th day, our food supplies were nearly exhausted, and I was starting to understand why the journal entries had become so dark. The valley seemed designed to trap people, with steep walls on all sides and no clear exit routes. Every trail we followed either led to dead ends or circled back to the cabin. The teenagers were beginning to panic, and Marcus was showing signs of severe stress. When Ashley Johnson disappeared that night, I realized that something was systematically picking off members of our group. The next morning, Marcus suggested that we needed to start making hard choices about food rationing and survival priorities. He said that some of us were stronger and more likely to survive than others, and that we needed to be realistic about our situation. When I saw the look in his eyes, I knew he had read more of that journal than he had told me. That night, I stayed awake and watched him carefully. Around midnight, I saw him slip something into Tyler Brown's water bottle. I realized then that the journal had not been written by stranded hikers making desperate survival choices. It had been written by someone who was deliberately trapping people in the valley and documenting their systematic elimination. Marcus had been selected by whoever controlled this place, just as others had been selected before him. The valley was not just trapping us accidentally. It was being used as a hunting preserve where human predators could test their skills against groups of victims who could not escape. I killed Marcus Thompson with a rock while he slept, crushing his skull to prevent him from drugging any more of the teenagers. Jamie Rodriguez and Michael Torres were the only kids left alive by then, and I told them we were leaving the valley that morning no matter what it took. We followed the creek upstream until we found a route up the valley wall that was steep but climbable. It took us 6 hours to reach the rim, but we made it out. The official report listed the incident as a tragic hiking accident caused by severe weather and difficult terrain. 5 teenagers and 1 adult counselor died from exposure and falls in unmapped wilderness area. I was praised for saving 2 lives under impossible circumstances. The valley was never investigated, and I was told that the terrain was too dangerous for recovery operations. I quit my job with the state and moved to Oregon, where I work as a freelance environmental consultant. But I still have nightmares about that journal and the realization that there are places in our wilderness areas where human monsters use the isolation to hunt other humans for sport. And sometimes I wonder how many other valleys like that one exist in the remote sections of the Appalachian Trail, waiting for the next group of victims to seek shelter from a storm. After 35 years of law enforcement, I thought I had seen everything. I moved to the Virginia Blue Ridge for peace and quiet. Instead, I found something that has been hunting hikers for longer than anyone realizes. My name is Vincent Nakamura. I am 61 years old and I am a retired police detective from Sacramento, California. I came to the Shenandoah Valley in 2018 to enjoy my retirement, maybe do some hiking and get away from the urban violence that had consumed most of my career. What I discovered in these mountains made my worst homicide cases look like parking violations. I bought a small cabin about 3 miles outside of Front Royal, Virginia, right on the edge of the Shenandoah National Park. The property had been on the market for 2 years because it was considered too isolated for most buyers, but isolation was exactly what I was looking for. The cabin sat on 12 acres of heavily forested land, with a creek running through the back portion of the property. The Appalachian Trail passed within half a mile of my back fence line, and I could hear hikers talking and laughing as they passed by during the busy season. For the first 6 months, retirement was everything I had hoped it would be. I spent my mornings drinking coffee on the front porch, listening to the birds and watching deer graze in my front yard. I took up woodworking, started reading books again, and began exploring the network of hiking trails that crisscrossed the Blue Ridge Mountains. The local community was friendly but respected privacy, and I felt more relaxed than I had in decades. The first sign that something was wrong came in early spring of 2019, when I started noticing patterns in the missing persons reports that were published in the local newspaper. The Front Royal Gazette ran a weekly public safety section that included summaries of police calls and Park Service incidents. Mostly routine stuff like fender benders and noise complaints. But over the course of 3 months, I counted 7 separate reports of hikers who had failed to return from planned trips on the Appalachian Trail. 7 missing hikers in 3 months seemed like an unusually high number for a relatively small section of trail, especially since most of the disappearances involved experienced hikers who were familiar with the terrain. As a retired detective, I could not help but notice patterns that others might miss. All 7 hikers had been traveling alone. All 7 had been reported missing during weekdays when trail traffic was relatively light, and all 7 had last been seen in roughly the same 10-mile section of trail that ran through some of the most remote wilderness in the park. I started keeping my own file on these disappearances, cutting out newspaper articles and tracking down additional information through contacts I still had in law enforcement. What I learned made my instincts start screaming. The Park Service had conducted extensive search operations for each missing hiker, involving helicopters, tracking dogs, and dozens of trained personnel. Despite covering thousands of acres and following every possible route, they had found no trace of any of the missing persons. No abandoned equipment, no clothing, no human remains. 7 experienced hikers had simply vanished without leaving any evidence of what had happened to them. The breakthrough came in May 2019 when I was hiking a section of the Appalachian Trail myself and decided to explore some of the side trails that branched off into the deeper wilderness. About 4 miles from the main trail, I discovered what appeared to be a hunting camp tucked into a narrow valley that was completely hidden from any established hiking route. The camp consisted of several permanent structures built from natural materials, including a large cabin, what looked like storage buildings, and a series of smaller outbuildings that I could not immediately identify. The construction was professional quality with proper foundations, weatherproofing, and even what appeared to be a solar power system partially concealed under camouflage netting. This was not some temporary hunting camp or wilderness survival shelter. Someone had invested significant time, money, and effort into creating a permanent facility deep in protected wilderness where no development was supposed to exist. I observed the camp from a concealed position for several hours, using binoculars to document the layout and look for signs of current occupation. The place appeared deserted, but something about it felt wrong in a way that triggered every instinct I had developed during 3 decades of police work. The outbuildings were positioned in a defensive pattern with clear sight lines in all directions and multiple escape routes through the surrounding forest. This was the kind of setup you would expect to find in a military compound or a drug operation, not a hunting camp. When I was confident that nobody was around, I moved closer to investigate. The main cabin was unlocked, and what I found inside made my blood run cold. The interior was set up like a command center, with topographical maps covering one entire wall, marked with colored pins and notes written in a tight, precise handwriting. The maps showed the entire Appalachian Trail corridor through Virginia, with detailed annotations about hiking patterns, seasonal traffic, and what appeared to be optimal locations for intercepting solitary hikers. One wall contained dozens of photographs, all showing hikers on various sections of the trail. The photos had been taken with a telephoto lens from concealed positions, and each one was labeled with a date, time, and detailed physical description of the subject. Some photos showed the same hikers over multiple days, as if someone had been following their progress along the trail and documenting their movements. Many of the faces in the photographs matched missing persons reports I had collected from local newspapers. The most disturbing discovery was a detailed journal that documented what the author called harvesting operations going back over 15 years. The entries were written in the same precise handwriting as the map annotations, and they described a systematic program of stalking and capturing solitary hikers. The journal contained detailed profiles of victims, including their hiking experience, physical condition, equipment, and estimated survival capabilities. Each entry concluded with clinical notes about disposal methods and lessons learned for future operations. According to the journal, the author had been living in these mountains for over 2 decades, initially as a survivalist trying to get away from civilization. Over time, he had developed what he called a natural management system for controlling the hiker population on his territory. He considered himself the guardian of this particular section of wilderness, responsible for maintaining the proper balance between human intrusion and natural order. Solitary hikers who entered his domain without permission were subject to what he called natural selection enforcement. The journal entries described in horrifying detail how victims were captured using various methods, from simple pit traps disguised as natural hazards to more sophisticated techniques involving staged emergencies or false trail markers that led people into dead-end ravines. Once captured, victims were held in underground facilities that had been constructed beneath the main compound, where they were systematically studied before being eliminated. The author seemed particularly interested in testing human survival capabilities under controlled conditions, documenting how long people could survive with limited food, water, and shelter. I photographed every page of the journal, every map notation, and every photograph on the walls before getting out of that compound as quickly as possible. Back at my cabin, I spent the rest of the night going through the evidence and trying to process what I had discovered. This was not just a serial killer operating in the wilderness. This was someone who had turned a section of the Appalachian Trail into his personal hunting preserve, where he had been systematically murdering hikers for over 15 years without anyone noticing the pattern. The next morning, I drove to the Virginia State Police headquarters in Culpeper and requested a meeting with the detective division. I brought copies of all the evidence I had collected, along with my analysis of the missing persons pattern and the location coordinates for the hidden compound. The detective who interviewed me was professional but skeptical, pointing out that I was a retired out-of-state officer with no jurisdiction in Virginia, and that what I was describing sounded like something from a horror movie. However, when I showed them the photographs and journal entries, their attitude changed completely. Within 2 hours, I was meeting with a joint task force that included state police detectives, FBI agents, and Park Service investigators. They had been aware that the number of missing hikers in the area was statistically unusual, but they had not connected the disappearances to a single perpetrator operating from a permanent base. The raid on the compound was conducted 3 days later by a heavily armed tactical team. They found the facility exactly as I had described it, but it was completely abandoned. All the maps, photographs, and journals had been removed, along with any other evidence of the operation. However, the underground facilities that the journal had described were still there, carved into the bedrock beneath the main cabin with sophisticated ventilation and drainage systems. The underground complex consisted of 6 separate chambers, each approximately 10 feet by 12 feet, with heavy steel doors and electronic locking systems powered by the solar array. The chambers contained evidence of long-term human habitation, including makeshift beds, waste facilities, and what appeared to be observation equipment. Forensic analysis found DNA evidence from at least 12 different individuals, including several people who matched missing persons reports from the past 5 years. The investigation team also discovered a network of hidden trails and observation posts throughout a 20-square-mile area, all connected by buried communication cables and monitored by concealed cameras. The entire system had been designed to track and intercept hikers over a large section of the Appalachian Trail corridor, creating what amounted to a high-tech hunting preserve where victims could be selected and captured without anyone noticing they were missing until it was too late. Despite the extensive evidence and the recovery of human remains from several locations around the compound, the person responsible for these crimes was never found. The investigation team believed that he had been monitoring law enforcement communications and had abandoned his operation before the raid could be conducted. They also suspected that he had backup facilities in other remote locations, possibly in different states, where he could continue his activities. The compound was dismantled and the underground chambers were sealed, but the case remains officially open. The FBI task force continues to monitor missing persons reports along the entire Appalachian Trail corridor, looking for patterns that might indicate the perpetrator has resumed operations elsewhere. They have also implemented new safety protocols for hikers, including mandatory check-in procedures for anyone planning to hike alone in remote wilderness areas. I still live in my cabin near Front Royal, but I no longer hike alone, and I keep detailed records of all suspicious activity in the area. Sometimes at night when the wind is blowing through the trees and I can hear hikers talking on the distant trail, I wonder if he is still out there somewhere watching and waiting for the right opportunity to resume his harvest operations. The Appalachian Trail stretches for over 2,000 miles through some of the most remote wilderness in America. And there are thousands of places where someone could build another compound without ever being detected. What terrifies me most is the realization that this individual had been operating successfully for over 15 years without anyone noticing the pattern. How many other predators might be using our wilderness areas as hunting grounds, taking advantage of the isolation and the assumption that people who disappear in the mountains have simply fallen victim to natural hazards? The mountains are full of secrets, and some of them are more dangerous than any wild animal. I started my Instagram account to document beautiful places across America. The Appalachian Trail was supposed to be content for my adventure series. I never posted about what I found above the fog line, and I never will. My name is Keisha Washington. I am 26 years old and I was a travel blogger from Atlanta, Georgia with over 100,000 followers who trusted me to show them the most amazing outdoor destinations in the country. What happened to me in the Tennessee section of the Appalachian Trail last September has convinced me that there are places in our wilderness where the normal rules of reality simply do not apply. I had been building my brand as an adventure travel influencer for 3 years, focusing on solo female hiking and camping content that encouraged other women to get outdoors. My followers loved the combination of stunning photography, practical hiking advice, and honest discussions about the challenges of exploring remote places as a woman traveling alone. The Appalachian Trail had been on my content calendar for months, and I had planned a week-long solo hiking trip through the Great Smoky Mountains to create material for a series of posts about conquering fears and pushing personal boundaries. My plan was to start at Newfound Gap and hike north for about 40 miles over 5 days, documenting the changing fall colors and sharing daily updates about the challenges and rewards of long-distance hiking. I had invested heavily in professional camera equipment, including a drone for aerial shots, and I was carrying enough battery packs and memory cards to document every aspect of the experience. This was supposed to be the content series that would push my follower count over 150,000 and attract the kind of sponsorship deals that would let me turn travel blogging into a full-time career. The first 2 days went exactly according to plan. The weather was perfect with clear skies and temperatures in the 70s during the day and 40s at night. The fall foliage was at peak color, providing the kind of dramatic landscape shots that performed well on social media. I was averaging about 12 miles per day, which gave me plenty of time to set up shots, write captions, and upload content during the evening hours when I had cell service at higher elevations. My followers were loving the series. Each post was getting thousands of likes and hundreds of comments from people saying the photos were inspiring them to plan their own hiking adventures. Several outdoor gear companies had reached out about potential partnerships, and I was already planning follow-up trips to other sections of the trail. Everything was going perfectly until the morning of day 3 when I encountered something that completely changed my understanding of what was possible in these mountains. I had camped the previous night at a designated backcountry site near Clingman's Dome, and I started hiking before sunrise to capture some dramatic shots of the dawn, light filtering through the forest canopy. The trail was clearly marked and well-maintained, following a ridgeline that offered spectacular views of the surrounding valleys. About 2 hours into my hike, as the morning mist started to burn off, I noticed that I was approaching what appeared to be a solid wall of fog that stretched across the entire mountainside. The fog line was perfectly horizontal, as if someone had drawn a line across the landscape at exactly 4,500 feet elevation. Below the line, the morning was clear and bright with unlimited visibility in all directions. Above the line, the fog was so thick that I could barely see 10 feet ahead of me. I had encountered mountain fog before, but nothing like this. The boundary between clear air and complete obscurity was so sharp and defined that it looked artificial. I decided to hike up into the fog to get some atmospheric shots for my content series. Fog can create incredibly dramatic photography conditions, and I thought my followers would love to see the contrast between the clear views below and the mysterious conditions above. I switched my camera to manual focus and started documenting my ascent into what I assumed was just an unusual weather phenomenon. The moment I crossed the fog line, everything changed. The temperature dropped by at least 20 degrees instantly, and the air became thick and humid in a way that made breathing difficult. More disturbing, the fog seemed to muffle sound in an unnatural way. I could no longer hear birds singing, insects buzzing, or even the sound of my own footsteps on the trail. The silence was so complete that I could hear my own heartbeat and the sound of blood flowing through my ears. My GPS unit immediately lost signal, which was unusual because I was still on a high ridgeline with clear sky above the fog layer. My phone showed no service, even though I had been getting strong signals just minutes before. Most disturbing of all, my compass started spinning wildly, unable to find magnetic north. I had been hiking for years and had never encountered conditions that could affect multiple navigation instruments simultaneously. I decided to continue hiking for a few more minutes to see if the conditions would improve, but instead they became increasingly strange. The trail, which had been clearly marked and well maintained below the fog line, started to become overgrown and difficult to follow. The white blazes that marked the Appalachian Trail seemed to fade and disappear, replaced by blazes of different colors that I did not recognize. Some were painted in faded red, others in blue or yellow, and they did not seem to follow any logical pattern or direction. After about 20 minutes of hiking in these conditions, I encountered another hiker coming from the opposite direction. This should have been reassuring, but instead it was deeply unsettling. The hiker was an elderly man wearing gear that looked like it was from the 1970s, including a heavy canvas backpack and leather hiking boots that had been out of style for decades. His clothes were clean and in good condition, but the styles were completely wrong for modern hiking gear. When I called out a greeting, he stopped and stared at me with a confused expression, as if he had never seen anyone dressed like me before. He asked me what year it was, which I thought was a strange joke until I realized he was completely serious. When I told him it was 2023, he became visibly upset and said that was impossible, because he had only been hiking for 2 days since leaving his car at the trailhead in 1978. He insisted that it was still October 1978 and that I was mistaken about the current date. I tried to show him my phone as proof of the current date, but he acted like he had never seen a smartphone before. He examined it carefully, turning it over in his hands and asking me how the screen could display moving pictures without being connected to a television. When I tried to explain digital technology, he looked at me like I was speaking a foreign language. The conversation became increasingly surreal until he finally said he needed to continue hiking to meet his hiking partner, who was waiting for him at a shelter that should have been reached hours ago. After he disappeared back into the fog, I tried to process what had just happened. Either I had encountered someone with severe mental health issues who was living some kind of elaborate fantasy, or something was seriously wrong with the conditions above the fog line. I decided to turn around and return to the clear area below, but when I tried to retrace my steps, I could not find the trail I had used to ascend into the fog. I spent the next several hours wandering through the fog, trying to find a way back down to the clear area below. Every direction I tried seemed to lead me deeper into the mountains, and the trails I followed kept branching and changing in ways that made no logical sense. I encountered 2 more hikers during this time, both of whom claimed to be from different decades and both of whom seemed genuinely confused about the current date and modern technology. One was a young woman who insisted it was 1985 and who was wearing bright neon hiking gear that looked like it had just come from the store. She was carrying a Walkman and kept asking me why my music player did not have a tape deck. The other was a middle-aged man who claimed it was 1992 and who became extremely agitated when I could not explain why I did not recognize the brand names on his equipment, all of which had apparently been discontinued decades ago. The most disturbing part of these encounters was that all three hikers seemed to be experiencing time normally from their own perspective. They claimed to have been hiking for only a few hours or days, and they showed no signs of having been lost in the wilderness for decades. Their gear was clean, their food supplies were fresh, and they appeared to be in good physical condition. It was as if time was moving differently for each person above the fog line, with everyone trapped in their own temporal bubble while experiencing the same physical space. By late afternoon, I was becoming seriously concerned about my ability to find my way back to the main trail. My camera equipment was draining batteries at an abnormal rate, and several of my electronic devices had stopped working entirely. The fog showed no signs of lifting, and I was starting to wonder if I would be able to find my way out before dark. That was when I encountered something that convinced me I needed to get out of this area by any means necessary. I was following what appeared to be a trail marker when I came across a small clearing where dozens of backpacks and pieces of hiking equipment were arranged in neat rows, as if someone had been collecting them for years. The equipment spanned multiple decades, from modern ultralight gear to heavy canvas packs that looked like they belonged in a museum. Many of the packs still contained personal items, driver licenses with photos of smiling hikers, journals with entries describing Appalachian trail adventures, and photographs of families who were probably still wondering what had happened to their missing loved ones. In the center of the clearing was a notebook, similar to a trail register, where hikers traditionally sign in to record their passage. The entries in this notebook went back to 1962, with thousands of signatures from people who had apparently found this clearing over the past 60 years. The entries were written in dozens of different handwritings, but they all described the same experience: getting lost in fog above a certain elevation, encountering other hikers from different time periods, and being unable to find their way back to the main trail. The most recent entry was dated 3 days ago, written by someone who claimed to have been wandering in the fog for what felt like weeks, but who insisted that his watch showed he had only been hiking for a few hours. He wrote that he had encountered hikers from every decade since the 1960s, all of whom were trapped in the same area and all of whom experienced time differently. The final line of his entry read, "I think this place collects people. I think it has been collecting people for a very long time. I ran from that clearing as fast as I could, crashing through underbrush and ignoring trail markers, driven by pure panic and the desperate need to get back to normal reality. I have no idea how long I ran or which direction I went, but eventually I broke through the fog line and found myself back in the clear area below. When I checked my phone, I discovered that I had been above the fog line for less than 3 hours, even though it had felt like an entire day. I hiked directly back to the nearest trailhead and drove straight home to Atlanta, abandoning my planned content series and never posting any of the footage I had captured above the fog line. When I reviewed the photos and videos later, most of the files were corrupted beyond recovery, showing only static or distorted images that made no sense. The few clear images I had managed to capture showed landscapes and trail markers that do not appear on any official Appalachian trail maps. I never returned to that section of the trail, and I have never told anyone the full story of what happened above the fog line. But sometimes I search online for missing persons reports from the Appalachian Trail, and I recognize faces from driver licenses I saw in that clearing. People who disappeared decades ago and who their families probably assume died from exposure or falls, but who might still be wandering above the fog line, trapped in their own personal time loops and wondering why they cannot find their way home. There are places in our wilderness areas where the normal rules of physics and time do not seem to apply, and the Appalachian Trail passes through some of those places. If you ever encounter a perfectly horizontal fog line that seems to cut across an entire mountainside, do not cross it. Some boundaries are not meant to be explored, and some mysteries are too dangerous to solve. I test survival equipment for a living, so when the blizzard hit in March, I was not worried. I knew about the old CCC shelter. What I did not know was that someone else was already living there and they were not planning to share. My name is Tyler Brennan. I am 31 years old and I work as an outdoor gear tester for Wilderness Tech Solutions based out of Denver, Colorado. My job requires me to push equipment to its limits in some of the harshest conditions nature can offer. From desert heat to Arctic cold. I have spent nights in temperatures that would kill most people, testing gear that saves lives in emergency situations. Last March, I was conducting a week-long evaluation of new winter survival equipment in the Allegheny Mountains of Pennsylvania. The assignment was to test a new line of emergency shelters and cold weather gear by spending several nights in abandoned Civilian Conservation Corps shelters that dot the remote sections of the Appalachian Trail. These stone structures were built during the Great Depression by work crews who carved them into hillsides and constructed them to last for generations. Most hikers avoid them now because they are associated with ghost stories and urban legends, but they provide perfect conditions for testing how modern gear performs in primitive shelters. The weather forecast called for a moderate winter storm, exactly the kind of conditions I needed to properly evaluate the equipment. I plan to spend 3 nights in different CCC shelters documenting how the gear performed in temperatures ranging from 20 to -10 degrees Fahrenheit. The shelter I targeted for the second night was located about 8 miles off the main trail, accessible only by an unmarked path that required GPS navigation to find. The blizzard hit 6 hours ahead of schedule and with an intensity that made the forecast look like a joke. What was supposed to be 4 to 6 inches of snow turned into 18 inches with wind gusts over 50 miles per hour. By mid-afternoon, I was hiking through conditions that would have been dangerous even with a full rescue team on standby. Visibility dropped to less than 10 feet, and the temperature plummeted from 20 degrees to -5 in less than 2 hours. I reached the 300 shelter just as the storm reached its peak intensity, and I was relieved to find the heavy wooden door partially open. I pushed inside and immediately felt the temperature difference. The shelter was constructed from fitted fieldstone with a peaked roof that had been designed to shed snow and channel wind around the structure rather than through it. The interior was a single room about 12 feet by 16 feet, with stone benches built into the walls and a small fireplace in the corner that still had a functional chimney. What struck me immediately was that someone had been using the shelter recently. There was a neat stack of seasoned firewood by the entrance, far more than any casual hiker would have carried in. A thick wool blanket was folded on one of the stone benches, along with a metal cup and a wooden bowl that looked hand-carved. Most telling were the fresh ashes in the fireplace and the faint smell of wood smoke that indicated a fire had been burning within the past few hours. I called out to announce my presence, but received no response except the echo of my own voice off the stone walls. Assuming the occupant was out checking trap lines or gathering wood, I settled my gear on the opposite side of the shelter and began setting up my testing equipment. I started a small fire using some of the available wood, figuring I could replace it or compensate the owner when they returned. The shelter warmed quickly, and I spent the evening documenting how my gear performed in the controlled environment. The new sleeping bag maintained core body temperature effectively, and the emergency shelter components worked exactly as designed. I was pleased with the test results and looked forward to completing the evaluation over the next 2 days. Around midnight, I was awakened by the sound of heavy footsteps crunching through the snow outside. I grabbed my headlamp and cautiously opened the door, shining the beam into the storm. A figure emerged from the swirling snow. a man of medium height wearing multiple layers of wool clothing and carrying what appeared to be several dead rabbits slung over his shoulder. His face was mostly hidden by a thick beard and a knit cap pulled low over his eyes. He introduced himself simply as Eli and explained that this shelter had been his home for the past 3 winters. He was polite but wary, making it clear that he was not accustomed to sharing his space with strangers. However, he acknowledged that the storm was too dangerous for anyone to be traveling and agreed to let me stay the night provided I respected his territorial boundaries and did not interfere with his survival routines. Eli was clearly an experienced woodsman who had been living off the land for an extended period. He skinned and prepared the rabbits with practiced efficiency, using tools that he had obviously crafted himself. He shared some of the meat with me, cooked over the fire in a way that showed he had perfected the technique through necessity rather than recreation. His knowledge of the mountains was extensive, and he seemed to know every trail, creek, and landmark within a 20-mile radius. As the night progressed, our conversation revealed that Eli had been monitoring the area for signs of other people and had detailed knowledge of hiking patterns along the remote trails. He mentioned several hikers who had passed through the area over the past few months, describing their gear, their apparent experience levels, and their planned routes with unsettling accuracy. When I asked how he had gathered such detailed information, he explained that he maintained a network of observation posts throughout his territory and made it his business to know who was traveling through his domain. The next morning, I discovered that some of my gear had been moved during the night. My water bottles had been partially drained and my backup knife was missing from my pack. When I confronted Eli about this, he admitted to taking the knife but claimed it was a necessary precaution. He said he had learned to be suspicious of anyone who carried weapons in his territory, because armed strangers usually meant trouble for someone living as he did. The storm continued through the second day with no sign of letting up. Eli became increasingly agitated as the hours passed, frequently checking the door and windows as if expecting something dangerous to appear. He told me that severe weather often drove desperate people to do desperate things and that isolated shelters like this one attracted individuals who were fleeing from law enforcement or other dangerous situations. That afternoon, while Eli was outside checking his trap lines, I noticed additional items in the shelter that I had not seen before. There were several backpacks of different sizes and styles tucked behind one of the stone benches, along with hiking boots, water bottles, and other personal items that clearly belonged to different people. When I examined the items more closely, I found identification cards and wallets belonging to at least 4 different hikers, all with recent dates. When Eli returned, I confronted him about the items I had found. His demeanor changed completely, becoming hostile and defensive. He claimed that the items belonged to hikers who had stayed in the shelter over the past few years and had left things behind when they departed. However, his explanation did not account for the personal identification and valuable items that no hiker would abandon voluntarily. That evening, Eli's behavior became increasingly erratic. He blocked the door when I attempted to step outside, claiming that something was stalking the area and that it was too dangerous for anyone to leave the shelter. He insisted that several hikers had disappeared from this area over the past 2 years and that their bodies had never been found. When I pointed out that he seemed to know an unusual amount about these disappearances, he became aggressive and accused me of being an undercover law enforcement officer. On the 3rd morning, with the storm finally beginning to ease, I decided it was time to leave regardless of Eli's objections. I packed my gear quickly and headed for the door, but found it would not open. Eli was standing guard with my stolen knife in his hand, and he made it clear that he had no intention of letting me leave. He claimed that anyone who knew about his shelter and his activities was a threat to his survival, and that he could not allow me to report his presence to the authorities. I realized then that the items I had found belonged to hikers who had never left this shelter alive. Eli had been using the CCC shelter as a base for hunting human prey. taking advantage of severe weather conditions to trap victims who had no choice but to seek shelter. The rabbit traps around the perimeter were probably supplemented by more sophisticated devices designed to capture or disable people. The confrontation that followed was brief but violent. Eli was experienced with wilderness survival but not with hand-to-hand combat. I managed to disarm him and secure the knife, but when I tried to open the door, I discovered it had been locked from the outside with some kind of mechanical device. We were both trapped inside the shelter and someone else was controlling our situation. Through the small window, I could see a figure moving through the trees about 50 yards away. The person was wearing modern winter clothing and appeared to be observing the shelter through binoculars. When they realized I had seen them, they disappeared into the forest, but I caught a glimpse of what appeared to be a radio or communication device in their hand. I spent the rest of that day trying to force the door and signal for help using my emergency beacon. My cell phone had no service, but I was able to send a GPS distress signal that included my exact coordinates and a message indicating I was being held against my will. I also used the fireplace to create smoke signals, hoping that someone would notice the unusual activity and investigate. Eli became increasingly panicked as he realized that his operation had been compromised. He admitted that he was not working alone and that there were other people involved in what he called wilderness management activities. According to him, there was a network of individuals who used remote shelters and cabins throughout the Appalachian Mountains to intercept and eliminate hikers who posed security risks or who simply had the misfortune to encounter their operations. Late that evening, I heard vehicles approaching through the snow. A search and rescue team had responded to my emergency beacon and had followed my GPS coordinates to the shelter. They found the external locking mechanism and freed me from what had essentially become a prison. Eli had disappeared through what turned out to be a concealed exit in the back wall of the shelter, probably escaping through a tunnel system that connected to other locations in the area. The investigation that followed revealed that the CCC shelter had been modified extensively over the years, with hidden compartments, escape routes, and storage areas that were not part of the original construction. The authorities found evidence that multiple people had been held in the shelter against their will, including personal items belonging to at least 8 different hikers who had been reported missing over the past 3 years. The case remains under investigation by a joint task force that includes state police, the FBI, and Park Service law enforcement. They believe that there is an organized network operating throughout the remote areas of the Appalachian Trail, using isolated shelters and cabins to prey on solo hikers and small groups who would not be missed for days or weeks. The network appears to have been active for several years and may be responsible for dozens of disappearances that were previously attributed to natural causes or accidents. I returned to my job testing survival equipment, but I no longer work alone in remote areas, and I avoid any location that does not have reliable communication with the outside world. The experience taught me that the greatest dangers in wilderness areas are not always natural hazards like weather, terrain, or wild animals. Sometimes the most dangerous predators are the ones who have learned to use our wilderness areas as hunting grounds where they can operate without interference from law enforcement or witnesses. The Appalachian Trail passes through thousands of square miles of remote wilderness where a person could disappear without a trace. If you are planning to hike alone in isolated areas, make sure someone knows exactly where you will be and when you plan to return. And if you encounter any abandoned shelters or structures that show signs of recent modification or unusual activity, do not investigate alone. Some mysteries in the wilderness are too dangerous to solve without backup. I came to the Appalachians to study how sound travels through mountain valleys. My grant was to research natural acoustics. Instead, I discovered that some sounds in these mountains are not natural at all. My name is Dr. Amara Okafor. I am 38 years old, and I am an acoustic researcher specializing in environmental soundscapes at the University of Texas at Austin. I received a National Science Foundation grant to conduct a comprehensive study of acoustic phenomena in mountainous terrain, specifically focusing on how complex topography affects sound transmission and creates unique audio environments. The location I selected for my research was a remote valley in the Allegheny Mountains of Pennsylvania, approximately 15 miles from the nearest marked trail. The valley was perfect for my study because it was completely enclosed by steep ridgelines that created natural amphitheater conditions, allowing me to document how sound waves bounced between different elevations and how various geological features influenced acoustic properties. I established a field research station in the valley bottom, complete with sensitive recording equipment, computer analysis systems, and a network of remote microphones positioned throughout the area. For the first 4 months, my research progressed exactly according to plan. I documented the natural soundscape of the valley throughout different seasons, recording everything from birdsong at dawn to the subtle sounds of nocturnal animals moving through the underbrush. I conducted controlled experiments using calibrated speakers placed at various elevations, measuring how sound intensity decreased with distance and how different frequencies were absorbed or reflected by the surrounding terrain. The data I was collecting was exactly what I needed to complete my doctoral thesis and potentially secure additional research funding. The first anomaly appeared in late October, buried in a routine overnight recording session. While reviewing audio files from the previous night, I detected a low-frequency hum that lasted for approximately 47 minutes, beginning just after midnight and ending abruptly at 12:47 a.m. The frequency was consistent at 28 Hz, well below the range of most natural environmental sounds, and it seemed to emanate from multiple locations simultaneously, rather than having a single point source. Initially, I assumed the sound was some form of mechanical noise, possibly from mining equipment or industrial activity in a neighboring valley. However, when I consulted topographical maps and contacted local authorities, I discovered that there were no active mining operations within 50 miles of my research site, and no industrial facilities that could generate the type of sustained low-frequency sound I had recorded. Over the next several weeks, the anomalous recordings became more frequent and more complex. In addition to the low-frequency hum, I began picking up what sounded like rhythmic tapping patterns, electronic interference that resembled digital communication signals, and most disturbing of all, what appeared to be human voices speaking in fragments of different languages. The voices were always distant and distorted, as if they were being transmitted through multiple layers of electronic processing, but they were clearly articulating words and phrases in English, Spanish, German, and what might have been Russian or Eastern European languages. The pattern that emerged was deeply unsettling. The anomalous sounds only occurred between midnight and 3 a.m., always when atmospheric conditions were most stable and natural ambient noise was at its lowest. The voices seemed to be engaged in some form of communication, with different speakers responding to each other across time delays that suggested they were transmitting from various locations throughout the valley and possibly beyond. I expanded my monitoring network, placing additional microphones at higher elevations and using directional recording equipment to try to pinpoint the source of these transmissions. What I discovered challenged everything I thought I knew about the acoustic properties of natural environments. The sounds were not originating from any single location, but were being generated by a sophisticated network of hidden audio devices that had been installed throughout the valley ecosystem. My breakthrough came during a systematic survey of the valley's eastern ridge, where my equipment had consistently detected the strongest signal sources. Camouflaged among the natural vegetation, I found a series of small electronic devices mounted on tree trunks approximately 8 feet above ground level. Each device was roughly the size of a paperback book, powered by solar panels that were nearly invisible among the leaves and connected to the others by thin cables that had been buried just below the soil surface. The devices were clearly professional-grade equipment, manufactured to military specifications and designed for long-term deployment in hostile environments. Each unit contained a small speaker, a sensitive microphone, and what appeared to be a digital processing system capable of receiving, modifying, and retransmitting audio signals. The network extended throughout the entire valley with over 30 individual units working in coordination to create a comprehensive acoustic manipulation system. Following the buried cables led me to a much larger installation hidden beneath a dense stand of hemlock trees on the valley's northern slope. What I initially thought was a natural rock formation turned out to be a carefully camouflaged bunker, constructed from reinforced concrete and covered with years of accumulated forest debris. The entrance was concealed behind a section of artificial rock that swung open on hidden hinges when I accidentally activated a pressure switch while examining what I thought was a natural boulder. The interior of the bunker was a sophisticated command center containing banks of computers, audio processing equipment, and monitoring systems that were actively recording and analyzing acoustic data from throughout the Appalachian region. Multiple screens displayed real-time audio waveforms from hundreds of remote monitoring stations, creating a comprehensive map of sound activity across thousands of square miles of wilderness. The facility was clearly designed for long-term operation, with its own power generation system, climate control, and living quarters for at least 4 people. According to the documentation I found in the facility, this was one node in a larger network called Project Resonance, which had been conducting acoustic surveillance and psychological manipulation experiments in remote wilderness areas for over 8 years. The project appeared to be testing the effectiveness of infrasound, subsonic frequencies, and artificially generated audio phenomena in inducing disorientation, paranoia, and other psychological responses in human subjects who encountered the modified soundscapes. The target subjects were primarily solo hikers, hunters, and researchers who spent extended periods alone in remote areas where their psychological responses could be monitored without interference from other people. The project was documenting how various types of acoustic manipulation affected decision-making, spatial orientation, and emotional stability. Some experiments involved playing back recorded voices in foreign languages to induce paranoia about foreign surveillance. Others used subsonic frequencies that could cause feelings of unease or terror without the subject being consciously aware of any unusual sounds. Most disturbing were the psychological profiles of individual subjects who had been monitored over multiple visits to affected areas. The files contained detailed behavioral assessments of hundreds of people, including hikers who had reported strange experiences, paranormal encounters, or unexplained feelings of being watched while camping in supposedly isolated wilderness areas. The project had been systematically manipulating the acoustic environment of these locations to study how environmental stressors affected human psychology and decision-making under survival conditions. My own research had unknowingly made me a subject in their experiments. The facility contained a complete file on my activities, including copies of my grant application, photographs of my campsite taken from concealed cameras, and detailed analysis of my behavioral patterns over the 4 months I had been working in the valley. They had been using my presence to test how a trained scientist would respond to increasingly obvious anomalies in what should have been a natural environment. The psychological effects began almost immediately after I discovered the facility, even though I understood intellectually that the sounds I had been hearing were artificially generated. I started experiencing severe anxiety, insomnia, and auditory hallucinations. I would hear whispered conversations in my tent at night, electronic beeping sounds when no equipment was active, and the distinctive low-frequency hum even when I was away from the valley. The manipulation had been more effective than I realized, conditioning my nervous system to respond to acoustic triggers that continued to affect me even after I understood their artificial nature. When I attempted to document my findings and report the illegal surveillance operation to appropriate authorities, I encountered a series of bureaucratic obstacles that suggested the project had official protection at some level of government. My university supervisors advised me to abandon my research and relocate to a different field site, citing unspecified security concerns. My equipment began malfunctioning in ways that appeared to be deliberate sabotage rather than natural failures. The final warning came in the form of a midnight visit to my campsite by two individuals in civilian clothing who identified themselves only as federal contractors. They informed me that my continued presence in the area was compromising an ongoing national security operation, and that I would be held legally responsible for any disruption of authorized research activities. They provided me with a non-disclosure agreement that prohibited me from discussing my discoveries and offered a substantial financial settlement in exchange for my silence. I signed the agreement and left Pennsylvania the following morning, but the experience fundamentally changed my understanding of how our wilderness areas are being used by government agencies and private contractors. The acoustic manipulation techniques I discovered represent a sophisticated form of psychological warfare that is being tested on unsuspecting civilians who venture into remote areas where they expect to find only natural phenomena. Since leaving the valley, I have relocated to the Pacific Northwest, where I work as a freelance acoustic consultant for environmental organizations. However, I continue to monitor reports of strange acoustic phenomena in wilderness areas, and I have identified similar patterns of unexplained sounds in remote locations throughout the western United States. The network of acoustic manipulation facilities appears to be much larger than the single installation I discovered in Pennsylvania. The most disturbing aspect of this experience is the realization that our most remote and supposedly pristine wilderness areas may be thoroughly monitored and manipulated by technologies we never see or suspect. When hikers report hearing strange sounds, feeling inexplicably anxious in certain locations, or experiencing the sensation of being watched in supposedly isolated areas, they may not be imagining things or encountering supernatural phenomena. They may be unwitting subjects in psychological experiments designed to test the limits of human perception and mental stability. If you spend time hiking in remote wilderness areas, pay attention to sounds that seem out of place or create emotional responses that are not proportional to the actual stimulus. Trust your instincts when something feels wrong about the acoustic environment of a particular location. And remember that not all the sounds you hear in the wilderness are as natural as they appear to be. Sometimes the forest is listening to you more closely than you are listening to it. And sometimes the most effective predators are the ones you never see, hear, or suspect are there. My grandfather guided hunters in these Kentucky mountains for 50 years. My father did it for 30. I was supposed to continue the tradition. After last hunting season, I will never set foot in those woods again. My name is Jasper McCallum. I am 42 years old, and I moved here from Montana 15 years ago when I married my wife Emma, whose family had deep roots in eastern Kentucky. The McCallum name might not have been born in these mountains, but I learned every ridge, every creek, and every game trail like I had been walking them since childhood. When Emma's father passed away in 2018, I inherited his outfitting business along with his hunting guide's license and 23 years of client relationships. Appalachian Wilderness Guides had been operating out of the Daniel Boone National Forest since the 1990s, providing hunting expeditions for deer, elk, black bear, and wild turkey. We specialized in multi-day backcountry hunts where clients could experience the authentic mountain wilderness while pursuing game in some of the most remote and challenging terrain in Kentucky. The business was successful because I understood that city hunters needed more than just someone to show them where the animals were. They needed someone who could keep them safe in country that could kill an unprepared person in a dozen different ways. I knew which ridges were stable and which had loose shale that could send you tumbling into a ravine. I knew which hollows flooded during heavy rain and which creek crossings became impassable death traps when the water rose. Most importantly, I knew the difference between normal forest sounds and the sounds that meant something dangerous was moving through your area. Last October, I was hired by a group of 4 hunters from Louisville who wanted to pursue elk in the most remote section of the forest, about 20 miles from the nearest marked trail. The group consisted of 2 married couples in their 40s who had been hunting together for years, but had never attempted a backcountry expedition of this difficulty. Marcus and Patricia Chen were experienced deer hunters who wanted to challenge themselves with elk. David and Rebecca Morrison were newer to hunting but in excellent physical condition and eager to learn advanced techniques. We established base camp in a small meadow surrounded by dense hardwood forest, about 2 miles from a creek that provided fresh water and attracted game during the early morning and evening hours. The location was perfect for elk hunting because it provided multiple approach routes and escape paths, while being far enough from any human activity that the animals felt secure using the area for feeding and bedding. The first 3 days of the hunt went exactly according to plan. We spotted several small herds of elk and managed to position ourselves for multiple shot opportunities. Marcus successfully harvested a mature bull elk on the 2nd day, and David took a cow elk on the 3rd day. Both kills were clean and ethical, and the hunters were thrilled with their success. We spent the 4th day processing the meat and preparing it for transport, planning to hike out the following morning. That evening, while we were sitting around the campfire discussing the details of the hunt, Patricia mentioned that she had been hearing strange sounds during the night. She described them as whispered conversations in a language she did not recognize, coming from different directions around our campsite. When I asked for more specifics, she said the voices seemed to move in a circle around us, always staying just outside the range of our flashlights, and that they seemed to be discussing our group in a way that made her extremely uncomfortable. I told the group that remote wilderness areas often produce acoustic phenomena that can sound like human voices, especially when wind moves through rock formations or dense vegetation. I had heard similar reports from other clients over the years, and I attributed them to the psychological effects of spending time in unfamiliar and potentially dangerous environments. However, Patricia insisted that what she was hearing was definitely human speech, and that the speakers seemed to know details about our hunt and our personal lives that strangers could not possibly know. The next morning, we broke camp early and began the long hike back to our vehicles. The trail was difficult but well marked, and we made good time despite carrying heavy packs loaded with elk meat and hunting equipment. We stopped for lunch at a creek crossing about halfway to the trailhead, and that was when Rebecca Morrison disappeared. She had been walking third in our single-file line, directly behind her husband David and ahead of Patricia Chen. When we stopped to rest and eat, David turned around to hand Rebecca her water bottle and discovered that she was not there. We immediately backtracked along the trail, calling her name and searching for any sign of where she might have left the group. We found her backpack about a quarter mile behind us, sitting neatly beside the trail as if she had placed it there deliberately. But there was no indication of which direction she had gone or why she had removed her pack. We spent the rest of that day and the entire following day conducting an intensive search of the area around where Rebecca had disappeared. I used every tracking technique I knew, following game trails, checking creek beds, and examining every possible route she might have taken. The other hunters spread out in a grid pattern, calling her name and listening for any response. We found no footprints, no torn clothing, no signs of struggle, and no indication that she had been attacked by a wild animal. On the 2nd night of searching, Marcus Chen also disappeared. He had volunteered to take the first watch while the rest of us got some sleep, and when David woke up at 2 a.m. to relieve him, Marcus was gone. His rifle was still leaning against the tree where he had been sitting, and his coffee cup was still warm, indicating that he had vanished within minutes of David falling asleep. We were now down to 3 people in an area where 2 experienced adults had disappeared without leaving any trace. I made the decision to hike out immediately and contact the authorities rather than continuing to search with our depleted group. We packed only essential survival gear and began hiking toward the trailhead before dawn, moving as fast as the terrain would allow. During that forced march, I began to notice signs that we were being followed by someone or something that was staying parallel to our route, but remaining hidden in the dense forest. The sounds were subtle but consistent, the occasional snap of a twig under a heavy footstep, the rustle of vegetation that was moving against the wind direction, and most disturbing of all, what sounded like human voices conducting quiet conversations in the forest around us. The voices were too distant and muffled to understand individual words, but the rhythm and tone were definitely human speech rather than animal sounds. We reached the trailhead late that afternoon and immediately contacted the Kentucky State Police, who launched a comprehensive search and rescue operation involving helicopters, tracking dogs, and over 40 trained personnel. The search continued for 6 days and covered nearly 50 square miles of mountainous terrain, but no trace of Marcus Chen or Rebecca Morrison was ever found. The official report concluded that both individuals had probably fallen victim to accidents or animal attacks, and that their bodies had been scattered by scavengers or washed away by recent heavy rains. However, 3 weeks after the official search was called off, I returned to the area alone to conduct my own investigation. I was convinced that something more than accidents or animal attacks was responsible for the disappearances, and I wanted to examine the area more thoroughly than had been possible during the emergency search operation. What I found during that solo investigation changed my understanding of what was happening in these mountains. Hidden in a steep ravine about 3 miles from where Marcus and Rebecca had disappeared, I discovered a large cave system that showed clear evidence of human habitation. The caves had been modified with hand-built stone walls, wooden platforms, and crude furniture constructed from logs and salvaged materials. More disturbing were the collections of personal items that filled several of the cave chambers. There were dozens of backpacks, sleeping bags, hunting rifles, and camping equipment that clearly belonged to different people and spanned multiple decades. Many of the items were arranged in neat displays as if someone was maintaining a museum of their victims' possessions. I found driver licenses, credit cards, and hunting licenses with photographs of people I did not recognize, dating back to the 1980s. The most horrifying discovery was in the deepest chamber of the cave system, where I found what can only be described as a workshop for identity theft on a massive scale. There were detailed files on hundreds of individuals, including photocopies of identification documents, handwriting samples, and personal information that could be used to assume someone's identity. The files were organized by physical characteristics such as height, weight, hair color, and facial features, as if someone was cataloging people based on their suitability for impersonation. I also found evidence of sophisticated disguise materials, including prosthetic facial features, hair pieces, and clothing that had been altered to match specific individuals. It became clear that someone was using the remote cave system as a base for capturing hikers and hunters, studying their identities and then assuming their lives by using their personal information and physical appearance. When I examined the files more closely, I found detailed information about Marcus Chen and Rebecca Morrison, including photographs that had been taken during our hunting trip without our knowledge. The files contained their home addresses, employment information, family details, and financial records that could only have been obtained through extensive surveillance and research. I photographed everything I could and left the cave system as quickly as possible, knowing that whoever was responsible for these disappearances would probably return soon. When I reported my findings to the state police, they initially treated me as a person of interest in the disappearances, suspecting that I might be involved in some kind of elaborate insurance fraud scheme. It took weeks of investigation and corroboration before they accepted that I had uncovered evidence of a much larger criminal operation. The subsequent investigation revealed that the cave system had been used as a base for identity theft and murder for over 20 years. The individual responsible was a former military intelligence specialist named William Garrett, who had been presumed dead since 2001 but had actually been living in the mountains and perfecting techniques for stealing identities from people who would not be missed for several days or weeks. Garrett had been systematically targeting solo hikers, small hunting groups, and researchers who worked in remote areas, capturing them and using sophisticated interrogation techniques to extract personal information before eliminating them. He would then use their identities to access bank accounts, sell property, and create false documentation that allowed him to assume multiple identities as needed. The arrest and trial of William Garrett made national news as one of the most extensive identity theft and serial murder cases in Kentucky history. Evidence found in the cave system linked him to over 30 disappearances spanning 2 decades, including several cases that had been classified as accidental deaths or animal attacks. Marcus Chen and Rebecca Morrison were never found, and I believe their identities are still being used by accomplices who were never identified or captured. The mountains that had been my livelihood and my passion became a reminder of how evil can hide in the most beautiful and seemingly peaceful places. I sold the outfitting business and moved back to Montana, where I now work as a ranch hand and try not to think about the hunters who trusted me to keep them safe in country that I thought I understood. The Kentucky mountains will always be home to something more dangerous than bears, venomous snakes, or treacherous terrain. Sometimes the greatest predators are the ones who have learned to wear the faces and live the lives of their victims. I moved to North Carolina to help maintain the Appalachian Trail because I wanted to help people. Trail angels are supposed to provide aid and comfort to hikers. I found out some angels are actually something much darker. My name is Isabella Fernandez. I am 35 years old, and I relocated to the Blue Ridge Mountains from Phoenix, Arizona in 2019 after burning out from 10 years as an EMT in urban emergency services. I thought that working as a trail maintenance coordinator and volunteer trail angel would be the perfect way to use my medical skills while finding peace in the wilderness I had always loved. Trail angels are volunteers who provide assistance to long-distance hikers, offering everything from rides to grocery stores and hot meals to emergency medical care and safe places to rest. The community of trail angels along the Appalachian Trail is legendary for their generosity and dedication to helping strangers complete one of the most challenging hiking adventures in North America. When I moved to North Carolina, I was eager to become part of this tradition of selfless service. I rented a small cabin about 5 miles from the trail in the Nantahala National Forest and began volunteering with the Carolina Mountain Club, which coordinates trail maintenance and hiker services throughout the region. My EMT background made me particularly valuable for providing medical assistance to hikers who were dealing with everything from blisters and dehydration to more serious injuries like broken bones or severe allergic reactions. For the first year, the work was exactly what I had hoped it would be. I spent my days clearing fallen trees from trail sections, repairing damaged bridges and shelters, and maintaining the network of emergency supply caches that provided life-saving resources for hikers in distress. Several times each month, I would receive calls from other trail angels or park rangers requesting medical assistance for hikers who needed more care than basic first aid could provide. The hiking community was everything I had expected it to be: supportive, grateful, and filled with people who had chosen to challenge themselves in the wilderness rather than pursuing material success in urban environments. I felt like I was finally using my skills to make a meaningful difference in people's lives, and I was happier than I had been in years. The first sign that something was wrong came in early spring of 2020, when I started receiving requests for assistance that seemed slightly off compared to my previous experiences. Instead of calls from park rangers or established trail angels, I was being contacted by people who claimed to represent informal hiker assistance networks that I had never heard of before. The requests always involved solo hikers who were supposedly in distress at remote locations well off the main trail. The people making the requests would provide detailed information about the hiker's condition and exact GPS coordinates, but they would insist that I come alone because the hiker was in a psychologically fragile state and would be overwhelmed by too many rescuers. They also emphasized that these were unofficial rescues that should not be reported to park authorities because the hikers were trying to avoid legal complications related to unpermitted camping or other minor violations. Initially, I assumed these requests were coming from an underground network of hikers who were trying to help each other while avoiding bureaucratic complications with park regulations. I responded to 3 of these calls during March and April, hiking to remote locations with my medical equipment to assist hikers who were supposedly suffering from severe dehydration, altitude sickness, or injuries from falls. In each case, when I arrived at the specified coordinates, I found a hiker who matched the description I had been given, exhibiting the symptoms I had been told to expect. However, there were subtle details about these encounters that made me increasingly uncomfortable. The hikers seemed unusually disoriented and confused, often unable to provide clear accounts of how they had become injured or lost. They were also carrying gear that was either inadequate for the conditions they claimed to have been hiking in, or was in much better condition than would be expected after the ordeals they described. Most disturbing was that all 3 hikers insisted on being treated at the remote locations rather than being evacuated to proper medical facilities, even when their conditions seemed to require more advanced care than I could provide in the field. They claimed to have philosophical objections to traditional medical institutions and said they preferred to rely on natural healing methods and the assistance of the hiking community. The pattern became clear during my 4th response call in late April. I was contacted by someone claiming that a female hiker in her 20s had fallen from a cliff and was suffering from a possible spinal injury in a location that required a 2-hour hike through dense forest to reach. When I arrived at the coordinates, I found the hiker exactly as described, lying on a makeshift stretcher and displaying symptoms consistent with serious back trauma. However, while I was conducting my medical assessment, I noticed that we were being observed by at least 3 other people who were positioned in concealed locations around our position. When I called out to them and asked for their assistance, they disappeared into the forest without responding. The injured hiker became extremely agitated when I mentioned seeing other people and insisted that we were completely alone in the area. During my treatment of her injuries, the hiker made several statements that convinced me something was seriously wrong with the situation. She referred to other trail angels who had assisted her in recent weeks, describing them in ways that suggested she had been moved between different locations and treated by multiple people. She also mentioned being given medications that had made her feel confused and disoriented, and she asked me whether the people who had been helping her were really trying to help or were using her for some other purpose. When I suggested that we needed to evacuate her to a hospital for proper treatment of her spinal injury, she became panicked and begged me not to contact any official authorities. She said that the people who had been taking care of her had warned her that involving park rangers or medical personnel would result in serious legal consequences for everyone involved. She claimed that she and several other hikers were being protected by a network of trail angels who were helping them avoid prosecution for various legal problems they were facing. I realized then that I was not responding to legitimate medical emergencies but was being used as part of a system that was holding people against their will under the guise of providing assistance. The injured hiker was not a victim of an accident, but was being kept in a weakened and dependent state by people who were using her need for medical care to control her movements and decisions. I told the hiker that I needed to return to my vehicle to get additional medical supplies, but instead I hiked directly to the nearest location with cell phone coverage and contacted the North Carolina State Police. I provided them with detailed information about the location where I had found the hiker and described the suspicious circumstances surrounding the apparent rescue operation. When state police and park rangers responded to the location later that evening, they found the area completely abandoned. There was evidence that several people had been camping in the area for an extended period, including temporary shelters, cooking equipment, and medical supplies, but no trace of the injured hiker or the people who had been watching us during my treatment. The investigation that followed revealed that I had uncovered a human trafficking operation that was using the reputation and network of legitimate trail angels to identify and capture vulnerable hikers. The operation specifically targeted solo hikers who were estranged from their families, had histories of mental health issues, or were traveling under circumstances that made them unlikely to be reported missing quickly. The traffickers were using fake emergency calls to lure legitimate trail angels to remote locations where they could be evaluated as potential victims or unwitting accomplices. Those who asked too many questions or seemed likely to report suspicious activities were discouraged from further involvement through intimidation or bureaucratic obstacles. Those who were willing to provide services without asking questions were gradually drawn deeper into the operation until they became complicit in the trafficking activities. According to the investigation, the operation had been active for over 2 years and had successfully trafficked at least 12 hikers who had been reported missing along various sections of the Appalachian Trail. The victims were being held in remote facilities throughout the region and were being used for forced labor, sexual exploitation, or other criminal activities that took advantage of their isolation and dependence on their captors for basic survival needs. The people running the operation had extensive knowledge of hiking culture, trail angel networks, and wilderness survival techniques that allowed them to operate effectively in remote areas where law enforcement had limited presence. They had also infiltrated legitimate hiking organizations and online communities, where they gathered intelligence about potential victims and identified trail angels who could be manipulated into providing assistance. Several arrests were made during coordinated raids on suspected trafficking locations throughout western North Carolina and eastern Tennessee. But many of the victims were never recovered and are still listed as missing persons. The investigation also revealed connections to similar operations in other states along the Appalachian Trail corridor, suggesting that this was part of a much larger criminal network that was using America's wilderness areas as hunting grounds for human traffickers. I testified in the trials of the people who were arrested, but the experience fundamentally changed my relationship with the hiking community in wilderness areas that I had thought were safe refuges from urban violence. I moved back to Arizona within 6 months of the investigation and returned to working as an urban EMT, where the dangers are at least visible and predictable. The trail angel community along the Appalachian Trail has implemented new safety protocols and verification procedures to prevent similar infiltration by criminal organizations, but the damage has been done. Hikers who once trusted that any offer of assistance came from genuine Good Samaritans now must carefully evaluate whether the people offering help might have ulterior motives. The wilderness areas that attract people seeking peace and spiritual renewal have been contaminated by predators who understand that our desire to trust and help each other can be weaponized against us. Sometimes the greatest danger in the wilderness is not bears, snakes, or natural hazards, but the people who wear the masks of helpers and protectors while hunting for victims who will never be found. Hello everyone, welcome back to Buried Files. Tonight we venture beyond the city lights into the forgotten corners of rural America with 8 chilling accounts that prove isolation breeds the darkest secrets. In this episode, we will journey through remote farmlands, abandoned back roads, and forgotten homesteads with 8 harrowing tales of countryside terror drawn from the authentic experiences of those who survived to share their stories. Each narrative has been meticulously documented from first-hand testimonies of individuals who witnessed horrors hidden in plain sight across America's heartland. To protect the identities of those brave enough to come forward, certain names and specific locations have been carefully altered while preserving the terrifying truth of their experiences. If you are new here, make sure to subscribe to Buried Files for spine-chilling true horror content that exposes the darkness lurking in unexpected places. Hit that notification bell so you never miss when we uncover the buried truths that others fear to speak. Drop a comment below and let us know which type of rural horror story disturbs you most, and do not forget to share your own countryside encounters if you dare. Now let us begin our descent into the isolated terror that awaits beyond the last streetlight. So this is actually my late grandfather's story, but I found his journal after we cleared out the old farmhouse. The entry was dated October 15th, 1987, and it started with, "The Kowalski place has been empty for 3 years, but someone's been lighting fires in their kitchen every night this week." I never knew my grandfather kept a journal until we found it tucked inside his old tool chest, wrapped in plastic like it was some kind of treasure he needed to protect. My grandmother had passed 5 years earlier, and when we went through their belongings, most of it was just the usual stuff you'd expect from people who lived through the Depression. But this journal, this changed everything I thought I knew about the quiet man who taught me how to fix engines and never talked about his past. The Kowalski place sat about 2 miles down the gravel road from my grandparents' ranch, separated by nothing but rolling hills and barbed wire fencing that had seen better decades. According to what I learned from my grandmother years later, the Kowalskis had been decent neighbors for about 15 years. They kept to themselves mostly, raised a few head of cattle, and Mrs. Kowalski would bring over fresh bread every Christmas morning. Then one day in 1984, they just packed up and left. No goodbye, no forwarding address, just an empty house with the windows boarded up and weeds starting to claim the front porch. My grandfather wrote in his journal that he'd been noticing strange lights coming from the abandoned house for about a week before he decided to investigate. He described the lights as orange and flickering, definitely from the kitchen window, and they would appear every night around 9 o'clock and burn until sometime after midnight. He wrote that he'd mentioned it to my grandmother, but she insisted it was probably just teenagers using the place to party, or maybe someone passing through looking for shelter. But my grandfather had a different feeling about it, something that made his stomach turn every time he saw those lights dancing behind the dirty glass. On October 16th, the day after that first entry, my grandfather wrote that he'd walked over to the Kowalski place in broad daylight to get a better look. He brought his rifle, not because he was looking for trouble, but because out there in Wyoming you just never knew what kind of wildlife might have taken up residence in an abandoned building. When he got close to the house, he could smell something that reminded him of his time in Vietnam. Something he described as the smell of meat left too long in the sun but sweeter, like someone had tried to cover it up with perfume. The front door was still boarded up, but my grandfather noticed that the boards over the kitchen window had been removed and stacked neatly beside the house. The window itself was clean, cleaner than it had any right to be after 3 years of Wyoming weather. He wrote that he could see into the kitchen from where he stood, and everything looked exactly like the Kowalskis had left it. The table was still set for 2, with plates and silverware waiting for a meal that would never come. The old wood-burning stove sat in the corner, and my grandfather could see fresh ashes in the firebox, still warm to the touch when he reached through the window to check. That night, my grandfather positioned himself in his own kitchen with a pair of binoculars and waited. At exactly 9:15, the lights appeared again, but this time he could see more than just the flickering glow. According to his journal entry from October 17th, he watched 2 figures moving around the Kowalski kitchen, and they were definitely not teenagers or drifters looking for shelter. He described them as a man and a woman, both dressed in what looked like the same clothes the Kowalskis used to wear. The man had on overalls and a flannel shirt, while the woman wore a simple dress with an apron tied around her waist. My grandfather wrote that he watched them for over an hour, and they seemed to be going through the motions of preparing and eating dinner. They would sit at the table, lift forks to their mouths, and even appear to be having conversation. But something about their movement seemed wrong to him. He described it as watching actors who had forgotten their lines, going through the motions of a play they barely remembered. The strangest part was that he never saw them actually eat anything, despite the fact that they spent the entire time making the gestures of people sharing a meal. The next few journal entries document my grandfather's growing obsession with the lights in the Kowalski house. He started timing their appearances, noting that they showed up at exactly the same time every night and lasted for exactly the same duration. He also started paying attention to other details that he'd initially missed. The figures never seemed to acknowledge the outside world, never looked toward the windows, or acted like they were aware that anyone might be watching them. They also never seemed to bring any food into the house or take any dishes away when they finished their nightly routine. On October 22nd, my grandfather decided to get a closer look. He wrote that he'd been losing sleep over the whole situation and needed to know what was really happening in that kitchen. He waited until the figures appeared at their usual time, then crept across the field between the two properties, staying low and moving slowly to avoid being seen. When he got close enough to peer directly through the kitchen window, what he saw made him question his own sanity. The man and woman were sitting at the table just like he'd observed through his binoculars, but up close he could see that their faces were wrong. My grandfather struggled to describe exactly what he meant by this, but he wrote that their features seemed blurred, like someone had smudged a photograph before it dried. Their eyes were completely black, not just the pupils but the entire visible portion, and when they moved their mouths as if speaking, no sound came out. Most disturbing of all, my grandfather could see that the plates in front of them held nothing but what looked like small piles of dirt and dead insects. My grandfather wrote that he watched in horror as the woman picked up a fork, stabbed it into the pile of dirt on her plate, and brought it to her mouth. She chewed methodically, dirt falling from the corners of her lips, while the man did the same with what appeared to be a collection of dead beetles and moths. They ate in complete silence, never acknowledging each other or showing any sign that they were aware of my grandfather's presence just outside their window. The journal entry from October 23rd reveals that my grandfather had barely slept the night before, and he'd started to wonder if he was having some kind of breakdown. He wrote that he'd considered talking to someone about what he'd seen, but he knew how crazy it would sound. Instead, he decided to document everything as carefully as possible, hoping that writing it down would help him make sense of the situation, or at least provide evidence if anyone ever questioned his mental state. That night, my grandfather returned to his observation post in his own kitchen, but this time he brought a camera. He'd managed to borrow a telephoto lens from a friend in town, and he was determined to get photographic evidence of whatever was happening in the Kowalski house. At exactly 9:15, the lights appeared as usual, and my grandfather started taking pictures. Through the camera lens, he could see the two figures more clearly than ever before. And what he saw convinced him that whatever was happening in that house had nothing to do with the living world. The figures moved with a jerky, unnatural rhythm, like marionettes being controlled by someone who wasn't quite sure how puppets were supposed to work. Their heads would snap from side to side at odd angles, and sometimes they would freeze in the middle of an action for several seconds before continuing. Most disturbing of all, my grandfather noticed that they cast no shadows, despite the fact that the kitchen was lit by what appeared to be candlelight from several sources. On October 25th, my grandfather wrote that he'd developed the photographs he'd taken, and they showed nothing but an empty kitchen. The lights were visible in the pictures, but the figures he'd been watching night after night simply weren't there. This discovery sent him into what he described as a spiral of doubt and fear that lasted for several days. He questioned whether he was losing his mind, whether the isolation of ranch life had finally gotten to him, or whether he was experiencing some kind of delayed reaction to his experiences in Vietnam. But then, on October 30th, something happened that convinced my grandfather that whatever he'd been seeing was real, even if the camera couldn't capture it. He wrote that he'd been awakened at around 3 in the morning by the sound of knocking at his front door. When he looked outside, he saw the same 2 figures from the Kowalski house standing on his porch. They looked exactly as they had in the abandoned kitchen, complete with the blurred features and completely black eyes. But now they were at his door, apparently wanting to come inside. My grandfather wrote that he stood frozen in his hallway, afraid to make any sound that might alert the figures to his presence. The knocking continued for what felt like hours, a steady, rhythmic sound that seemed to echo through the entire house. Between the knocks, my grandfather could hear what sounded like whispered conversation, but the words were in a language he didn't recognize, something that sounded like a combination of static and wind through dead trees. The journal entry from October 31st, the last one my grandfather ever wrote about the Kowalski house, describes how he spent the entire night huddled in his bedroom closet with his rifle across his knees. The knocking had stopped sometime around dawn, and when he finally worked up the courage to look outside, the figures were gone. But they'd left something behind that made my grandfather pack up his things and drive into town to stay with friends for the next 2 weeks. Someone had arranged small piles of dirt and dead insects on his front porch. Dozens of them, each one carefully placed in a perfect circle around his door. The dirt looked like it had been scraped from a grave, dark and rich and full of things that my grandfather didn't want to identify. The insects were all the same types he'd seen the figures eating in the Kowalski kitchen, beetles and moths and other creatures that looked like they'd been dead for months. The final entry in my grandfather's journal, dated November 15th, simply says, "The lights in the Kowalski house have stopped. I hope they've moved on to wherever they belong, but I have a feeling they'll be back someday, and next time they might not be content to just knock on the door." My grandfather never wrote another word about the Kowalski house, but he never went back to his ranch either. He sold the property 6 months later and moved into town, where he lived until his death 15 years ago. When I asked my grandmother about why they'd left the ranch so suddenly, she always said it was because my grandfather had gotten too old for the isolation and hard work. But after finding his journal, I realized she'd been protecting a secret that was too strange and terrifying for most people to accept. Last year, I drove out to where the old ranch used to be just to see what had become of the place. The house my grandparents lived in has been torn down, but the Kowalski place is still standing and it's still empty. The current landowner told me that he's tried to rent it out several times over the years, but tenants never stay more than a few weeks. They all complain about strange lights in the kitchen and the sound of knocking at their doors in the middle of the night. I didn't tell him what I'd read in my grandfather's journal, but I made sure to visit the property during daylight hours. Even in the bright Wyoming sunshine, the Kowalski house felt wrong somehow, like a place where something terrible had happened and never quite finished happening. I didn't stick around to see if the lights still appear at 9:15 every night, but I have a feeling that some things never really leave. They just wait patiently for the next person who's curious enough to look too closely. The strangest part of my grandfather's story isn't the supernatural elements or the unexplained phenomena. It's the fact that a man who survived combat in Vietnam and spent 40 years working a ranch in one of the most isolated parts of America could be driven from his home by something he couldn't fight or understand. Whatever those figures were, whatever they wanted, it was enough to convince a tough, practical man that some battles aren't worth fighting, and some mysteries are better left unsolved. I am going to tell you exactly what I told Sheriff Morrison that night in November 2019, word for word, because I have gone over it 1,000 times in my head. Sheriff, you asked me why I will not let my kids go to any Halloween activities. Well, let me tell you about what happened when I was 12 years old at the Brennan family corn maze. This was back in October 1995, and the Brennan farm was about 15 miles outside of our little town of Clearwater. Population 837 if you counted the Hendricks twins who lived in that trailer behind the grain elevator. The Brennans had been running their corn maze for maybe 3 years at that point, and it had become the biggest Halloween attraction for 50 miles in any direction. Kids would come from as far away as North Platte just to get lost in their maze and scared by whatever surprises they had waiting in there. Now you have to understand something about rural Nebraska in the 90s. There was not much for kids to do, especially in October when the weather started turning cold and the days got shorter. We had already been through all the good fishing spots, we had ridden our bikes down every gravel road worth exploring, and most of us were too young to be interested in the kinds of trouble that the high school kids got into. So when the Brennan corn maze opened up each year, it was like Christmas morning for every kid in 3 counties. My best friend at the time was a kid named Danny Kowalczyk, and his older brother Marcus was supposed to take us to the maze that Saturday afternoon. But Marcus came down with some kind of stomach bug, or at least that is what he told his mother. I suspect he was just hungover from whatever he and his buddies had been drinking the night before. But Mrs. Kowalczyk believed him and told Danny that we would have to wait until the following weekend to go to the maze. Well, Danny was not having any of that. He had been talking about the corn maze for weeks, and he had already bragged to half our class that he was going to be the first kid to make it through without getting scared. So he came up with what seemed like a perfectly reasonable plan at the time. We would ride our bikes out to the Brennan farm on our own, pay the $5 admission fee, go through the maze, and be back home before dark. What could possibly go wrong? I should have known something was off when we got to the farm and saw how few cars were in the parking area. Usually the place would be packed on a Saturday afternoon, especially this close to Halloween. But there were maybe 6 or 7 vehicles there, mostly pickup trucks that belonged to local families. The Brennan farmhouse looked the same as always. White clapboard siding with green shutters and a wraparound porch decorated with pumpkins and corn stalks. But something about the whole scene felt different, quieter somehow. Mrs. Brennan was sitting at a card table near the entrance to the maze, just like she did every year. She was a pleasant woman in her 50s with graying hair and a friendly smile, the kind of person who would send you home with a plate of cookies if you helped her carry in groceries. But when we walked up to pay our admission, she looked at us with what I can only describe as concern. She asked us where our parents were, and when we told her that we had ridden our bikes out there by ourselves, she shook her head and said that maybe we should come back another day with adult supervision. Danny started to argue with her, saying that we were old enough to handle a corn maze and that we had been looking forward to this for weeks. I could see Mrs. Brennan wavering, probably remembering when she was 12 and desperate for some excitement. Finally, she sighed and took our $10, but she made us promise that we would stick together no matter what happened in the maze. She also gave us each a whistle and told us to blow them if we got separated, or if we needed help for any reason. At the time, I thought she was just being overly cautious, the way adults always seem to be when kids wanted to have any real fun. Looking back, I realized she was trying to protect us from something she knew was waiting in that maze. The entrance to the corn maze was marked by 2 tall posts with a wooden sign that read Brennan Family Corn Maze, Enter at your own risk. The corn stalks on either side of the entrance were easily 8 feet tall, thick and healthy from what had been a good growing season. Once you stepped between those posts, the world outside the maze just disappeared. All you could see was corn in every direction, and all you could hear was the rustling of the stalks in the October wind. Danny immediately took charge, declaring that he had studied maps of corn mazes online and knew the secret to getting through them quickly. His strategy was to always turn right when we came to a dead end, which he claimed would eventually lead us to the center of the maze and then back out again. I had no better plan, so I followed him as we started making our way through the narrow pathways between the corn rows. The first 15 or 20 minutes were exactly what you would expect from a corn maze. We hit a few dead ends, backtracked, tried different routes, and gradually worked our way deeper into the maze. We could hear other people somewhere else in the maze, voices echoing off the corn stalks, but we never saw anyone. The pathways were wide enough for 2 people to walk side by side, and the corn was so thick that you could not see more than a few feet in any direction. That is when we started finding the scarecrows. The first one was just a traditional scarecrow, the kind you might see in any cornfield. It was made from old clothes stuffed with straw, with a burlap sack for a head and a floppy hat. But there was something about the way it was positioned that made both of us stop and stare. Instead of being mounted on a post, like a normal scarecrow, this one was sitting on a wooden chair that had been placed right in the middle of the pathway. Its head was tilted to one side like it was listening to something, and its straw-stuffed arms were positioned like it was reaching for whoever might walk by. Danny laughed and said that the Brennans were really going all out with their decorations this year. He walked right up to the scarecrow and poked it in the chest, making jokes about how realistic it looked. But I noticed that the clothes the scarecrow was wearing were not the usual old work clothes you would expect. This scarecrow was wearing a relatively new flannel shirt and blue jeans that looked like they had been worn recently. The boots on its feet were muddy, like someone had been walking around the farm in them just that morning. We took a few pictures with Danny's disposable camera and continued deeper into the maze. But the further we went, the more scarecrows we encountered, and each one was stranger than the last. The second one we found was standing at a crossroads where 4 pathways met, and it was pointing down one of the paths like it was giving directions. This one was wearing a woman's dress and had long brown hair that looked suspiciously real hanging down from under its floppy hat. The third scarecrow was the one that made me start feeling really uncomfortable. It was positioned around a corner in such a way that you would almost walk right into it before you saw it. This one was wearing a Letterman jacket from our high school, and the name stitched on the front read, Kawaltsiki. Danny went pale when he saw it because his older brother Marcus had a jacket just like that one. In fact, Danny was pretty sure this was Marcus's jacket, which should have been hanging in his bedroom closet back home. We spent about 10 minutes examining that scarecrow, trying to figure out how the Brennans could have gotten hold of Marcus's jacket. The only explanation we could come up with was that Marcus had somehow loaned it to them for their Halloween display, but that did not make any sense. Marcus was proud of that jacket and protective of it. He would never let anyone else wear it, much less use it to dress up a scarecrow. Danny tried to pull the jacket off the scarecrow to get a better look at it, but it seemed to be attached somehow. The more he tugged at it, the more agitated he became, and finally he started yelling at the scarecrow, demanding to know how it had gotten his brother's jacket. That is when I noticed that the scarecrow's head had shifted slightly, like it was turning to look at Danny while he yelled. I told Danny that we should leave the jacket alone and keep moving through the maze, but he was fixated on it. He was convinced that someone had stolen the jacket from his house and was using it to mess with us. He started talking about how we should find whoever was in charge of the maze and demand an explanation. But when he tried to use the whistle that Mrs. Brennan had given us, it would not make any sound. He blew as hard as he could, but nothing came out. That is when we heard the laughter. It was coming from somewhere deeper in the maze, a low chuckling sound that seemed to echo off the cornstalks from multiple directions at once. It did not sound like the kind of laughter you would hear from other visitors having fun in the maze. This was darker, more menacing, like someone was laughing at a joke that we were not in on. Danny and I looked at each other, and I could see that he was starting to get scared too. We decided to abandon his right turn strategy and just focus on finding our way out of the maze as quickly as possible. But no matter which direction we went, we seemed to keep running into more scarecrows. They were everywhere now, positioned at every turn and crossroads. Some were sitting, some were standing, and some were posed in ways that made them look like they were dancing or playing games with each other. The worst part was that they were all wearing clothes that looked familiar. One was wearing a dress that I was pretty sure belonged to my third-grade teacher, Mrs. Patterson. Another was wearing a sheriff's uniform that looked exactly like the one Sheriff Morrison wore, complete with the badge and nameplate. There was even one wearing the same type of overalls that my grandfather always wore when he worked in his garden. As we got deeper into the maze, the scarecrows started looking more and more realistic. Their faces, which had been simple burlap sacks with painted features near the entrance, were now much more detailed. Some had faces that looked almost human, with realistic eyes and mouths that seemed to be smiling or frowning. One scarecrow that we passed had eyes that I swear followed us as we walked by. Danny was getting increasingly frantic, turning down pathways at random and sometimes doubling back when he realized we had been down the same route before. The sun was starting to get lower in the sky, and the shadows between the cornstalks were getting longer and darker. We had been in the maze for over an hour, and we were no closer to finding the exit than when we had started. That is when we found the scarecrow that was wearing Danny's clothes. It was sitting on a wooden stump in a small clearing, wearing the exact same red t-shirt and blue jeans that Danny had on. The same sneakers, the same baseball cap, even the same digital watch that his parents had given him for his birthday. But the most disturbing thing was the face. Instead of a burlap sack, this scarecrow had a face that looked exactly like Danny's, down to the freckles on his nose and the small scar on his chin from when he had fallen off his bike the previous summer. Danny started screaming when he saw it, not yelling or shouting, but actual screaming, the kind of sound you make when you are absolutely terrified and your mind cannot process what you are seeing. He grabbed my arm and started pulling me away from the scarecrow. But no matter which direction we went, we kept ending up back in the same clearing with the same scarecrow wearing his face. That is when I realized that we were not alone in the clearing. There were other people there, standing motionless between the cornstalks like they were part of the maze decorations. At first I thought they were just more scarecrows, but then I noticed that they were breathing. They were real people, but they were standing perfectly still with their arms at their sides and their eyes staring straight ahead. I recognized some of them. There was Tommy Richardson, who had graduated from our high school 3 years earlier and then disappeared one day without telling anyone where he was going. There was Mrs. Henderson, who used to run the post office before she had stopped showing up to work the previous spring. There was even Marcus Kowalczyk, Danny's older brother, wearing the same clothes he had been wearing when he said he was too sick to take us to the maze. They were all just standing there, not moving, not talking, not even blinking. But they were alive. I could see their chests rising and falling as they breathed, and occasionally one of them would twitch slightly, like they were trying to move but could not quite manage it. Danny was calling his brother's name, begging him to respond, but Marcus just stood there staring at nothing. That is when the man appeared. He stepped out from between the cornstalks like he had been waiting there for us to find him. He was tall and thin, wearing dark clothes that seemed to blend with the shadows between the corn rows. His face was pale and gaunt, with deep-set eyes that seemed to reflect light like an animal's. But the most disturbing thing about him was his smile. He had the kind of smile that you might see on someone who had just heard the funniest joke in the world. Except there was nothing funny about our situation. He told us that we were the guests of honor at his harvest festival, and that we should feel privileged to be chosen for such a special role. He explained that every year he selected a few special visitors to join his collection, people who would help him tend to his maze and make it more interesting for future guests. The scarecrows, he said, were just the beginning. The real magic happened when he found people who were willing to become permanent residents of his maze. Danny asked him what he had done to his brother, and the man laughed, that same chuckling sound we had heard earlier. He said that Marcus was perfectly safe and that he was simply learning to appreciate the simple pleasures of country life. All of his new residents, he explained, discovered that there was great peace to be found in standing still and letting the world move around them. They no longer had to worry about jobs or relationships or any of the complicated problems of modern life. I grabbed Danny's hand and we ran. We did not have any plan or strategy. We just ran as fast as we could through the corn maze, taking turns at random and hoping that we would somehow find our way out. Behind us, we could hear the man laughing and calling after us, telling us that we could not leave the maze until he gave us permission. He said that the maze would keep us there as long as he wanted, and that eventually we would get tired and have to stop running. But we did not stop. We ran until our lungs burned and our legs felt like they were going to collapse. And somehow, miraculously, we found ourselves back at the entrance where Mrs. Brennan was still sitting at her card table. She looked up at us with a sad expression, like she had been expecting us to come running out of the maze in exactly this condition. She did not ask us what had happened or why we looked so terrified. She just told us to get on our bikes and ride straight home and to never come back to the maze again. She also made us promise that we would not tell anyone what we had seen in there because no one would believe us and it would only cause trouble for everyone involved. We rode our bikes home as fast as we could, and I have never ridden past the Brennan farm since then. Danny and I never talked about what happened that day, not even to each other. When people asked us how the corn maze was, we just said it was fine and changed the subject. When Danny's parents asked him where Marcus was, he told them that Marcus had said he was going to spend the night at a friend's house. Marcus never came home. His parents filed a missing person report and the sheriff organized search parties, but they never found any trace of him. The official explanation was that he had run away from home, maybe to join the military or find work in a bigger city. His parents eventually stopped talking about him, and after a few years, it was like he had never existed at all. The Brennan family stopped running their corn maze after that year. Mrs. Brennan told people that they were getting too old to maintain it properly, and that the insurance costs were getting too high. The cornfield where the maze used to be was planted with soybeans the following spring, and it has been soybeans ever since. But sometimes when I drive past the Brennan farm on my way to the grain elevator, I can see people standing in that soybean field. They are too far away for me to recognize their faces, but they are just standing there motionless, like they are waiting for something. And sometimes when the wind is blowing just right, I can hear that same chuckling laughter that we heard in the maze. That is why I will not let my kids go to Halloween activities, Sheriff Morrison. Because I know that there are things out there that use our celebrations and traditions as hunting grounds. They use our desire for fun and excitement to lure us into situations where we become vulnerable. And once they have you, they do not let you go. Danny Kowalczyk moved away from Clearwater the day after he graduated from high school. He left town without saying goodbye to anyone, including me, and I have not heard from him since. But I understand why he had to leave. Some experiences change you in ways that make it impossible to stay in the place where they happened. I stayed in Clearwater because this is my home, and because I feel like I have a responsibility to make sure that what happened to us does not happen to other kids. Every Halloween, I make sure to drive past every farm and rural attraction in the county just to see if there are any new corn mazes or haunted attractions that might be more than they appear to be. So far, everything has been normal. Just regular families trying to make a little extra money during the Halloween season, with regular decorations and regular scares. But I keep watching, because I know that someday something like the Brennan maze might appear again. And when it does, I want to be ready to warn people before they make the same mistake that Danny and I made that October afternoon in 1995. That is my statement, Sheriff Morrison. I know it sounds crazy, and I know you probably think I am making it all up or that I misremembered what happened when I was a kid. But I am telling you the absolute truth, and I will swear to it on a stack of Bibles if you want me to. There are things in this world that use our own celebrations against us, and we ignore them at our own peril. Being a mail carrier in rural Kentucky means you see things that aren't meant to be seen. Most days it's just elderly folks excited for their Social Security checks. But Route 47 had one address that made my skin crawl every time I had to drive down that gravel road. The mailbox said Hendricks, but I'm pretty sure whatever lived in that house wasn't human. I started working for the Postal Service in 2019, fresh out of college with a degree I couldn't use and student loans I couldn't ignore. The job wasn't glamorous, but it paid the bills and got me out of the apartment I was sharing with two roommates who thought hygiene was optional. Rural mail delivery seemed like it would be peaceful, maybe even therapeutic, driving through the beautiful Kentucky countryside, delivering letters and packages to people who were genuinely happy to see you. My route covered about 60 square miles of some of the most isolated farmland and forested hills in eastern Kentucky. The kind of place where your GPS gives up and you have to rely on handwritten directions from the postmaster. Most of my stops were at the end of long dirt driveways, serving families who had been living on the same land for generations. They were good people, the kind who would invite you in for sweet tea and ask about your family like they had known you all your life. But the Hendricks place was different from the very first day I had to deliver mail there. The mailbox sat at the end of a gravel road that curved up into the hills, disappearing behind a thick stand of pine trees that blocked any view of the house from the main road. The mailbox itself was newer than most of the others on my route, painted bright red with Hendricks, stenciled in black letters across the side. But there was something about it that felt wrong, like someone had tried too hard to make it look normal. The first time I drove up that gravel road to deliver a package that wouldn't fit in the mailbox, I got about halfway to the house before I started feeling sick to my stomach. It wasn't motion sickness from the winding road or anything like that. It was a deep, primitive kind of fear that made the hair on the back of my neck stand up and my hands shake on the steering wheel. Every instinct I had was telling me to turn around and get away from that place as fast as possible. But I needed the job, and leaving mail undelivered was a good way to lose it. So I kept driving up that gravel road even though my heart was pounding and I was starting to sweat despite the cool October weather. The trees on either side of the road were dense and dark, creating a tunnel effect that made it feel like I was driving deeper underground instead of up into the hills. When I finally reached the clearing where the house sat, what I saw made me question whether I was losing my mind. The house itself looked normal enough, a single-story ranch-style building with vinyl siding and a metal roof. But there were things scattered around the yard that didn't belong in any normal residential setting. There were dozens of metal stakes driven into the ground in perfect geometric patterns, each one about 3 feet tall with something tied to the top that looked like strips of fabric or paper fluttering in the wind. The front yard was divided into sections by what looked like surveyor's tape stretched between wooden posts, creating a grid pattern that extended from the house to the edge of the tree line. Each section contained something different. One had what appeared to be animal bones arranged in circles. Another had pieces of broken mirror stuck into the ground at regular intervals, reflecting the sunlight in harsh, painful flashes. A third section was completely bare except for dark stains in the soil that looked suspiciously like dried blood. I sat in my mail truck for several minutes trying to decide whether I should deliver the package or just mark it as undeliverable and drive away. That's when I noticed that someone was watching me from the house. There was a figure standing at one of the windows, perfectly still, and even from 50 feet away I could tell that whoever it was wasn't moving at all, not even to breathe. They just stood there staring at my truck with an intensity that made my skin crawl. I decided to compromise. I would walk to the front door, leave the package, and get out of there as quickly as possible. But as I walked across that bizarre front yard, stepping carefully around the stakes and tape and mirror fragments, I started noticing details that made the whole situation even more disturbing. The strips of fabric tied to the stakes weren't fabric at all. They were pieces of clothing, children's clothing, faded and weathered like they had been hanging there for years. The bones in the circles weren't from the kinds of animals you would expect to find on a rural Kentucky farm. Some of them were too small to be from cattle or pigs, but too large to be from chickens or rabbits. And they were arranged in patterns that seemed deliberate, almost ritualistic, like someone had been using them for some kind of ceremony or sacrifice. When I got to the front door, I could hear sounds coming from inside the house that didn't make any sense. There was a rhythmic tapping, like someone hammering nails, but it was too fast and too regular to be any kind of normal construction work. Underneath that was a low humming sound, like machinery running. But it had an organic quality that made me think of insects or maybe even human voices. I left the package by the door and walked back to my truck as quickly as I could without running. The figure in the window never moved, never acknowledged my presence, just continued staring with that unblinking intensity. As I drove back down the gravel road, I checked my rearview mirror and saw that the figure had moved to a different window, one that gave them a better view of the road. They were still there, still staring, when I reached the main road and they disappeared behind the trees. That night I called my supervisor and asked if there was anything unusual about the Hendricks address that I should know about. He said he'd never heard anything strange about them, but the previous mail carrier on that route had requested a transfer after only 6 months. When I asked why, he said the guy claimed he was having nightmares about one of the houses on his route, but he never said which one or what the dreams were about. The next delivery to the Hendricks place came 2 weeks later. This time it was just regular mail, so I could leave it in the mailbox without having to drive up to the house. But when I opened the mailbox to put the letters inside, I found something that made me immediately slam it shut and step back. There were dozens of photographs stuffed into the mailbox, all of them showing the same thing. Me. Walking across their front yard, leaving the package, getting back into my truck. Someone had been watching me from multiple locations and taking pictures the entire time I was on their property. The photographs were taken from different angles and distances, suggesting that there had been more than one person watching me, or that someone had moved very quickly between different vantage points while I was delivering the package. Some of the photos were taken from ground level, as if someone had been hiding in the tall grass or behind the trees. Others were taken from above, like someone had been in the trees or on the roof of the house. I should have reported it to the police right then, but I was young and stupid and convinced myself that there had to be some innocent explanation. Maybe they were having problems with theft or vandalism and were documenting everyone who came onto their property. Maybe they were just paranoid about strangers and wanted to keep records for their own protection. I took the photographs with me and threw them away, hoping that would be the end of it. But it wasn't the end. Every time I had to deliver mail to the Hendricks place after that, there were more photographs in the mailbox. Pictures of me driving up their road, pictures of me walking to their door, pictures of me back at the post office sorting mail, pictures of me at home in my apartment. Someone was following me, documenting my daily routine and using the mail delivery as a way to let me know that they were watching. The photographs got progressively more disturbing. Some showed me sleeping in my bedroom, taken from outside my window. Others showed me grocery shopping, getting gas, visiting friends. There were even pictures of me at places I didn't remember going or doing things I didn't remember doing, like I was being watched constantly and had become so accustomed to the surveillance that I wasn't even aware of it anymore. The worst ones were the pictures that seemed to have been taken from impossible angles or distances. Photos of me from directly overhead, as if someone had been floating in the air above me. Pictures that showed perfect detail of my face and expressions from hundreds of yards away, far beyond what any normal camera lens could accomplish. And there were pictures that showed me in places I had never been, doing things I had never done. But that looked absolutely real and convincing. I finally worked up the courage to drive back up to the Hendricks house and confront whoever was living there. This was a mistake that I still regret making, but at the time I was angry and scared and convinced that a direct confrontation was the only way to make the harassment stop. I drove up that gravel road on a Saturday afternoon when I wouldn't be in my official mail truck and wouldn't be violating any postal service policies. When I got to the clearing where the house sat, I could see immediately that things had changed since my last delivery. The stakes in the yard had been rearranged into different patterns, and there were new additions that made the whole scene even more disturbing. There were mannequins scattered around the property, dressed in mail carrier uniforms that looked exactly like the one I wore to work. Some of the mannequins were positioned like they were walking toward the house. Others were face down in the dirt like they had fallen or been knocked over. One mannequin was hanging from a tree branch by a rope around its neck, spinning slowly in the breeze. It was wearing a name tag that said Delilah in the same font and style as the official Postal Service name tags. When I got closer, I could see that it wasn't just wearing a mail carrier uniform. It was wearing clothes that I recognized as identical to ones in my own closet, down to the specific brand of shoes and the style of watch I wore to work. I walked up to the front door and knocked, ready to demand answers about the photographs and the surveillance and the creepy mannequins. But when the door opened, the person standing there wasn't what I had been expecting. It was a woman in her 50s, pleasant-looking, wearing a floral dress and an apron like she had been cooking dinner. She looked completely normal, like someone's grandmother, not at all like the kind of person who would engage in stalking and harassment. She smiled at me and said that she had been wondering when I would finally come to visit. She invited me in for coffee and said she had something special to show me that she thought I would find very interesting. Against every instinct I had, I followed her into the house, partly because she seemed so normal and harmless, and partly because I was curious about what kind of person could live in a place surrounded by such disturbing displays. The inside of the house was even more disturbing than the outside. Every wall was covered with photographs, hundreds of them, all showing the same person. Me. Pictures of me from infancy to the present day, including photos that I knew for certain had never been taken. Baby pictures that my own mother didn't have. School photos from years when I had been homeschooled. Vacation pictures from trips I had never taken to places I had never been. The woman, who introduced herself as Mrs. Hendricks, explained that she had been documenting my entire life as part of a project she was working on. She said that I had been chosen for this project when I was very young, and that everything I had ever done, every place I had ever been, every person I had ever met, had been carefully planned and arranged to serve the purposes of her research. She showed me filing cabinets full of documents related to my life. Report cards from schools I didn't remember attending, medical records from doctors I had never seen, employment records from jobs I had never had. There were detailed charts tracking my daily routines, my relationships, my preferences and habits. There were psychological profiles and behavioral analyses that went back decades, written in the kind of clinical language you would expect to find in a research facility or government laboratory. Mrs. Hendricks explained that I wasn't the first mail carrier to be selected for the project. There had been others before me, and there would be others after me when my part in the research was complete. She showed me photographs of previous mail carriers, all of them young women who looked similar to me, all of them documented in the same obsessive detail throughout their entire lives. When I asked what happened to the previous subjects when their participation in the project was finished, Mrs. Hendricks smiled, that same pleasant grandmother smile, and said that they had moved on to the next phase of the research. She led me to a back room that I immediately wished I had never seen. There were mannequins there too, but these ones weren't wearing uniforms. They were wearing the skin and hair of real people, preserved in some way that made them look almost alive, but not quite right. I ran. I didn't ask any more questions or try to get any more answers. I just ran out of that house and down that gravel road faster than I had ever run in my life. I got in my car and drove straight to the police station where I tried to explain what I had seen and experienced. But when the officers went to investigate the Hendricks property, they found it completely empty. No house, no mannequins, no strange displays in the yard. Just an empty lot with no signs that anyone had ever lived there. The official explanation was that I had been under stress from my job and had experienced some kind of breakdown or hallucination. The Postal Service transferred me to a different route, and I never had to drive down that gravel road again. But I kept all of the photographs that had been left in the mailbox, and they're all still there, clear evidence that something really happened. I quit the Postal Service 6 months later and moved to a different state. I work in an office now, a nice, safe job where I never have to make deliveries to isolated houses or deal with people who might not be entirely human. But sometimes when I'm checking my mail at my apartment complex, I find photographs that I know I didn't take, showing me in places I don't remember being, doing things I don't remember doing. And sometimes late at night I can hear the sound of gravel crunching outside my window like someone is walking up a long driveway that doesn't exist, coming to make a delivery that I don't want to receive. The rural countryside might look peaceful and innocent, but there are things living out there in the isolated places that use our routines and our jobs as ways to get close to us, to study us, to add us to their collections. I never found out what Mrs. Hendricks was really researching or why she had chosen me for her project. But I know that there are others out there, other people whose entire lives have been documented and manipulated by forces they don't understand for purposes they can't imagine. The next time you see your mail carrier walking up your driveway, remember that they might be carrying more than just letters and packages. They might be carrying the documentation of your entire existence compiled by someone who has been watching you far longer than you could ever imagine. I moved to Louisiana in 2020 to study alligator migration patterns for my master's thesis. Local fishermen warned me about night research, said some waters aren't meant to be disturbed after dark. I thought they were just being superstitious until I set up my equipment near Dead Man's Cove and discovered what the gators were really feeding on. When I first arrived in St. Bernard Parish, about 40 miles southeast of New Orleans, I was excited to finally be conducting field research instead of just reading about it in academic journals. My advisor at Tulane had connected me with the Louisiana Department of Wildlife and Fisheries, and they had given me permission to tag and track alligators in some of the more remote waterways that most researchers avoided because of access issues. The local wildlife office was run by a man named Claude Boudreau, who had been working in the Louisiana wetlands for over 30 years. He was the kind of person who could tell you everything about the ecosystem just by looking at the watercolor and smelling the air. When I explained my research project to him, he was enthusiastic and helpful, offering me the use of a small airboat and giving me detailed maps of the waterways where I was most likely to find the kind of alligator populations I needed for my study. But when I mentioned that I would need to do most of my work at night, since that's when alligators are most active, Claude's demeanor changed completely. He started asking me a lot of questions about exactly where I planned to set up my equipment and whether I had considered doing the research during daylight hours instead. When I insisted that nighttime research was essential for accurate data collection, he reluctantly agreed to help me, but made me promise that I would stay in radio contact with his office and that I would never work alone. The area where I was planning to conduct my research was a network of interconnected bayous and marshlands that had been largely untouched by commercial development. It was exactly the kind of pristine habitat that I needed for my study. But it was also incredibly isolated. The nearest road was over 5 miles away, and the only way to reach the research sites was by boat through narrow channels that wound through dense cypress swamps and salt marshes. For the first few weeks, everything went according to plan. I would arrive at my research sites in the late afternoon, set up my equipment before dark, and then spend the night collecting data on alligator behavior and movement patterns. The work was challenging and sometimes uncomfortable, but I was getting excellent data and making good progress toward completing my thesis. The problem started when I decided to expand my research area to include a section of waterway called Dead Man's Cove. According to my maps, this area had the highest concentration of large adult alligators in the entire parish, which made it perfect for my research. But when I mentioned to Claude that I wanted to work in Dead Man's Cove, he immediately tried to talk me out of it. He told me that area had a bad reputation among local fishermen and hunters, and that people who worked there at night sometimes reported seeing and hearing things that couldn't be explained. When I pressed him for more specific information, he said that several people had disappeared in that area over the years and that search teams had never been able to find any trace of them. He suggested that I stick to the research sites that I had already been using, where the alligator populations were almost as dense, but the area was considered safer. But I was a scientist, not a superstitious local fisherman, and I wasn't going to let folklore and ghost stories interfere with my research. Dead Man's Cove represented the best opportunity I had to collect data on large adult alligators, and I wasn't going to pass it up because of some vague warnings about bad things happening at night. So on a humid Tuesday evening in late August, I loaded my equipment into the airboat and headed out to Dead Man's Cove to set up my first night of research in the new location. The area was even more remote and isolated than my previous research sites, accessible only through a narrow channel that wound through miles of cypress swamp before opening up into a large, dark pool of water surrounded by dense marsh grass. The first thing I noticed about Dead Man's Cove was the smell. All of the bayou areas had their own distinctive odors, usually a combination of decaying vegetation, stagnant water, and whatever marine life happened to be in the area. But Dead Man's Cove smelled different, like something large had died in the water and been left to rot. The smell was so strong that I had to breathe through my mouth to keep from gagging. The second thing I noticed was the unusual behavior of the wildlife in the area. In my previous research sites, I would usually see and hear a variety of birds, frogs, insects, and other creatures going about their normal nighttime activities. But Dead Man's Cove was eerily quiet. There were no bird calls, no frog croaking, no insect buzzing. The only sounds were the gentle lapping of water against the sides of my boat and the distant splash of what I assumed were alligators moving through the water. I set up my equipment just as the sun was setting, positioning my cameras and sensors at strategic locations around the cove to capture as much alligator activity as possible. According to my preliminary surveys, there should have been at least a dozen large adult alligators in this area, but as the evening progressed, I wasn't seeing nearly as much activity as I had expected. It wasn't until around midnight that I started to realize why the local fishermen had warned me about this place. I was sitting in my boat, monitoring my equipment and taking notes, when I heard what sounded like human voices coming from somewhere across the cove. At first, I thought it might be other researchers or maybe fishermen who were working in the area. But as I listened more carefully, I realized that the voices didn't sound quite right. They were speaking in what might have been English, but the words were distorted and unclear, like someone was trying to talk with their mouth full of water. And there were too many voices, at least a dozen different people all talking at once, but I couldn't see any boats or lights that would indicate the presence of other people in the area. I turned on my high-powered flashlight and swept it across the water in the direction of the voices. But all I could see were the glowing red eyes of alligators reflecting back at me. There were a lot of them, more than I had ever seen in one location, and they were all facing in my direction like they were watching me. That's when I noticed something that made my blood run cold. The alligators weren't just floating in the water like they normally do. They were arranged in a perfect circle around something in the center of the cove, and they were all completely motionless. It looked like they were guarding whatever was in the middle of their formation. I used my telephoto camera lens to get a better look at what the alligators were surrounding, and what I saw made me question my own sanity. There were people in the water, at least a dozen of them. standing waist-deep in the dark water in the center of the alligator circle. They were all facing outward toward the alligators, and their mouths were moving like they were speaking, but I was too far away to hear what they were saying. The strangest part was that the people in the water didn't seem to be afraid of the alligators, and the alligators didn't seem to be threatening the people. They were just arranged in this bizarre formation, like they were participating in some kind of ceremony or ritual that I couldn't understand. I tried to get closer to see what was happening, but as soon as I started my boat engine, the entire scene just disappeared. The people in the water sank beneath the surface without making any splash or disturbance, and the alligators scattered in all directions. Within seconds, the cove looked completely normal again. Just dark water and marsh grass with no sign that anything unusual had been happening. I spent the rest of that night trying to convince myself that I had been hallucinating or that my eyes had been playing tricks on me in the darkness. But when I reviewed the footage from my cameras the next morning, I could clearly see the people standing in the water, surrounded by the circle of alligators. The audio recordings had captured their voices, speaking in that strange, distorted language that didn't quite sound human. Over the next few weeks, I returned to Dead Man's Cove several more times to continue my research, and each time I witnessed similar scenes. Groups of people would appear in the water around midnight, always surrounded by alligators, always speaking in that disturbing waterlogged language. Sometimes there would be more people, sometimes fewer, but they were always there, and they always disappeared as soon as I tried to get closer. I started to recognize some of the faces in the water. One of them looked like a fisherman named Eddie Thibodeau, who had disappeared from the area 3 years earlier. Another looked like a woman named Marie Boudreau, Claude's cousin, who had gone missing while collecting samples for the university environmental lab. A third looked like a teenage boy who had been reported missing from a nearby town the previous summer. The most disturbing realization was that the people in the water all looked exactly the same as they had when they disappeared. They hadn't aged or decomposed or changed in any way. They just stood there in the dark water, speaking their incomprehensible language, while the alligators formed protective circles around them. I tried to research the history of Dead Man's Cove to see if I could find any explanation for what I was witnessing. What I discovered was that people had been disappearing in that area for over a century. Native American tribes had considered the area to be cursed or haunted, and early French settlers had reported similar disappearances. Local records showed that dozens of people had vanished in Dead Man's Cove over the years, and none of them had ever been found. The more I learned about the history of the area, the more I realized that I was witnessing something that had been happening for generations. The people who disappeared in Dead Man's Cove didn't die in the conventional sense. They became part of something else. Something that existed in the dark water and communicated in a language that human ears weren't meant to understand. I completed my thesis research using data from other locations, and I never returned to Dead Man's Cove. But I still have the video footage and audio recordings from my nights there, and sometimes I review them trying to understand what I witnessed. The voices in the recordings have a hypnotic quality that makes me want to go back to the water, to join the circle of people standing in the darkness, to learn their language and become part of whatever ancient ceremony they're conducting. The local fishermen were right to warn me about disturbing those waters at night. Some places are meant to be left alone, and some research is too dangerous to conduct. The alligators in Dead Man's Cove aren't just predators feeding on fish and small mammals. They're guardians of something much older and more mysterious, something that collects people who venture too close to the truth and transforms them into permanent residents of the dark water. My advice to anyone conducting research in remote areas is to listen to the warnings of local people, even if their concerns seem superstitious or unscientific. Sometimes folklore and legend are the only ways that communities can pass down knowledge about dangers that science isn't equipped to understand or explain. And sometimes the most important discovery you can make is knowing when to stop looking and walk away. My grandmother used to say that every small town has one secret that everybody knows, but nobody talks about. I thought she was just being dramatic until the summer of 2018 when I moved back to help with her medical bills. That's when I learned what really happened at the monthly potluck dinners at Cornerstone Baptist Church, and why certain families never attended. I had been living in Austin for about 8 years, working as a mechanic at one of those quick change oil places. When my grandmother called me in June of 2018 and told me that her diabetes was getting worse and she needed help managing her medications, I knew I had to come back. She had raised me after my parents died in a car accident when I was 7. So I packed up my belongings and drove back to Cedar Ridge, Texas, population 412. My grandmother lived in the same house where I had spent my teenage years, with a backyard that backed up to the cemetery behind the Baptist church. Within the first week, I realized that my grandmother's health problems were more serious than she had let on. But as she got better with my help, she started talking about the church potlucks. Cornerstone Baptist Church held a community potluck dinner on the first Sunday of every month. My grandmother had been attending these for over 30 years, but something had changed in recent years. She would say that the food tasted strange, or that people were acting differently, or that there were families attending who she didn't recognize. I offered to go with her to the next potluck to see what she was worried about. The potluck was scheduled for the first Sunday in July, and my grandmother spent the entire week preparing her famous cornbread dressing. The fellowship hall was crowded when we arrived, easily 60 people in a town of 400. My grandmother introduced me to several people that I remembered from my childhood, but there were also a lot of faces that I didn't recognize. When we sat down to eat, I immediately understood what my grandmother had been trying to tell me. My first bite of what was supposed to be macaroni and cheese had a flavor that I couldn't identify, something earthy and bitter. The green bean casserole had the same off taste, and the potato salad made my mouth feel numb. I looked around to see if other people were having the same reaction, but everyone else seemed to be eating normally and enjoying their meals. Even my grandmother was eating steadily, though I could see concentration on her face. That's when I noticed the families that weren't there. Growing up in Cedar Ridge, I had known most of the regular church families, but several of these families were missing. The Hendersons, the Rodriguezes, the Washingtons, the Kowalskis. When I asked my grandmother about this, she told me that these families had stopped coming to the potlucks about 2 years earlier. They still attended regular church services, but they always made excuses to leave before the monthly potluck dinners. I decided to introduce myself to some of the families that I didn't recognize. The first family I approached looked at each other with expressions that seemed almost panicked when I told them my name. They claimed to have been attending the church for years, but when I asked them where they lived or what brought them to Cedar Ridge, they gave vague answers that didn't make sense. The same thing happened with the next few families. They all claimed to be regular members, but none could give specific details about their lives in Cedar Ridge. When I asked one woman where her children went to school, she said they were homeschooled. When I asked a man what he did for work, he said he was retired. I started to feel like I was in some surreal dream where everyone was playing a role, but nobody could remember their lines. These people looked normal and acted friendly, but there was something hollow about their responses. On the drive home, my grandmother told me that she had been wondering about the same thing for months. More and more unfamiliar families had been showing up at the potlucks, but when she tried to get to know them better, they would always change the subject. She also told me something that made my blood run cold. She had started keeping track of the families who attended the potlucks, and she had noticed a pattern. Every few months, one of the regular Cedar Ridge families would stop coming to the potlucks, and shortly afterward, a new, unfamiliar family would start attending. Over the next few weeks, I started investigating. I went to the library and looked through old church directories and newspaper archives. What I found was disturbing. According to the records I could find, several of the families that claimed to be longtime members had never existed in Cedar Ridge. There were no birth certificates, marriage licenses, property deeds, or any other official documents proving they had ever lived in the area. I also discovered something else frightening. When I looked through old newspaper obituaries, I found records for several Cedar Ridge families who had supposedly died in accidents over the past few years. But these were the same families that my grandmother said had simply stopped attending the potlucks. The Martinez family had reportedly died in a house fire 2 years earlier. But according to my grandmother, they hadn't died. They had just stopped coming to the potlucks. The Johnson family had supposedly died in a car accident, but my grandmother remembered them being alive and well. The more I researched, the more I realized there was a systematic cover-up happening. Families were disappearing, official records were being falsified to make it look like they had died, and new families were taking their places at the church potlucks. I confronted my grandmother with what I had discovered, and she broke down and told me the rest. She said that the food at the potlucks definitely contained something that affected people's memories and decision-making abilities. She had been forcing herself to eat as little as possible to try to dilute whatever drugs were being used. The most terrifying part was what she had discovered about Pastor Williams, the minister, who had been leading Cornerstone Baptist Church for the past 3 years. He had arrived shortly before the disappearances started. She had researched him and discovered that he had been the minister at churches in several other small towns, and in each case, there had been unexplained disappearances during his tenure. My grandmother believed that Pastor Williams was part of some organized group that targeted small, isolated communities where people could disappear without attracting outside attention. They would replace the missing families with their own people, gradually taking over the community from within. I wanted to go to the police, but my grandmother begged me not to. She pointed out that the local sheriff was a regular attendee at the church potlucks and was likely either part of the conspiracy or under the influence of whatever drugs were being used. Instead, we decided to leave Cedar Ridge as quietly as possible. I told my grandmother to pack only her most essential belongings, and we drove to Austin that same night without telling anyone we were leaving. My grandmother lived with me in Austin for the next 2 years until she passed away from complications related to her diabetes. She would have nightmares about church potlucks and wake up convinced that someone was trying to poison her food. After she died, I tried to find out what had happened to Cedar Ridge, but according to online records, the town no longer exists. The post office was closed, the school district was dissolved, and all the residents supposedly moved away to other communities. But I know that's not what really happened. I think Pastor Williams and his people finally completed their takeover of the town, and they erased it from official records to cover up their crimes. The real residents of Cedar Ridge are probably dead, and the people who replaced them have moved on to their next target. I still have nightmares about that last potluck dinner, and I can still taste that bitter, earthy flavor that was in all the food. Sometimes I wonder if my grandmother and I would have been the next ones to disappear if we had stayed any longer. The scariest part is realizing how easy it would be for this kind of thing to happen without anyone noticing. Small rural communities are isolated and self-contained, and people are used to families moving away for economic reasons. If the disappearances are gradual and the cover-up is thorough, who would ever investigate? My advice to anyone living in a small town is to pay attention to the people around you. If families start disappearing and being replaced by strangers who can't give you straight answers about their backgrounds, don't assume it's just a coincidence. And whatever you do, don't eat anything at church potluck dinners unless you're absolutely certain you know who prepared it. I was covering a 4th grade class in October 2021 when I found a student essay that made my blood run cold. The assignment was write about your family's traditions, and little Emma Richardson had written about helping her dad with the special harvest every fall. What she described wasn't corn or apples. I had been working as a substitute teacher in Millbrook, Oregon for about 6 months when this happened. Millbrook was one of those small farming communities where everybody knew everybody, and outsiders were treated with polite suspicion until they proved themselves worthy of trust. The kind of place where the biggest excitement was usually the annual harvest festival in late October, where local farmers would display their best produce and families would compete in pie baking contests. The regular 4th grade teacher, Mrs. Patterson, had called in sick with what she said was a stomach bug, so I was covering her class for what I expected would be a routine day of math worksheets and reading comprehension exercises. But Mrs. Patterson had left instructions for the students to work on their family traditions essay, which was supposed to be part of a larger unit on community and heritage. Most of the essays were exactly what you would expect from 9- and 10-year-olds writing about their families. Tommy wrote about how his grandmother taught him to make apple butter every fall. Sarah described her family's tradition of camping at the coast every summer. Michael wrote about helping his father repair tractors and other farm equipment during the winter months when there was less field work to do. But Emma Richardson's essay was different. It was longer and more detailed than the others, written in the careful handwriting of a child who was trying very hard to get every word exactly right. And what she described made my hands shake as I read it. Emma wrote about how every October, when the regular harvest was finished and most of the other farming families were preparing for winter, her father would take her and her older brother out to what she called the back fields to help with a different kind of harvest. She described how they would work at night, using flashlights and lanterns because this special harvest could only be done in darkness. According to Emma, the back fields didn't grow the same crops as the rest of their farm. Instead of corn or wheat or vegetables, these fields grew what she called the tall ones and the quiet ones. She wrote that the tall ones looked like people but were much taller than any person she had ever seen, and they stood perfectly still in neat rows like regular crops. The quiet ones were smaller, about the size of children, and they were always sleeping with their eyes closed. Emma's essay explained that the special harvest involved carefully digging up the tall ones and the quiet ones and loading them onto trucks to be taken to what she called the delivery place. She wrote that her job was to help clean the dirt off of them and to make sure that none of them were damaged during the harvesting process. Her older brother's job was to help their father carry the heavier ones to the trucks. The most disturbing part of Emma's essay was her description of what happened to the tall ones and quiet ones after they were harvested. She wrote that some of them would be kept in the barn over the winter, where they would slowly wake up and start moving around. Others would be taken immediately to customers who lived in other towns and had placed special orders for specific types. Emma seemed to think that this was a completely normal family business, like raising cattle or growing vegetables for market. She wrote about how proud she was to be old enough to help with the special harvest, and how her father had told her that someday she would inherit the back fields and continue the family tradition. But the details in her essay made it clear that whatever the Richardsons were harvesting in their back fields, it wasn't anything that should be growing in the soil of rural Oregon. Emma described how the tall ones and quiet ones had to be handled very carefully because they would sometimes move or make sounds when they were being dug up, even though they were supposed to be sleeping. She wrote about how her father always carried a special tool that he would use to make sure they stayed quiet during the harvesting process. Most disturbing of all, Emma wrote about how the quiet ones looked just like the children from her school, and how she sometimes recognized faces of kids who had moved away from Millbrook in previous years. She seemed to think this was just a coincidence, and she wrote about how excited she would get when she found one that looked like someone she knew. After I finished reading Emma's essay, I sat at Mrs. Patterson's desk for several minutes trying to decide what to do. Part of me wanted to believe that Emma had just written a creative fiction story instead of following the assignment instructions. Maybe she had been reading too many scary books or watching too many horror movies and her imagination had gotten carried away. But there was something about the matter-of-fact way that Emma had written about these disturbing events that convinced me she was describing something she had actually experienced. The details were too specific and too consistent for a child to have made up, and there was no sense in her writing that she understood there was anything unusual or frightening about what she was describing. I decided to talk to Emma privately during recess to see if I could get a better understanding of what she had written about. When I asked her to explain more about her family's special harvest, she became very excited and started telling me additional details that hadn't been in her essay. Emma told me that the back fields had been in her family for generations, and that her great-grandfather had been the first Richardson to discover that these particular crops would grow there. She said that most people didn't know about the special harvest because it was a family secret, and that her father had made her promise never to talk about it with anyone outside the family. When I asked Emma what happened to the tall ones and quiet ones after they were harvested, she explained that they were sold to people who needed them for important work in other places. She said that her father never told her exactly what kind of work they were used for, but that it must be very important because the customers were willing to pay a lot of money for them. The most chilling moment of our conversation came when I asked Emma if she had ever seen any of the tall ones or quiet ones moving or acting like they were alive. She looked at me with the serious expression that children get when they're trying to explain something important to an adult who doesn't understand. Emma told me that of course they were alive, but that they were sleeping very deeply and wouldn't wake up completely until they reached their final destinations. She said that sometimes they would move a little bit or make soft sounds, but that this was normal and nothing to be worried about. She explained that her father had taught her how to tell the difference between the ones that were sleeping normally and the ones that might be having problems. After my conversation with Emma, I knew that I had to report what I had learned to someone in authority. But I also knew that if I was wrong about what Emma was describing, I could be ruining the reputation of a local farming family based on the imagination of a 9-year-old girl. I decided to call the Oregon State Police and speak to someone in their criminal investigation division. I explained that I was a substitute teacher, and that I had concerns about possible child endangerment based on an essay written by one of my students. The detective I spoke to was initially skeptical, but when I read Emma's essay to him over the phone, he agreed that it warranted further investigation. 2 days later, I learned that the state police had obtained a search warrant for the Richardson farm and had conducted a thorough investigation of the property. What they found in the back fields confirmed my worst fears about what Emma had been describing in her essay. The Richardson family had been operating what law enforcement officials described as a human trafficking operation disguised as a farming business. The back fields contained dozens of makeshift graves where victims had been buried in shallow pits and kept in drug-induced comas until they could be transported to buyers in other states. Emma's father and older brother were arrested and charged with multiple counts of kidnapping, human trafficking, and murder. Emma and her mother were taken into protective custody, and Emma was placed in foster care with a family in a different part of the state. The investigation revealed that the Richardson operation had been active for at least 10 years, and that they had been responsible for the disappearances of dozens of people from small towns throughout Oregon and Northern California. The victims included both adults and children, and many of them matched the descriptions of people who had been reported missing from Millbrook and surrounding communities. Emma's essay had described something so horrific that my mind had initially refused to accept that it could be real. But her innocent, matter-of-fact account of helping her family with their special harvest had provided law enforcement with the evidence they needed to shut down a criminal operation that had been hiding in plain sight for years. The most heartbreaking part of this entire experience was realizing that Emma had been raised to believe that participating in these crimes was a normal family tradition. She had no understanding that what her father was doing was wrong, and she had been proud of her role in helping with the harvest. I never saw Emma again after she was placed in foster care, but I often think about her and hope that she has been able to get the help she needs to recover from the trauma of her childhood. I also think about how many other children might be living in situations where they are being taught to participate in criminal activities disguised as family traditions. The Richardson case taught me that evil can hide behind the most ordinary facades, and that sometimes the most innocent voices can reveal the darkest truths. As teachers, we have a responsibility to pay attention to what children tell us, even when their stories seem too disturbing to believe. The Hartwell-Lindbergh property dispute started in 1952 over 18 inches of farmland. By 2019, when both families hired me to settle it once and for all, that 18-inch strip had become a burial ground. What I found when I started measuring that contested boundary line will haunt me until the day I die. I had been working as a licensed land surveyor in rural Minnesota for about 15 years when the Hartwell and Lindbergh families contacted me about resolving their boundary dispute. These kinds of cases were pretty common in farming communities where property lines that had been established decades earlier sometimes became unclear due to missing markers, conflicting deeds, or changes in the landscape over time. What made this particular case unusual was the length of time that the dispute had been going on. According to the documents that both families provided me, the disagreement over the exact location of their shared property line had been ongoing for nearly 70 years. 3 generations of Hartwells and Lindberghs had been arguing over the same strip of land, and the animosity between the families had only gotten worse with each passing decade. The disputed area was a narrow strip of farmland approximately 18 inches wide and about 200 yards long, running along the border between the Hartwell farm to the north and the Lindbergh farm to the south. Both families claimed ownership of this strip, and both had documentation that seemed to support their claims. The Hartwells had a deed from 1951 that described their property as extending to the old stone fence line, which they claimed included the disputed strip. The Lindberghs had a survey from 1953 that showed their property extending to the natural drainage ditch, which they argued was located 18 inches north of where the Hartwells claimed it was. Over the years, both families had tried to resolve the dispute through various means. They had hired lawyers, consulted with other surveyors, and even attempted mediation through the County Agricultural Extension Office. But every attempt at resolution had failed, usually because one family or the other would refuse to accept the proposed solution. By 2019, the situation had reached a crisis point. The current generation of both families was getting older, and they wanted to settle the dispute before they passed the farms on to their children. Both sides were tired of the ongoing conflict, but neither was willing to give up what they believed was rightfully theirs. That's when they decided to hire me to conduct a comprehensive boundary survey using modern GPS technology and historical research to determine the exact location of the property line once and for all. Both families agreed that they would accept my findings as final and legally binding, regardless of which side the decision favored. I started my work by reviewing all of the historical documents related to both properties, including deeds, surveys, tax records, and aerial photographs dating back to the 1940s. I also researched the history of the area to understand how the land had been originally surveyed and divided when it was first settled. What I discovered during my research was that the property dispute was more complex than either family had realized. The original survey of the area had been conducted in 1894, but the surveyor's notes were incomplete and contained several inconsistencies. Additionally, both the old stone fence line and the natural drainage ditch mentioned in the competing deeds had been altered multiple times over the decades, making it difficult to determine their exact historical locations. The next phase of my work involved conducting a physical survey of the disputed area using GPS equipment and traditional surveying tools. This was where things started to get strange. When I began measuring the contested strip of land, I immediately noticed that the soil in that area was different from the surrounding farmland. Instead of the rich black topsoil that covered the rest of both farms, the disputed strip had lighter colored sandy soil that seemed to have been disturbed relatively recently. I also noticed that nothing grew well in that strip. While the fields on both sides supported healthy crops of corn and soybeans, the vegetation in the disputed area was sparse and sickly looking. The few weeds and grasses that did manage to grow there were stunted and discolored, as if the soil was contaminated with something that inhibited plant growth. At first, I assumed that the poor soil quality was the result of decades of farming practices, or maybe the application of too much fertilizer or herbicide. But as I continued my survey work, I started to suspect that there might be something buried in that strip of land. My suspicions were confirmed when I used ground-penetrating radar to scan the area. The radar reading showed multiple large objects buried at depths ranging from 3 to 6 feet below the surface. The objects were roughly human-sized and were arranged in 2 neat rows running the entire length of the disputed strip. I immediately contacted both families to inform them of what I had found, and I recommended that we stop the survey work and contact law enforcement. But both the Hartwells and the Lindberghs insisted that I continue with the survey and not involve any outside authorities until we had determined the exact nature of what was buried there. Against my better judgment, I agreed to excavate one of the buried objects to see what we were dealing with. What we found made me wish I had called the police immediately. The first object we uncovered was a wooden coffin that appeared to have been buried sometime in the 1950s or early 1960s. Inside the coffin was the body of a man in his 30s or 40s wearing clothes that were consistent with the time period when the coffin was buried. The body was remarkably well preserved, probably due to the sandy soil conditions and the sealed environment inside the coffin. But what made this discovery truly disturbing was that the man had obviously died violently. His skull had been crushed, and there were multiple stab wounds visible in his clothing and the remains of his flesh. This was clearly a murder victim, not someone who had died of natural causes and been buried in a family cemetery. When I showed the body to representatives from both families, their reactions confirmed my worst fears about what we had discovered. Instead of being shocked or horrified by finding a murder victim buried on their property, both families seemed to recognize the deceased man and understand why he was there. Old Henrik Lindbergh, who was in his 80s and the patriarch of the Lindbergh family, looked at the body and said, "That's Bill Morrison. He was asking too many questions about what happened to his brother." Henrik's son nodded in agreement and added, "Dad always said that Bill should have minded his own business." From the Hartwell side, the reaction was similar. Martha Hartwell, who was Henrik's contemporary and the family matriarch, examined the body and said, "I remember when we buried him. It was right after the harvest in 1953. Her grandson asked if they should continue digging up the others, and Martha nodded and said, "Might as well finish what we started." Over the next few hours, we excavated 6 more bodies from the disputed strip. All of them showed signs of violent death, and all of them were recognized by members of both families as people who had supposedly left the area decades earlier, or who had simply disappeared without explanation. The families explained to me that the disputed property strip had been used as a burial ground for anyone who threatened to expose what they called the family business. Both the Hartwells and the Lindberghs had been involved in organized crime activities since the 1940s, including bootlegging during Prohibition, cattle rustling, and later drug trafficking. The reason that both families had claimed ownership of the burial strip was not because they wanted the land for farming, but because they each wanted to control access to the evidence of their crimes. The ongoing property dispute had been a way to ensure that no one else would ever develop or disturb that area. The most disturbing part of this revelation was learning that the violence had continued into recent years. The most recently buried body was that of a man named David Chen, who had disappeared in 2011 after asking too many questions about suspicious activities on the neighboring farms. Both families had participated in his murder and burial, just as they had with all the others. I immediately contacted the FBI and the Minnesota State Police to report what we had discovered. Within hours, both farms were swarming with federal agents and forensic investigators. The entire disputed strip was excavated, revealing a total of 14 bodies spanning nearly 60 years of criminal activity. Both families were arrested and charged with multiple counts of murder, conspiracy, and racketeering. The investigation revealed a criminal enterprise that had operated in the area for decades, with both families working together to eliminate anyone who threatened their operations. The irony of the situation was that the property dispute that had brought me there in the first place had never been real. Both families had manufactured the boundary disagreement as a way to keep attention focused on the legal aspects of the land ownership rather than on what was actually buried there. My work as a land surveyor usually involves helping people resolve legitimate disputes over property boundaries and ownership rights. But in this case, I had been unknowingly hired to help two criminal families maintain control over their burial ground. The experience taught me that in rural communities, even the most ordinary-seeming property disputes can have dark underlying causes. Long-running conflicts between neighboring families sometimes involve much more than just disagreements over fence lines or drainage ditches. Since the Hartwell-Lindbergh case, I have been much more careful about accepting boundary dispute cases, especially ones involving families that have been in conflict for decades. I always conduct thorough background research on my clients and the properties involved, and I don't hesitate to contact law enforcement if I discover anything suspicious during my survey work. The disputed strip of land is now part of an ongoing federal investigation, and both farms have been seized as evidence in the criminal case. The families who hired me to resolve their property dispute are now serving life sentences in federal prison. Sometimes the boundaries that people fight over aren't just about land ownership. Sometimes they're about protecting secrets that are buried beneath the surface. Emergency dispatch gets weird calls during blizzards, but the call that came in during the January 2023 storm wasn't about being snowed in or power outages. Martha Olson from Township Road 15 was calling because her weather radio was broadcasting forecasts for places that don't exist, and the voice giving the reports belonged to her husband, who'd been dead for 6 years. I had been working as an emergency services dispatcher for McLean County for about 8 years when that call came in. Most of my experience was with typical rural emergencies, farm accidents, medical calls to isolated homes, and the occasional search and rescue when someone got lost during hunting season. Winter storms always brought their own set of challenges, mostly power outages and people getting stranded on back roads, but nothing that prepared me for what Martha Olson reported that night. The January 2023 blizzard was one of the worst storms to hit central North Dakota in decades. Wind gusts up to 70 miles per hour, temperatures dropping to 40 below zero, and snowfall so heavy that visibility was reduced to just a few feet. We had been fielding emergency calls for 3 straight days, mostly from people whose furnaces had failed or who needed medical assistance but couldn't get to the hospital due to impassable roads. Martha's call came in around 2 in the morning on the 3rd night of the storm. I recognized her voice immediately because she had called dispatch several times over the years, usually for minor medical issues related to her diabetes or to report suspicious vehicles on the rural roads near her farm. She was a reliable caller, the kind of person who only contacted emergency services when she genuinely needed help. But this call was different from anything I had ever received. Martha sounded frightened and confused, and she kept apologizing for bothering us during the storm. She explained that she had been listening to her weather radio to track the progress of the blizzard when it started broadcasting forecasts for locations that she had never heard of. Places with names like Coldwater Junction and White Rock Township, and Millerville Crossing. At first, I assumed that her radio was picking up transmissions from a different state, or maybe even Canada, which sometimes happened during severe weather when atmospheric conditions could cause radio signals to travel much farther than normal. I was about to explain this to Martha when she told me the part that made my blood run cold. Martha said that the voice giving the weather forecasts sounded exactly like her husband Harold, who had died of a heart attack in 2017. She insisted that it wasn't just a similar voice or someone who reminded her of Harold. She was absolutely certain that it was Harold's voice, complete with his distinctive accent and the way he pronounced certain words. I had met Harold Olson several times during my years as a dispatcher. He had been a volunteer with our emergency response team, helping with search and rescue operations and severe weather spotting. He had a very distinctive way of speaking with a slight Norwegian accent that reflected his family's heritage, and he always ended his radio transmissions with the phrase 73 and stay safe, which was ham radio code for best wishes. Martha told me that the voice on her weather radio was using Harold's exact speech patterns, and even ending each forecast with 73 and stay safe. She had been listening to the broadcasts for over an hour, and each forecast was for a different fictional location, but they were all delivered in Harold's unmistakable voice. I tried to calm Martha down and suggested that the storm might be causing her radio to malfunction or pick up unusual signals. But she insisted that the radio was working perfectly and that the forecasts were clear and detailed, just like regular National Weather Service broadcasts. She offered to hold the phone up to the radio so I could hear the transmissions myself. When Martha held her phone near the weather radio, I could clearly hear a male voice giving detailed weather forecasts. The voice was professional and authoritative, just like a trained meteorologist, but it was also somehow familiar in a way that made me uncomfortable. The forecast was for a place called Deadwood Prairie, predicting continued blizzard conditions with wind gusts up to 80 miles per hour and snowfall accumulations of 18 to 24 inches. What made the broadcast truly disturbing was that it ended with the phrase 73 and stay safe, delivered in the exact tone and cadence that I remembered from Harold Olson's emergency radio transmissions. I had heard Harold use that sign-off dozens of times during my years as a dispatcher, and there was no mistaking his distinctive way of saying it. I told Martha that I would send a deputy to check on her as soon as the roads were passable, but she said that wasn't necessary. She just wanted someone to know what was happening in case something went wrong. She also asked me if I could check our records to see if there had ever been places called Coldwater Junction or White Rock Township in McLean County, because the weather reports were describing local landmarks and road conditions that seemed familiar even though the town names were completely unknown to her. After I finished the call with Martha, I spent the rest of my shift researching the place names that she had mentioned. I checked historical maps, county records, and even old telephone directories, but I couldn't find any reference to Coldwater Junction, White Rock Township, Millerville Crossing, or any of the other locations that had been mentioned in the weather forecasts. However, I did discover something that made the situation even more unsettling. When I looked at modern maps of McLean County and the surrounding area, I noticed that many of the geographic features mentioned in the fictional weather forecasts actually existed. There really was a Deadwood Prairie, though it was just an unnamed section of grassland about 20 miles north of Martha's farm. There were also several creeks, hills, and other landmarks that had been accurately described in the mysterious broadcasts. It was as if someone with detailed knowledge of the local geography was creating fictional towns and townships in real locations, then broadcasting weather forecasts for these imaginary communities using Harold Olson's voice and speech patterns. 2 days later, when the storm finally passed and the roads were cleared, I drove out to Martha's farm to check on her and to listen to her weather radio myself. Martha was relieved to see me, and she explained that the strange broadcasts had continued throughout the entire storm, always featuring different fictional locations but always delivered in Harold's distinctive voice. She led me to her kitchen where she kept the weather radio, a standard National Weather Service receiver that was tuned to the local emergency broadcast frequency. When she turned it on, we could hear normal weather updates from the Bismarck office, with current conditions and forecasts for real cities and counties in the region. But Martha said that the mysterious broadcasts only occurred during severe weather events, and only late at night when most people would be asleep. She had been keeping a log of all the fictional place names and weather conditions that had been reported, and she showed me pages of notes written in her careful handwriting. The locations mentioned in the broadcasts formed a pattern that was both fascinating and disturbing. All of the fictional towns and townships were located in areas where real communities had existed decades earlier, but had been abandoned due to economic hardship or natural disasters. Coldwater Junction had been built on the site of a railroad town that was abandoned in the 1930s. White Rock Township corresponded to an area where several farming families had lived until the Dust Bowl forced them to relocate. It was as if the mysterious broadcaster was creating weather forecasts for ghost towns, communities that had once existed but were now just empty fields and forgotten foundations. And the person delivering these forecasts was using the voice of Harold Olson, a man who had spent his entire life in McLean County and would have known the history of every abandoned settlement in the area. Martha also told me something that she hadn't mentioned during her emergency call. She said that the weather forecasts weren't just describing current conditions. They were also including historical information about the fictional communities, mentioning families who had lived there, businesses that had operated, and events that had supposedly taken place decades earlier. Some of these historical details matched real information about the abandoned settlements that had once existed in those locations. The broadcasts would mention family names that appeared in old county records, or describe businesses that had actually operated in the ghost towns before they were abandoned. I contacted the National Weather Service office in Bismarck to report the unusual radio transmissions, but they had no record of any unauthorized broadcasts on their frequency. They suggested that Martha's radio might be malfunctioning or that she might be picking up transmissions from amateur radio operators who were using their equipment inappropriately. But I knew that wasn't the explanation. I had heard Harold Olson's voice too many times to mistake it for someone else, and the level of historical detail in the broadcasts suggested access to information that would be difficult for a prankster to obtain. Over the next year, Martha continued to receive the mysterious weather forecasts during severe storms. She called me several times to report new fictional locations and to share additional historical information that had been included in the broadcasts. Each time I verified that the places didn't exist on modern maps, but corresponded to areas where real communities had once thrived. The most disturbing call came in December 2023, almost a year after the first incident. Martha reported that the weather radio had broadcast a forecast for Olson's Corners, a fictional township located exactly where Harold Olson's family farm had been before it was sold after his death. The forecast had included detailed information about the Olson family history, mentioning Harold's parents and grandparents by name and describing events that had taken place on the farm over the past century. The broadcast had ended with Harold's voice saying, "This is your final forecast for Olson's Corners. The weather ahead is clear and calm. 73 and stay safe, Martha." Martha never received another mysterious weather broadcast after that night. Her radio returned to normal operation, receiving only official National Weather Service transmissions. But she told me that she still turns on the weather radio during every storm, hoping to hear Harold's voice one more time, delivering forecasts for places that exist only in memory and in the voices of the dead who refuse to let them be forgotten. Hello everyone, welcome back to Buried Files. Tonight we venture into the treacherous shadows of one of America's most haunting landmarks with 8 disturbing true accounts from the mysterious Skull Cliff region of the Grand Canyon. Each story we explore today has been meticulously documented from the personal testimonies of park rangers, hikers, researchers, and emergency responders who experienced the unexplainable terror that lurks within these ancient stone walls. These are not mere legends passed down through generations, but raw confessions from individuals whose lives were forever changed by what they witnessed in the depths of this cursed canyon territory. From photographers capturing images that should not exist to rescue workers discovering things that defy rational explanation. Tonight we uncover the buried truth about why certain areas of the Grand Canyon remain restricted to the public. To protect the identity and privacy of those brave enough to share their experiences, some names and specific locations have been carefully altered while preserving the terrifying reality of their encounters. If you are new to Buried Files, make sure to subscribe for daily true horror content that will keep you questioning what lies hidden in the shadows of our world. Hit that notification bell so you never miss when we unearth the next collection of forgotten nightmares. Drop a comment below and tell us about any unexplained experiences you have had in national parks or remote locations. I have been a professional landscape photographer for 15 years, but I have never shown anyone the last photos on my camera from that trip to Skull Cliff. My name is Marcus D'Angelo, and I have traveled across Arizona documenting the raw beauty of our desert landscapes for magazines like Southwest Living and National Geographic. I thought I had seen every angle, every hidden corner of the Grand Canyon region until that assignment in late October changed everything I believed about the places we think we know. The assignment came through my usual contact at Arizona Highways magazine. They wanted a winter feature on the lesser-known areas of the Grand Canyon, specifically focusing on the remote cliff formations that most tourists never see. The pay was excellent, and they gave me complete creative freedom. I had 3 days to capture 20 publishable shots of the Skull Cliff area, a section of the canyon that gets its name from the bone-white limestone formations that jut out like ancient vertebrae along the southern rim. I had researched the area extensively before making the trip. Skull Cliff sits about 40 miles from the main tourist areas, accessible only by a rough dirt road that requires 4-wheel drive and local knowledge to navigate safely. The geological surveys I found mentioned unusual mineral deposits in the rock face that create distinctive color patterns during different lighting conditions. What they did not mention were the strange reports from park rangers about equipment malfunctions and unexplained phenomena in that specific region. I loaded my truck with enough gear for a week-long expedition, even though I only planned to stay 3 days. My equipment included 2 Canon cameras, multiple lenses ranging from wide-angle to telephoto, a heavy-duty tripod, lighting equipment, backup batteries, and enough memory cards to shoot thousands of images. I also packed camping gear, food, water, and emergency supplies because cell phone coverage in that area was non-existent, and help was hours away if something went wrong. The drive to Skull Cliff took nearly 6 hours from Phoenix, with the last 2 hours on increasingly rough terrain that tested both my truck and my determination. When I finally reached my planned campsite, the sun was already beginning to set, casting long shadows across the canyon walls. The limestone formations really did look like massive skulls emerging from the earth, and I immediately understood why early settlers had given the area such an ominous name. I set up camp quickly and prepared my equipment for the golden hour photography that would begin at dawn. The silence out there was absolute, broken only by occasional wind through the rock formations. I had photographed in remote locations before, but something about Skull Cliff felt different from the moment I arrived. The air seemed thicker somehow, and every sound I made seemed to echo longer than it should have. The first day of shooting went perfectly. I captured stunning images of the sunrise illuminating the cliff face, revealing layers of geological history and the striations of rock. The limestone formations created natural frames for shots of the canyon beyond, and the morning light brought out colors I had never seen in other desert locations. My cameras performed flawlessly, and by noon I had already captured enough quality images to satisfy the magazine assignment. That afternoon I decided to explore deeper into the cliff area to find unique angles for sunset shots. I discovered a narrow ledge about halfway up the main formation that offered an incredible panoramic view of the canyon system. Getting there required some technical climbing, but I had brought rope and safety equipment for exactly these kinds of opportunities. The perspective from that ledge was extraordinary, and I knew the sunset shots would be the highlight of my entire portfolio. As evening approached, I positioned myself on the ledge with my primary camera mounted on the tripod. The light was perfect, and I began shooting as the sun descended toward the horizon. Through my viewfinder, everything looked normal. The canyon spread out below me in all its massive beauty. The rock formations glowed with warm light, and the sky began its transformation through the spectrum of sunset colors. But when I reviewed the images on my camera's display screen, I saw things that had not been visible to my naked eye. In the first few shots, there were dark shapes moving along the canyon floor far below. The shapes were too large to be animals and too organized in their movement to be shadows from passing clouds. They appeared to be human figures, but the scale was wrong. If they were people, they would have had to be at least 12 feet tall to be visible from my position at that distance. I checked my camera settings, thinking I might have accidentally created a double exposure or some other technical error. Everything was correct. I looked down at the canyon floor again, scanning carefully for any sign of movement. I saw nothing but empty desert and rock, but when I took another series of shots and reviewed them immediately, the dark figures were still there, now closer to the base of Skull Cliff directly below my position. The rational part of my mind tried to find logical explanations. Maybe atmospheric conditions were creating some kind of optical illusion that the camera sensor was picking up differently than my eyes. Maybe heat distortion was causing distant objects to appear larger than they actually were. Maybe shadows from the complex rock formations were combining in ways that created the appearance of moving figures. But as I continued shooting, the figures became more distinct and obviously intentional in their movements. They appeared to be climbing up the cliff face below me, though I could see no climbing routes or equipment that would make such an ascent possible. The rock face beneath my ledge was nearly vertical and offered no handholds that I could detect. Yet the dark shapes continued upward, growing larger in each successive photograph. I switched to my telephoto lens to get a closer look at whatever was creating these images. When I zoomed in on the area where the figures appeared to be, I saw details that made my hands shake. The shapes had human-like forms but wrong proportions. Their limbs were too long, their torsos too narrow, and their movements too fluid for normal human anatomy. They climbed the cliff face like spiders, clinging to surfaces that should not have supported any weight. The sun was almost completely set by this point, but I continued taking photographs compulsively. Each image showed the figures getting closer to my position. In the growing darkness, I could finally see them with my own eyes as they approached. They were not human, though they had once been human-shaped. Their skin was the same bone-white color as the limestone cliffs, and their eyes reflected the last rays of sunlight like an animal's eyes in headlights. I had no rational explanation for what I was witnessing. These beings, whatever they were, existed in a way that my camera could detect before my eyes could see them clearly. They moved with purpose and intelligence, and they were definitely climbing toward my ledge. I packed my equipment as quickly as possible, but my hands were shaking so badly that I nearly dropped my primary camera twice. The rappel down from the ledge was the most terrifying few minutes of my life. I could hear movement on the rock face around me, the sound of fingernails or claws scraping against stone, but every time I looked toward the sounds, I saw nothing but empty cliff face. My camera, hanging from its strap around my neck, continued to fire automatically as I descended, the flash illuminating the darkness in brief bursts. I reached the bottom of the cliff and ran toward my campsite without looking back. My equipment was scattered and disorganized as I threw everything into my truck, but I did not care about organization or proper packing procedures. I just wanted to get away from Skull Cliff as quickly as possible. The drive back to the main road took place in complete darkness, and I stopped frequently to check my mirrors for signs of pursuit, though I had no idea what I was expecting to see. When I reached civilization and reviewed all the photographs from that evening, I found a complete visual record of my encounter. The images showed the pale beings climbing steadily upward through the growing darkness. The final photographs, taken automatically as I rappelled down, showed dozens of them emerging from cracks and crevices all along the cliff face. They had been watching me the entire time I was up there. I never submitted those photographs to Arizona Highways magazine. Instead, I sent them a selection of the normal landscape shots from earlier in the day and made up a story about equipment problems that prevented me from getting the sunset shots they had requested. The editor was disappointed but accepted the daytime images, which were technically excellent and met their needs for the article. I have never returned to Skull Cliff, and I have never photographed in any remote area of the Grand Canyon region since that trip. The camera that captured those images is locked in a safe deposit box along with the memory cards containing the full sequence of photographs. I know that someday someone will find them and wonder what they are looking at, but I hope that day does not come for many years. The experience changed my entire relationship with photography and with the natural world. I realized that my cameras were capable of seeing things that remained invisible to human perception, and I was not prepared for that level of reality. There are places in this world where the boundary between what we think we know and what actually exists becomes dangerously thin. I still work as a photographer, but now I specialize in urban architecture and commercial photography. I take assignments that keep me in populated areas where strange encounters are unlikely and where help is always nearby if something goes wrong. My colleagues think I burned out on landscape photography or lost my passion for the wilderness, but the truth is much more complicated than professional burnout. Sometimes I wake up in the middle of the night thinking about those pale beings climbing steadily up the cliff face toward my position. I wonder if they are still there, waiting in the cracks and shadows of Skull Cliff for the next photographer or hiker who ventures too far from the established trails. I wonder if my presence there awakened something that had been sleeping in the limestone depths, or if I simply became aware of something that has always been active in that remote corner of the Grand Canyon. What disturbs me most is not knowing whether my camera revealed something that was actually there, or whether the act of photographing that location somehow created the very phenomena I documented. Modern digital cameras are incredibly sophisticated instruments capable of detecting electromagnetic radiation across a broader spectrum than human eyes can perceive. It is possible that my equipment was recording entities that exist in wavelengths of light invisible to normal human vision. But it is also possible that the repeated act of photographing that location created some kind of resonance or disturbance that attracted attention from things that normally remain hidden. Indigenous peoples throughout the Southwest have traditional stories about places where the spirits of the earth should not be disturbed by modern technology. And I have begun to wonder if I stumbled into one of those sacred and dangerous locations. The photographs remain locked away, serving as evidence of an encounter I never intended to have and can never fully explain. They are too clear and detailed to dismiss as technical malfunctions, too consistent across multiple images to explain as coincidental shadows or optical illusions. They document something that challenged everything I thought I understood about the natural world and about the limitations of human perception. I have told this story to no one until now, and I expect that most people will find it difficult to believe. But I know what I saw through my viewfinder that evening at Skull Cliff. And I know what my cameras recorded during those terrifying hours. There are places in this world where our technology reveals more than we are prepared to understand, and sometimes the truth is more disturbing than any fiction we could imagine. I volunteer for Grand Canyon Search and Rescue because I believe everyone deserves to come home. But some people at Skull Cliff do not want to be found. My name is Dakota Williams, and I have been part of the Coconino County Search and Rescue Team for 8 years. I have participated in over 200 rescue operations throughout Arizona, from flash flood evacuations to technical rope rescues on vertical cliff faces. But the mission that took place at Skull Cliff last January changed my understanding of what we are really searching for when people disappear in the wilderness. The initial call came through our emergency dispatch system at approximately 4 in the morning on a Tuesday. 2 separate groups of hikers had reported seeing distress signals from the Skull Cliff area the previous evening, including what appeared to be flashlight signals in a pattern that indicated someone was trying to communicate for help. The signals had been observed between 8 and 10 o'clock at night, coming from a location high on the cliff face that should not have been accessible to recreational hikers without specialized climbing equipment. Our team leader, Captain Sarah Mitchell, assembled a full technical rescue squad consisting of 6 experienced volunteers and 2 professional paramedics. The terrain at Skull Cliff requires advanced rope work and high-angle rescue techniques, so we loaded our vehicles with complete climbing systems, medical equipment, communications gear, and enough supplies for an extended operation. The weather forecast called for clear conditions with temperatures dropping below freezing after sunset, which meant that anyone stranded on the cliff face would be facing life-threatening exposure. The drive to Skull Cliff took nearly 3 hours because we had to transport heavy rescue equipment over rough terrain that tested the limits of our 4-wheel drive vehicles. We established our base camp at the bottom of the main cliff formation and began our assessment of the rescue situation using binoculars and telephoto cameras to scan the cliff face for signs of stranded hikers. The limestone cliffs rose nearly 400 feet above us with multiple ledges and fractures that could potentially shelter someone who had become trapped during a climbing attempt. Using our high-powered spotlights and electronic megaphones, we attempted to make contact with anyone who might be on the cliff face. We followed standard search and rescue protocols, calling out at regular intervals and listening for responses that would help us locate the position of anyone requiring assistance. The echoes from our voices bounced off the limestone walls in complex patterns that made it difficult to determine the direction of any potential responses. But we thought we heard faint calls for help coming from somewhere high on the cliff face. Captain Mitchell deployed our technical climbing team to begin ascending the cliff face using established anchor points and safety systems. I was part of the advance team that would locate and assess the condition of any stranded hikers before the paramedics and additional rescue personnel were brought up to provide medical assistance and evacuation support. The climb to the first major ledge system took nearly 2 hours because we had to place protection anchors and establish safe belay stations as we ascended. When we reached the first ledge, approximately 150 feet up the cliff face, we found evidence that people had recently been in that location. There were scuff marks on the rock surface that indicated foot traffic, and we discovered several pieces of climbing equipment, including carabiners, webbing, and a partially used rope that appeared to have been cut rather than broken under load. The equipment was standard climbing gear, but it had been abandoned in a way that suggested emergency or panic rather than planned retreat. But there were no people on the ledge and no obvious signs of injury or distress that would explain why climbing equipment had been left behind. We used our radio communications to report our findings to the base camp team and continued our ascent toward the higher ledge systems where the distress signals had been observed. The limestone rock was solid and offered good handholds, but the exposure was significant, and the consequences of a fall would be fatal. As we climbed higher on the cliff face, we began to notice unusual characteristics in the rock formations that did not match the geological descriptions in our area maps. There were cavities and openings in the limestone that appeared to be natural caves or passages extending deep into the cliff structure. Some of these openings were large enough for human passage, and they showed evidence of recent use, including footprints in the accumulated dust and debris. The most significant discovery came when we reached the main ledge system approximately 250 feet above the canyon floor. We found a complete campsite including sleeping bags, backpacks, food supplies, and personal belongings that clearly belonged to multiple people. But the campsite appeared to have been abandoned hastily, with gear scattered and personal items left behind in ways that indicated sudden departure rather than planned evacuation. Among the abandoned belongings, we found identification documents belonging to 3 different individuals: Michael Torres from Phoenix, Jennifer Adams from Flagstaff, and Robert Kim from Tucson. According to the dates on their permits and camping receipts, these individuals had been in the area for at least 4 days, which meant they had been camping on the cliff ledge much longer than would be safe or legal without proper permits for extended stays in wilderness areas. But the most disturbing aspect of the campsite discovery was that the sleeping bags and personal belongings showed no signs of struggle or violence, yet the occupants had clearly left in extreme haste. Food was still in cooking pots, personal hygiene items were scattered as if people had been interrupted during normal camp activities, and valuable equipment, including expensive cameras and GPS devices, had been left behind. No experienced backpacker would abandon such equipment unless facing immediate life-threatening danger. We used our radio communications to relay the names and identification information to our base camp team for verification with missing persons databases and Park Service records. While waiting for that information, we continued our search of the ledge area and discovered something that made no sense within the context of a normal rescue operation. We found additional climbing equipment and personal belongings that appeared to belong to different groups of people from different time periods. Some of the abandoned gear showed signs of extended weathering and appeared to have been on the ledge for months or possibly years. There were pieces of clothing, camping equipment, and personal items that represented multiple separate groups of hikers or climbers who had apparently reached this same ledge and then disappeared, leaving their belongings behind. The accumulation of abandoned equipment suggested a pattern of disappearances that had been occurring over an extended period. Captain Mitchell joined our advance team on the ledge and immediately recognized that we were dealing with something far more complex than a routine rescue operation. The evidence suggested multiple groups of missing persons rather than a single emergency, and the pattern of abandoned equipment indicated that people had been reaching this location and then vanishing without explanation. She made the decision to expand our search into the cave openings and passages that we had discovered in the cliff face. The largest cave opening was located at the back of the main ledge and extended horizontally into the limestone cliff for an unknown distance. Using our headlamps and flashlights, we could see that the passage continued beyond the range of our lights and appeared to be a natural tunnel system within the cliff structure. There were definite signs that people had entered this cave system, including footprints, rope marks on the cave walls, and pieces of climbing equipment scattered along the entrance passage. Against standard search and rescue protocols, I volunteered to enter the cave system to search for the missing hikers. Captain Mitchell was reluctant to approve cave exploration without proper spelunking equipment and additional safety personnel, but the evidence clearly indicated that the missing people had gone into the cave passages, and we had an obligation to attempt rescue if they were trapped underground. The cave passage extended much deeper into the cliff than our preliminary examination had suggested. After crawling and climbing through the limestone tunnel for approximately 100 yards, I emerged into a large underground chamber that appeared to be a natural cavern within the cliff structure. My flashlight illuminated a space that was roughly the size of a small auditorium, with a high ceiling that disappeared beyond the reach of my light beam. But the most shocking discovery in the underground chamber was that it contained evidence of long-term human habitation. There were sleeping areas, food storage, water collection systems, and personal belongings that indicated multiple people had been living in the cave for extended periods. The sleeping areas appeared to be occupied, with personal belongings arranged as if the inhabitants had stepped away temporarily and intended to return. More disturbing was the discovery that some of the personal belongings in the cave matched the identification documents we had found in the abandoned campsite on the ledge. Michael Torres, Jennifer Adams, and Robert Kim appeared to have been living in the underground chamber, along with several other individuals whose belongings suggested they had been there much longer. There were personal items dating back months or possibly years, indicating a community of people who had chosen or been compelled to remain in the cave system. But there were no people in the underground chamber when I explored it. The sleeping areas appeared recently used, food supplies were fresh, and there were signs of ongoing habitation, but the cave was completely empty of human occupants. It was as if an entire community of people had suddenly vanished from their underground refuge, leaving behind all their possessions and survival infrastructure. Using my radio communications, I reported the cave discoveries to Captain Mitchell and requested additional team members to help with the expanded search operation. But as I was preparing to return through the cave passage to the main ledge, I heard sounds that indicated people moving deeper within the cave system. There were voices echoing from passages that led further into the cliff structure, and the voices seemed to be calling for help or trying to communicate. I made the decision to investigate the source of the voices, following additional cave passages that led deeper into the limestone cliff. The passages were narrow and required technical climbing skills to navigate safely, but I could hear the voices becoming clearer as I moved deeper into the cave system. The voices were definitely human, and they seemed to be calling specific names, including some that matched the identification documents we had discovered. But as I got closer to the source of the voices, I began to realize that something was fundamentally wrong with what I was hearing. The voices were calling for help and trying to communicate, but they were also repeating the same phrases and names in patterns that seemed artificial or recorded. The voices lacked the emotional variation and spontaneous quality of people genuinely calling for help, and they seemed designed to lure searchers deeper into the cave system. When I finally reached the area where the voices seemed to originate, I found another large underground chamber that contained no people at all. The voices continued to echo through the space, but there was no source for the sounds that I could identify. The chamber contained more evidence of human habitation, including fresh food supplies and recently used sleeping areas, but it was completely empty of actual human occupants. At that point, I made the decision to retreat immediately back toward the cave entrance and rejoin the main rescue team. But as I was navigating back through the cave passages, I heard new voices behind me that seemed to be following my progress through the tunnel system. The voices were calling my name and asking me to wait or come back. But I had never introduced myself to anyone in the caves, and there was no way that anyone I had not encountered could know my identity. I emerged from the cave system onto the main ledge where Captain Mitchell and the rest of the rescue team were waiting for my report. When I described what I had found in the underground chambers, the team made the immediate decision to evacuate from the cliff face and return to base camp. The evidence we had discovered indicated a situation that exceeded the scope of normal search and rescue operations and required investigation by law enforcement and Park Service authorities. The official incident report documented the discovery of abandoned equipment and evidence of missing persons, but it did not include detailed descriptions of the underground chambers or the community infrastructure we had found in the cave system. The case was referred to the National Park Service for investigation as potential missing persons cases, and the Skull Cliff area was temporarily restricted to prevent additional hikers from accessing the dangerous cliff face. But over the following months, I began to experience persistent dreams and intrusive thoughts related to the voices I had heard in the cave system. The voices seemed to be calling for me to return to the underground chambers, and they provided detailed information about passages and locations within the cave system that I had not fully explored during my initial search. The dreams were so vivid and consistent that I began to question whether my experience in the caves had been entirely real. 6 months after the rescue operation, I learned that 2 other members of our search team had requested transfers to different rescue units and had stopped participating in operations at remote wilderness locations. When I contacted them privately, they admitted to experiencing similar dreams and intrusive thoughts related to the voices from the Skull Cliff caves, and they expressed concerns about the psychological effects of our experience during the rescue operation. I have not returned to Skull Cliff since that January rescue mission, and I now limit my search and rescue activities to locations that do not involve cave systems or underground exploration. The evidence we discovered during that operation suggested that people who disappear in the wilderness do not always want to be found, and that some missing persons cases involve circumstances that fall outside our understanding of normal human behavior. The voices I heard in those limestone caves were calling for help, but they were also calling for something else that I did not understand and did not want to investigate further. There are places in the wilderness where search and rescue operations become something more dangerous than emergency response, and Skull Cliff appears to be one of those places where the people we are searching for may not be the people we ultimately find. Our professor always warned us about staying on designated paths during field studies, but when we found those bone fragments embedded in the cliff face, scientific curiosity overrode common sense. My name is Benjamin Rivera, and I am a graduate student in geological sciences at the University of Arizona. What happened during our field trip to Skull Cliff in December has changed my entire understanding of what lies beneath the surface of our planet, and why some discoveries should remain buried in the depths where they have rested for millennia. The field trip was part of our advanced stratigraphy course, led by Dr. Patricia Hendricks, who has been studying Grand Canyon geology for over 30 years. Our group consisted of 6 graduate students and 2 undergraduate geology majors who had earned spots through exceptional academic performance. The purpose of our expedition was to conduct hands-on analysis of the limestone formations at Skull Cliff, examining mineral deposits and sedimentary layers that represent millions of years of geological history. We were specifically tasked with collecting samples for laboratory analysis and documenting the stratigraphic sequence of the cliff face. Dr. Hendricks had chosen the Skull Cliff location because it offered an excellent cross-section of Paleozoic limestone formations that are not easily accessible at other Grand Canyon sites. The cliff face displays clear boundaries between different geological periods, with fossil evidence embedded in the rock layers that tell the story of ancient marine environments. Our assignment required us to identify and document at least 12 distinct sedimentary layers, collect samples from each layer, and analyze the mineral composition using portable field equipment. We arrived at the base camp area on a Thursday morning in mid-December, when the desert air was cold enough to require heavy jackets but clear enough to provide excellent visibility for our work. Dr. Hendricks established strict safety protocols for our cliff face examination, including buddy system requirements, time limits for individual exploration, and mandatory check-ins every 2 hours. She emphasized repeatedly that graduate research was not worth risking life or limb, and that any samples we could not safely collect would have to be left for future expeditions with more specialized equipment. The limestone cliff face at Skull Cliff rises nearly 400 feet from the canyon floor, with natural ledges and fractures that make it possible to examine different geological layers without technical climbing equipment. The rock is predominantly white and gray limestone with distinctive red and orange mineral staining from iron oxide deposits. What makes this location particularly valuable for geological study is the exceptional preservation of fossil specimens and the clear delineation between different sedimentary periods that occurred when this region was covered by ancient seas. My specific assignment focused on the middle section of the cliff face, approximately 150 feet above the canyon floor, where Permian limestone formations transition into Triassic sandstone layers. This boundary represents one of the most significant geological transitions in Grand Canyon stratigraphy, marking the end of the Paleozoic era and the beginning of the Mesozoic era. I was responsible for documenting this transition zone and collecting samples that would allow us to analyze the environmental conditions during this crucial period in Earth's history. On the second day of our fieldwork, while examining the Permian limestone layer at approximately noon when the lighting conditions were optimal, I noticed something unusual embedded in the rock face that did not match any of the typical marine fossils we expected to find in this formation. The object appeared to be bone fragments, but they were much larger than any known marine organism from the Permian period, and showed characteristics that seemed inconsistent with the geological age of the surrounding rock. The bone fragments were partially exposed in a natural crack in the limestone, appearing to be the remains of some type of vertebrate organism. But according to our geological knowledge, terrestrial vertebrates of the size indicated by these bone fragments should not exist in Permian marine limestone formations. The bones were too large to belong to fish or marine reptiles from that period, and they showed structural characteristics that suggested an adaptation to terrestrial rather than aquatic environments. I called over my field partner, Jessica Martinez, who was working on adjacent sections of the cliff face. Jessica has extensive experience with paleontological specimens from her undergraduate work at the Museum of Natural History, and I wanted her professional opinion before documenting what appeared to be an anomalous discovery. When she examined the bone fragments through our field magnifying equipment, her reaction was immediate concern rather than excitement about a potential significant find. The bone fragments appeared to be humanoid in structure, but scaled to a size that would indicate an individual of extraordinary height and bone density. The femur fragment that was most clearly visible suggested a being that would have stood at least 9 or 10 feet tall when alive, with bone thickness that exceeded normal human proportions by a significant margin. More disturbing was the apparent age of the bones, which seemed to be contemporaneous with the limestone formation rather than a later intrusion into older rock. Jessica and I spent the remainder of that afternoon carefully photographing and documenting the bone fragments without attempting to extract them from the limestone matrix. Our field protocols required that any unusual discoveries be reported to Dr. Hendricks before any collection or removal attempts were made. We used our GPS equipment to record the exact coordinates of the find, and took detailed photographs from multiple angles with measurement scales to document the size and position of the visible bone fragments. When we reported our discovery to Dr. Hendricks that evening during our group debriefing session, her reaction was unexpectedly negative. Instead of the scientific excitement we anticipated, she became visibly uncomfortable and insisted that we had misidentified marine reptile fossils or perhaps encountered bones from a much more recent intrusion into the older limestone. She refused to examine our photographs in detail and ordered us to focus our remaining fieldwork on other sections of the cliff face. But Jessica and I could not simply dismiss what we had documented. The bone fragments were clearly visible and photographically documented, and our geological training allowed us to distinguish between different types of fossilized remains. These were definitely not marine reptile fossils, and they showed no evidence of being recent intrusions into older rock formations. The bones appeared to be genuinely ancient and genuinely anomalous for their geological context. The following morning, Jessica and I returned to the location of our discovery before the official start of our scheduled fieldwork. We wanted to conduct more detailed examination and potentially collect small samples that would allow for laboratory analysis without compromising the overall specimen. Our plan was to gather enough evidence to support our initial observations and present a compelling case to Dr. Hendricks for official documentation of the find. When we reached the location where we had found the bone fragments the previous day, we discovered that the natural crack in the limestone had been significantly enlarged, apparently by recent fracturing or weathering. More bone fragments were now visible, including what appeared to be portions of a skull that showed both human and non-human characteristics. The cranial capacity suggested intelligence comparable to modern humans, but the overall bone structure was unlike any known hominin species from the fossil record. As we documented these newly exposed specimens, we began to notice other anomalous features in the surrounding limestone. There were carved markings or symbols embedded in the rock face near the bone fragments, appearing to be deliberate engravings rather than natural geological features. The symbols were geometric in nature and showed evidence of being created with tools, but they were clearly ancient and integrated into the limestone formation rather than being recent additions to the rock surface. The most disturbing discovery came when we used our portable ground-penetrating radar equipment to examine the cliff face behind the visible bone fragments. The radar signatures indicated a much larger skeletal structure extending deep into the limestone, suggesting that what we could see was only a small portion of a complete specimen. The radar data showed bone structures continuing for several meters into the rock face, indicating a discovery of potentially enormous scientific significance. But as we continued our unauthorized examination, we began to experience equipment malfunctions that we could not explain through normal technical problems. Our digital cameras began producing images with strange distortions and color anomalies that occurred only when photographing the bone fragments and surrounding symbols. Our GPS unit started giving inconsistent coordinate readings, and our portable radio communications with the base camp became filled with static and interference. More concerning were the physical sensations we began experiencing during our extended exposure to the discovery site. Both Jessica and I reported feeling disoriented and nauseous after spending more than an hour in close proximity to the bone fragments. We experienced difficulty concentrating and found ourselves making basic errors in our documentation procedures that we would never normally make during fieldwork. There was also a persistent sense of being observed or watched, even though we were alone on the cliff face. When we finally returned to base camp and reported our expanded findings to Dr. Hendricks, her reaction was swift and decisive. She immediately ordered the termination of all fieldwork at the Skull Cliff site and began preparations for immediate departure. She confiscated all of our photographic equipment and documentation materials, claiming that they were needed for official review by the university administration. She also made us sign non-disclosure agreements regarding any unusual discoveries made during the field trip. The official explanation provided to the other students was that safety concerns and weather predictions necessitated an early end to the field trip. Dr. Hendricks announced that our remaining assignments would be completed using geological samples from other locations, and that the Skull Cliff site would not be used for future fieldwork due to unstable rock conditions and access difficulties. She emphasized that any student discussion of unauthorized discoveries or speculation about unusual findings would result in academic discipline and potential removal from the graduate program. During our return journey to the university, Jessica and I had an opportunity to discuss our experience privately. We both agreed that our discoveries at Skull Cliff represented something far more significant than normal paleontological specimens, and that Dr. Hendricks' reaction suggested she was aware of similar findings or had been specifically instructed to prevent students from making such discoveries. The non-disclosure agreements and confiscation of our documentation materials indicated institutional knowledge of phenomena that were being actively suppressed. Over the following weeks, Jessica and I attempted to research similar discoveries at other Grand Canyon geological, sites, but we found that access to relevant scientific literature was restricted, and that several research papers we attempted to locate had been removed from university databases. Our attempts to contact other geology students who had previously studied at Skull Cliff were unsuccessful, and we learned that the site had been used for student fieldwork only intermittently over the past decade. 3 months after our field trip, Jessica received notification that her graduate fellowship had been terminated due to budget constraints, and she was forced to leave the university program. I received a similar notification 2 weeks later, effectively ending both of our academic careers in geological sciences. Dr. Hendricks avoided all contact with us after our return from Skull Cliff, and our requests for meetings or explanations were referred to university administration officials who claimed no knowledge of our concerns. I have since changed my academic focus to engineering and have not returned to geological fieldwork. Jessica moved to another state and now works in environmental consulting. We maintain occasional contact, but neither of us has attempted to publicize or pursue our discoveries at Skull Cliff. The non-disclosure agreements we signed carry significant legal penalties, and we have no desire to face institutional retaliation or professional consequences for discussing our experience. But I know what we found embedded in that limestone cliff face, and I know that it challenges fundamental assumptions about the geological and archaeological record of the Grand Canyon region. The bone fragments we documented belong to beings that should not have existed during the Permian period according to conventional scientific understanding, and the symbols carved into the rock face suggested technological capabilities that predate known human civilization by millions of years. There are discoveries waiting beneath the surface of our planet that would revolutionize our understanding of history and evolution, but there are also institutional forces committed to ensuring that such discoveries remain buried. The limestone cliffs of the Grand Canyon contain evidence of ancient civilizations and unknown species that existed long before conventional science believed such things were possible. And I suspect that our discovery at Skull Cliff was not unique or unprecedented. The bone fragments are still there, embedded in the limestone cliff face, waiting for the next group of students or researchers who venture into areas they are not supposed to explore. But I doubt that future discoveries will be treated any differently than ours were, and I suspect that the truth about what lies beneath the surface of Skull Cliff will continue to be suppressed by those who have the authority to control access to such information. After 23 years as a Grand Canyon park ranger, I thought I had seen every type of emergency call possible until I got the radio transmission from Skull Cliff sector on November 15th. My name is Linda Mae Patterson, and I have worked for the National Park Service since I graduated from Northern Arizona University with a degree in environmental science. During my career, I have responded to everything from routine medical emergencies to search and rescue operations for missing hikers. But nothing in my experience prepared me for what happened that cold Tuesday morning when the call came through about the missing research team. The transmission came from Ranger Station 7, which monitors the remote southeastern sections of the park, including the Skull Cliff area. The voice on the radio belonged to Tommy Rodriguez, a newer ranger who had been stationed there for only 6 months. His voice was shaking when he reported that a geological research team from Arizona State University had failed to check in at their scheduled time, and their emergency beacon had been activated but was transmitting from a location that should not have been accessible to anyone on foot. I was the senior ranger on duty that morning, so the responsibility for coordinating the response fell to me. The missing team consisted of 3 graduate students and their faculty advisor, Dr. Margaret Chen, who were conducting a week-long study of mineral deposits in the Skull Cliff limestone formations. They had proper permits for the research area and were experienced in desert survival and technical climbing. Their last confirmed contact had been at 8 o'clock the previous evening when they radioed in their location and confirmed that all team members were present and accounted for. The emergency beacon signal was coming from approximately 2 miles deeper into the canyon than their reported position, in an area that our topographical maps showed as impassable vertical cliff face. There were no established trails or climbing routes that would have allowed the team to reach the beacon's coordinates, and the terrain was considered too dangerous for recreational access. The signal was strong and consistent, indicating that the beacon was functioning properly and had not been damaged or compromised. I assembled a search and rescue team consisting of 4 experienced rangers and 2 volunteer climbers who had extensive knowledge of the Skull Cliff area. We loaded our vehicles with technical rescue equipment, medical supplies, and enough food and water for an extended operation. The drive to the remote access point took nearly 2 hours over rough terrain, and we began our approach to the beacon coordinates on foot at approximately noon. The hike to the general area took another 3 hours because we had to navigate around several sections of unstable rock and loose scree. As we got closer to the beacon signal, the terrain became increasingly difficult and dangerous. The limestone cliffs rose nearly vertical on all sides, and the only way forward was through a narrow canyon that seemed to dead end against the main cliff face. Our GPS units confirmed that we were approaching the beacon coordinates, but visually we could see no way for anyone to have reached this location. When we finally located the source of the emergency signal, we found the beacon device sitting on a narrow ledge approximately 100 feet up the main cliff face. There was no climbing equipment visible, no ropes or anchors that would have enabled someone to reach that ledge, and no obvious route up or down from the position. The beacon was simply sitting there alone, transmitting its distress signal into the empty desert air. More disturbing was the fact that the ledge appeared to be completely inaccessible from any direction we could determine. We used binoculars and telephoto camera lenses to examine the ledge and surrounding area in detail. The beacon was definitely the one assigned to Dr. Chen's research team, but there were no other signs of human presence on the ledge or anywhere in the immediate vicinity. No backpacks, no climbing gear, no personal belongings that would indicate the team had been in that location. The beacon appeared to have been placed deliberately in a position where it would be visible but not retrievable without specialized high-angle rescue equipment. One of our volunteer climbers, Sarah Mitchell, who had been climbing in the Grand Canyon region for over 15 years, examined the cliff face with professional climbing equipment and determined that reaching the ledge would require technical gear and skills that exceeded what a geological research team would normally carry. The rock face offered no natural handholds or footholds, and the limestone was too soft and fractured to support traditional climbing anchors. Even with proper equipment, the ascent would be extremely dangerous and would require multiple experienced climbers working together. We spent the remainder of that day searching the canyon floor and surrounding areas for any signs of the missing team. We found their base camp exactly where their permits indicated it should be, with all equipment still in place and no signs of disturbance or hasty departure. Their research notes were neatly organized, their food supplies were untouched, and their sleeping bags appeared to have been slept in the previous night. Everything suggested that they had simply vanished sometime between their evening radio check and the following morning when they failed to report in. The search continued for 6 more days with additional resources brought in from other Park Service units and local law enforcement agencies. We expanded the search radius to include areas that would have required the team to travel much farther than their research objectives would have necessitated. Helicopters conducted aerial surveys of the entire region, and ground teams covered every accessible square mile within reasonable walking distance of their base camp. We found no traces of the missing researchers anywhere in the expanded search area. On the 4th day of the search, we finally retrieved the emergency beacon from the cliff ledge using helicopter and technical rope rescue specialists. The device was examined by our communications technician and found to be functioning normally with no signs of damage or tampering. The activation log showed that the beacon had been turned on manually at approximately 3 o'clock in the morning, several hours after the team's last radio contact. The manual activation meant that someone had deliberately triggered the emergency signal rather than it being activated automatically by impact or water damage. What disturbed me most about the beacon retrieval was something that our helicopter pilot mentioned during the debriefing. He reported that while hovering near the cliff face, his aircraft had experienced unusual electromagnetic interference that affected both his navigation equipment and radio communications. The interference was localized to the immediate area around the ledge where the beacon was found, and it cleared up completely once he moved the helicopter away from that specific location. He had never experienced similar interference during thousands of hours of flying in the Grand Canyon region. The official investigation concluded that the research team had somehow become disoriented and wandered away from their base camp, possibly during the night hours when visibility would have been limited. The theory suggested that they had fallen victim to exposure or accident in a remote area that had not yet been searched, and that the emergency beacon had been activated and thrown or carried to the cliff ledge by unknown means, possibly wind or wildlife. The case was classified as a missing persons investigation with no evidence of foul play, but there were aspects of the case that the official report did not adequately address. The team consisted of experienced researchers who were familiar with desert survival and navigation techniques. They carried GPS devices, emergency whistles, and other safety equipment that should have prevented them from becoming lost in familiar terrain. The condition of their base camp suggested a planned and organized departure rather than a panicked flight or emergency evacuation. Most significantly, the placement of the emergency beacon in an inaccessible location suggested deliberate human action rather than accidental loss or natural forces. Someone had to have placed that device on the cliff ledge, but our investigation found no evidence that anyone with the necessary climbing skills had been in the area during the relevant time period. The electromagnetic interference reported by our helicopter pilot also suggested unusual environmental factors that we could not explain through normal geological or atmospheric phenomena. 6 months after the disappearance, I received an unofficial report from a colleague at Ranger Station 7 that Tommy Rodriguez had requested a transfer to a different park assignment. When I contacted Tommy directly, he told me that he had been experiencing recurring nightmares about voices calling for help from the Skull Cliff area, particularly during the overnight shifts when he was alone at the remote station. He said that the voices seemed to come from the direction of the cliff face where we had found the emergency beacon, and that they occurred most frequently around 3 o'clock in the morning, which was the same time the beacon activation had been logged. I have never filed an official report about Tommy's experiences because they fall outside the scope of normal Park Service documentation. But his account troubled me enough that I began conducting my own unofficial monitoring of the Skull Cliff area during overnight patrols. Over the following months, I made several solo visits to the location where we had found the research team's base camp, usually during the early morning hours when the desert is at its quietest. On 3 separate occasions, I heard sounds that seemed to originate from the cliff face area where the emergency beacon had been recovered. The sounds were difficult to describe precisely, but they resembled human voices calling for help or assistance. The voices were too distant and distorted to make out specific words, but the tone and rhythm suggested people in distress trying to communicate across a great distance. Each time I investigated these sounds with flashlights and binoculars, I found no visual evidence of human presence in the area. The case of Dr. Chen's research team remains officially unsolved, and no trace of the 4 missing researchers has ever been found despite extensive searches and ongoing investigations. The Skull Cliff area has been temporarily restricted to scientific research requiring special permits, and routine patrol coverage of that sector has been reduced due to budget constraints and personnel reassignments. The official explanation for these administrative changes relates to budget priorities and resource allocation, but I suspect that other factors may have influenced the decision to limit Park Service presence in that particular area. I am scheduled to retire from the National Park Service next year after completing my 24th year of service. The missing research team case will probably remain open indefinitely, joining the dozens of other unsolved disappearances that occur in national parks across the country each year. But I know that something happened to those 4 people in the Skull Cliff area that cannot be explained by the standard theories about getting lost or falling victim to natural hazards. The emergency beacon placement, the electromagnetic interference, and the ongoing reports of voices in the night all point to phenomena that fall outside our normal understanding of missing persons cases in wilderness areas. There are places in the Grand Canyon where the combination of geological history, isolation, and unknown environmental factors creates conditions that we do not fully comprehend. And I believe that Skull Cliff is one of those places where our conventional explanations prove inadequate. We came to film a documentary about Grand Canyon legends, but our camera operator started recording things that were not there during our last shoot at Skull Cliff. My name is Jasmine Washington, and I work as a producer for independent documentary films based out of Las Vegas. Our production company specializes in paranormal and unexplained phenomena content for streaming platforms and cable television networks. The project that brought us to Skull Cliff was supposed to be a straightforward exploration of Native American legends and geological mysteries. But it became something far more disturbing than any of us were prepared to handle. The documentary concept originated from research conducted by our director Marcus Chen, who had been studying reports of unusual phenomena in remote areas of the Grand Canyon for over 2 years. Our initial proposal focused on indigenous folklore about spiritual boundaries and sacred sites that should not be disturbed by modern visitors. The network executives were interested in the project because it combined historical research with contemporary mystery elements, and they approved funding for a 5-day shoot at various locations throughout the canyon region. Our crew consisted of 6 people, including myself as producer, Marcus as director, Sarah Mitchell as our primary camera operator, Robert Kim as sound engineer, Jennifer Adams as research coordinator, and Michael Torres as our local guide and safety coordinator. We had extensive experience filming in remote wilderness locations, and we carried professional-grade equipment including multiple cameras, sound recording systems, drone technology for aerial shots, and satellite communication devices for emergency situations. The first 3 days of filming went according to our planned schedule. We documented several well-known legend sites and conducted interviews with tribal elders and Park Service personnel who were willing to discuss the folklore and historical accounts associated with different areas of the Grand Canyon. Our footage was excellent quality, and we were capturing exactly the type of content that our network contacts had requested for the documentary series. Skull Cliff was scheduled as our final location because Marcus wanted to end the documentary with the most visually dramatic and mysterious site we could access within our budget and time constraints. The limestone cliff formations provided an excellent backdrop for our concluding segment about the boundaries between scientific explanation and unexplained phenomena. We planned to spend our final day filming establishing shots, conducting our last interviews, and capturing sunset footage that would serve as the closing sequence for the documentary. We arrived at Skull Cliff early on Thursday morning and began setting up our equipment for a full day of filming. Sarah positioned her primary camera system on a stable tripod to capture wide shots of the cliff face, while Robert established his sound recording equipment to document both our narration and the natural acoustics of the canyon environment. The weather conditions were perfect for filming, with clear skies and excellent visibility that would allow us to capture the limestone formations in optimal lighting. The first unusual incident occurred around 10 o'clock in the morning when Sarah was filming establishing shots of the cliff face through her telephoto lens. She reported seeing movement on the cliff face that appeared to be people climbing on areas that should have been inaccessible to human passage. When we examined the cliff face directly with binoculars, we could see no signs of climbers or any equipment that would enable such an ascent. but Sarah insisted that her camera was recording human figures moving across the limestone walls. We reviewed the footage immediately using Sarah's camera display screen, and we could clearly see dark shapes moving along the cliff face in patterns that suggested deliberate climbing rather than shadows or optical illusions. The shapes appeared to be human in form, but scaled to a size that would indicate individuals of extraordinary height and apparent ability to cling to vertical rock surfaces. The footage was technically perfect with no signs of camera malfunction or recording errors. Robert began experiencing audio recording problems around the same time that Sarah was documenting the visual anomalies. His professional sound equipment was picking up voices and conversations that none of us could hear directly. The recorded voices seemed to be speaking in multiple languages, including what sounded like indigenous dialects, but also languages that Robert could not identify despite his extensive experience with international documentary projects. The voices appeared to be having conversations about our presence and our filming activities. Marcus made the decision to continue filming while documenting these unusual phenomena as part of our documentary content. We had been hired to investigate unexplained occurrences at Grand Canyon locations, and we were clearly encountering exactly the type of material that would make our documentary compelling and authentic. We began treating the anomalous footage and audio recordings as legitimate documentation of paranormal activity rather than technical problems with our equipment. But as the day progressed, the phenomena became increasingly intense and difficult to explain through equipment malfunctions or environmental factors. Sarah's camera began recording multiple exposure effects that showed the same locations at what appeared to be different time periods simultaneously. The cliff face would appear in her footage, showing both its current state and what looked like the same location during different historical periods, with evidence of human activity spanning what appeared to be decades or centuries. The most disturbing development came when Sarah's camera began recording people and activities that were clearly not present at our filming location. The footage showed individuals in period clothing from different historical eras, including what appeared to be Native American ceremonies, early European explorers, and groups of people in clothing from various decades of the 20th century. All of these people appeared to be occupying the same physical space as our contemporary filming location, but existing in what seemed to be different time periods. Robert's audio equipment was simultaneously recording conversations and activities that corresponded to the visual anomalies that Sarah was documenting. We could hear voices discussing events and referencing technologies from different historical periods, including conversations that seemed to be occurring in the present day but involving people who were not physically present at our location. The audio quality was excellent and showed no signs of interference or external radio transmissions. By afternoon, our entire crew was experiencing disorientation and difficulty maintaining focus on our planned filming schedule. The combination of visual and audio phenomena was creating a psychological impact that made it difficult to distinguish between what was actually happening at our location and what was being recorded by our equipment. We began to question whether our cameras and recording devices were documenting real events or somehow creating the very phenomena they appeared to be capturing. Marcus attempted to maintain professional filming procedures, but it became increasingly clear that our equipment was recording far more than we had intended to document. The footage showed not only the historical figures and activities I described, but also contemporary people who appeared to be filming crews like ourselves from different time periods. We could see other documentary teams, photographers, and researchers working at the same Skull Cliff location during what appeared to be different decades. The final incident occurred late in the afternoon when Sarah's camera began recording our own crew from what appeared to be different perspectives and time periods. We could see ourselves in the footage, but also versions of ourselves that appeared to be older or younger, wearing different clothing and using different equipment. The recorded versions of ourselves seemed to be aware of being filmed and were looking directly into Sarah's camera despite the fact that we were not posing for those shots. Robert's audio equipment recorded conversations between these different versions of ourselves discussing filming projects and documentary content that we had never worked on. The voices were definitely ours, but the conversations referenced experiences and locations that we had no memory of visiting. The audio suggested that we had been filming at Skull Cliff multiple times over a period of many years, though this was actually our first visit to the location. We made the decision to end filming immediately and pack our equipment for departure. The psychological impact of the recorded phenomena was affecting our ability to think clearly and make rational decisions about our safety and the completion of our project. Marcus was concerned that continued exposure to whatever was causing these recording anomalies might have lasting effects on our mental health and professional capabilities. But when we attempted to leave Skull Cliff, we discovered that our vehicles would not start despite the fact that they had been functioning normally when we arrived. Our satellite communication devices were not receiving signals, and our GPS navigation systems were providing inconsistent location readings. We appeared to be stranded at the filming location with no ability to call for assistance or navigate back to established roads. We spent the night at Skull Cliff using our emergency camping equipment, but none of us were able to sleep due to ongoing audio and visual phenomena that continued even after our cameras and recording equipment had been turned off. We could hear conversations and activities around our campsite that suggested the presence of other people, but visual inspection revealed that we were alone at the location. The sounds continued throughout the night and seemed to be coming from different time periods simultaneously. The next morning, our vehicles started normally and our communication and navigation equipment resumed normal function. We were able to leave Skull Cliff without further difficulty and return to Las Vegas to begin reviewing our footage and planning the editing process for our documentary. But when we attempted to access the recorded material from our final day of filming, we discovered that all of our equipment had experienced complete data corruption. The footage and audio recordings from Skull Cliff were completely unusable due to file corruption that affected every storage device and backup system we had used. Our professional equipment had never experienced such comprehensive data loss, and technical analysis could not identify any cause for the corruption. We lost an entire day of filming and had no usable content from what should have been the most important location in our documentary project. We never completed the Grand Canyon Legends documentary because we could not explain the loss of our Skull Cliff footage to the network executives who had funded our project. The incident effectively ended our working relationship with that particular network, and several members of our crew left the documentary production industry shortly afterward. Marcus now works in commercial video production, and Sarah has moved to still photography rather than cinematography. I have never returned to Skull Cliff, and I now avoid documentary projects that involve investigations of unexplained phenomena or paranormal activity. Our equipment recorded things that should not have been possible, and I suspect that some locations are not meant to be documented by contemporary technology. There are places where the act of filming creates more questions than answers, and Skull Cliff appears to be one of those locations where the boundaries between past and present become dangerously unstable. My grandfather told me stories about Skull Cliff that I never believed until the day I had to guide tourists there and witnessed why our people avoid that cursed place. My name is Thomas Bigay, and I am a member of the Navajo Nation who works as a licensed wilderness guide for tourists visiting remote areas of the Grand Canyon. For 15 years, I have led hiking expeditions, photography tours, and cultural education trips throughout the canyon region, sharing the natural beauty and traditional knowledge of our ancestral lands with visitors from around the world. Growing up on the reservation, I heard many stories from my grandfather about places in the canyon that were dangerous or spiritually significant in ways that outsiders could not understand. He would tell me about locations where the boundary between the physical world and the spirit world was thin, and where modern people could encounter things that were not meant for contemporary eyes. I always thought these were just traditional stories meant to teach respect for the land, but I never considered them to be literal warnings about specific dangers. Skull Cliff was one of the places my grandfather specifically warned me never to visit, especially not with groups of tourists who lacked proper spiritual preparation and protection. He told me that the limestone formations in that area contained the remains of ancient beings who had violated natural laws and been imprisoned in the rock as punishment for their crimes against the earth. According to his stories, these beings could influence the minds of people who spent too much time near their stone prison, causing them to see and hear things that would drive them to madness. But as a professional wilderness guide, I could not simply refuse clients who requested trips to specific locations based on traditional stories that I did not fully believe. When the Henderson family from Denver contacted me in March to arrange a 3-day guided tour that specifically included Skull Cliff, I accepted their booking despite my grandfather's warnings. They were experienced hikers who had done extensive research on Grand Canyon geology and were particularly interested in the limestone formations and fossil deposits that made Skull Cliff scientifically significant. The Henderson family consisted of Dr. Michael Henderson, a geology professor at the University of Colorado, his wife Jennifer, who worked as a museum curator, and their 2 teenage children, Sarah and Robert. They were knowledgeable about desert safety and wilderness survival, and they carried professional quality equipment for photography and specimen collection. They seemed like ideal clients who would appreciate both the natural beauty and the cultural significance of the areas we would be visiting. The first 2 days of our guided tour went exactly according to my planned itinerary. We visited several established viewpoints and geological sites where I could share both scientific information and traditional Navajo perspectives on the landscape and its history. The Henderson family was respectful and genuinely interested in learning about indigenous relationships with the land, and I felt comfortable sharing some of the cultural knowledge that my grandfather had taught me about reading the desert environment. On our final day, we hiked to Skull Cliff in the early morning hours when the lighting conditions would be optimal for photography, and when the desert temperatures would still be manageable for extended outdoor activity. I led the family to a safe viewing area approximately half a mile from the main cliff formations, where they could take photographs and conduct their geological observations without venturing into areas that I considered potentially dangerous based on my grandfather's warnings. But Dr. Henderson was not satisfied with observing the cliff formations from a distance. He wanted to collect mineral samples and examine the limestone layers up close, which would require hiking much closer to the base of the cliffs and potentially climbing to reach the most interesting geological features. He had permits for specimen collection and assured me that he had extensive experience with technical climbing in canyon environments. Against my better judgment and despite the persistent feeling that my grandfather's warnings should be taken seriously, I agreed to guide the family closer to the cliff face so that Dr. Henderson could conduct his geological research. We approached the limestone formations using established animal trails that provided relatively safe passage through the rocky terrain, and we reached the base of the cliffs without incident around midday when the sun was directly overhead. The first signs that something was wrong appeared when we were setting up our base camp at the bottom of the cliff. Sarah, the teenage daughter, began complaining of severe headaches and nausea that seemed to come and went without any obvious cause. She had been fine during our morning hike, but as soon as we established our position near the limestone cliffs, she became visibly ill and disoriented. Her mother attributed the symptoms to altitude and desert heat, but I recognized the signs that my grandfather had described as the beginning of spiritual interference. Dr. Henderson began his geological examination of the cliff face, using professional tools to collect samples from different limestone layers and documenting the mineral composition of the various rock formations. But as he worked, he started reporting discoveries that did not match any known geological features of the Skull Cliff area. He claimed to be finding fossil specimens that appeared to be human remains embedded in rock formations that predated human presence in North America by millions of years. More disturbing were the photographs that Jennifer was taking of her husband's geological work. When she reviewed the images on her digital camera, she discovered that the photographs showed additional people working alongside Dr. Henderson who had not been present when the pictures were taken. The photographs clearly showed her husband collecting samples, but they also showed other individuals wearing different clothing and using different tools, as if multiple groups of researchers from different time periods were occupying the same location simultaneously. Robert, the teenage son, began experiencing auditory hallucinations around the same time that his sister was dealing with her unexplained illness, and his mother was discovering the anomalous photographs. He reported hearing voices speaking in languages he could not understand, but the voices seemed to be providing him with detailed information about the geological history of the cliff area and the location of mineral deposits that his father had not yet discovered. I recognized these symptoms as exactly what my grandfather had warned me about, and I knew that we needed to leave Skull Cliff immediately before the spiritual interference became more intense or dangerous. But when I tried to convince the Henderson family that we should return to our established campsite, they were reluctant to abandon Dr. Henderson's research when he was making what appeared to be significant geological discoveries. The situation deteriorated rapidly during the afternoon hours when the sun began casting longer shadows across the cliff face. Sarah's illness became so severe that she was unable to walk without assistance, and she began speaking in what sounded like the same unknown languages that Robert was hearing in his auditory hallucinations. Jennifer's camera continued to record people and activities that were not present, and the photographs began showing the cliff area during what appeared to be different historical periods. Dr. Henderson became completely focused on his geological work to the exclusion of his family's obvious distress, collecting samples and making measurements with an intensity that seemed driven by something beyond normal scientific curiosity. He claimed that the limestone contained evidence of advanced civilizations that predated known human history, and he was convinced that his discoveries would revolutionize understanding of North American archaeology. But the most terrifying development came when I realized that I was also beginning to experience the same symptoms that were affecting the Henderson family. I started hearing voices in traditional Navajo dialect that seemed to be coming from within the cliff face itself. The voices were warning me about the danger we were in and instructing me to use traditional protection ceremonies that my grandfather had taught me but that I had never taken seriously until that moment. Following the guidance of the voices, I began performing a traditional cleansing ceremony using sacred tobacco and prayers that my grandfather had taught me for dealing with spiritual interference. I instructed the Henderson family to gather closely around me and to avoid looking directly at the cliff face while I completed the ceremony. The family was initially skeptical about participating in what they saw as superstitious rituals, but their obvious distress made them willing to try anything that might provide relief. The ceremony worked immediately and dramatically. Sarah's illness disappeared completely, Robert's auditory hallucinations stopped, and Jennifer's camera began functioning normally without recording anomalous images. Dr. Henderson seemed to wake up from his obsessive focus on the geological research and expressed concern about his family's welfare for the first time since we had arrived at the cliff site. We packed our equipment quickly and left Skull Cliff that afternoon, returning to established campgrounds where we spent our final night before returning to civilization. The Henderson family did not discuss their experiences at Skull Cliff during our remaining time together, and they seemed eager to forget what had happened during their geological research expedition. When Dr. Henderson later attempted to analyze the mineral samples he had collected from the limestone cliff, he found that they were completely ordinary limestone with no unusual properties or embedded fossils. The photographs that had shown multiple groups of researchers working at the same location showed only the Henderson family when reviewed in normal lighting conditions. All evidence of their anomalous experiences had disappeared once they were away from the direct influence of the cliff site. I never guided another tour group to Skull Cliff, and I now refuse requests from clients who specifically want to visit that location. My grandfather's warnings about places where the spirit world intersects with the physical world were not traditional stories or metaphorical teachings about respecting nature. They were literal warnings about specific locations where ancient spiritual forces remain active and can influence the minds and perceptions of people who lack proper preparation and protection. The limestone cliffs contain something more than geological formations and mineral deposits. There are places in the Grand Canyon where traditional knowledge and modern science intersect in ways that most people are not prepared to understand. And Skull Cliff is one of those places where our ancestors left warnings that should be heeded by anyone who values their mental and spiritual health. I have free climbed some of the most dangerous cliffs in North America, but nothing prepared me for what I found in the hidden cave system behind Skull Cliff's rock face. My name is Samantha Mitchell, and I have been a professional rock climber for 12 years, specializing in technical ascents of limestone formations throughout the southwestern United States. I have conquered vertical walls in Yosemite, completed first ascents in Utah's Red Rock Country, and guided climbing expeditions in remote wilderness areas where few people have ever set foot. The Skull Cliff ascent was not originally planned as part of any official climbing expedition. I was in the Grand Canyon area conducting reconnaissance for a climbing magazine article about undocumented limestone routes when I discovered the cliff formation during a solo hiking trip in February. The limestone walls presented technical challenges that immediately caught my attention. With vertical sections that would require advanced climbing techniques and equipment that most recreational climbers would never attempt. What made Skull Cliff particularly appealing from a climbing perspective was the apparent absence of any established routes or previous climbing attempts. The cliff face showed no signs of anchor points, rappel stations, or the chalk marks that typically indicate where other climbers have attempted ascents. This suggested that I would be making a first ascent of a significant limestone formation, which represents the kind of achievement that serious climbers spend years searching for in increasingly crowded climbing areas. I returned to Skull Cliff 3 weeks later with a complete rack of climbing gear, including ropes, hardware, safety equipment, and enough supplies for a multi-day climbing expedition. My plan was to establish several different routes up the cliff face, document the climbs with photography, and potentially publish the first guidebook coverage of what appeared to be a virgin climbing area within reasonable access of major population centers. The limestone rock quality at Skull Cliff was exceptional, offering solid handholds and reliable protection placements that made the technical climbing both challenging and safe. I completed 2 successful routes up different sections of the cliff face during my first day, reaching heights of approximately 200 feet above the canyon floor and establishing anchor systems that would allow for clean rappel descents back to the base. But during my third route attempt on the main cliff face, I discovered something that was not visible from ground level or from the lower sections of the cliff. At approximately 150 feet above the canyon floor, the limestone formation contained a horizontal opening that appeared to be the entrance to a natural cave system extending deep into the cliff structure. The opening was large enough for human passage, but was positioned in a location that would be impossible to reach without advanced climbing skills. The cave entrance was not marked on any topographical maps of the area, and it showed no signs of previous human visitation despite being located in a region where Native American peoples had lived for thousands of years. The lack of any historical or archaeological documentation of the cave system suggested that it had remained hidden and inaccessible throughout recorded history, making it a potentially significant discovery from both geological and anthropological perspectives. I decided to explore the cave system as part of my climbing expedition, using my technical gear to establish a secure anchor point at the cave entrance that would allow for safe exploration and retreat if necessary. I carried extra headlamps, rope, and emergency supplies into the cave passages, following standard spelunking safety protocols despite my lack of extensive cave exploration experience. The cave passages extended much deeper into the cliff than I had anticipated based on the external appearance of the limestone formation. After crawling and climbing through narrow tunnels for approximately 200 yards, I emerged into a large underground chamber that appeared to be a natural cavern with dimensions comparable to a cathedral interior. My headlamp illuminated smooth limestone walls that rose beyond the reach of my light beam into what appeared to be a domed ceiling. But the most remarkable discovery in the underground chamber was evidence of extensive human modification and habitation that appeared to date back centuries or possibly millennia. The cave walls contained carved symbols and pictographs that resembled Native American petroglyphs, but included geometric patterns and symbolic representations that I had never seen in any archaeological documentation of southwestern indigenous art. More significantly, the chamber contained constructed stone platforms, water collection systems, and storage areas that indicated sophisticated engineering and long-term habitation by people who possessed advanced knowledge of underground construction techniques. The stonework was expertly fitted without mortar, using techniques that matched the precision of ancient Puebloan architecture, but on a scale that exceeded anything I had encountered in documented archaeological sites. The cave system extended beyond the main chamber through additional passages that led deeper into the cliff structure. Using my climbing gear to navigate vertical sections within the cave, I discovered multiple levels of chambers and tunnels that formed a complex underground network. Each level contained evidence of human habitation, including sleeping areas, food storage, tool caches, and elaborate stone carvings that suggested a sophisticated and long-established community. But despite the clear evidence of extensive human occupation, the cave system was completely empty of any contemporary inhabitants. The sleeping areas appeared recently used. Food, storage areas contained preserved supplies, and tool caches included both ancient implements and surprisingly modern equipment. It was as if an entire underground community had simply vanished, leaving behind their entire material culture and infrastructure. The most disturbing discovery came when I reached the deepest accessible level of the cave system, approximately 400 feet into the cliff structure and 100 feet below the original cave entrance. In the deepest chamber, I found evidence of recent climbing equipment, including ropes, anchors, and personal gear that clearly belonged to other climbers who had discovered and explored the cave system before my arrival. Among the abandoned climbing gear, I found personal identification and equipment tags that belonged to climbers I recognized from the professional climbing community. Michael Chen, Jennifer Adams, and Robert Torres were all accomplished climbers who had disappeared during solo climbing expeditions in Arizona over the past 2 years. Their disappearances had been attributed to climbing accidents in remote areas where rescue operations were unable to locate their bodies. But the climbing equipment in the deepest cave chamber was carefully organized and stored rather than scattered, as would be expected from climbing accidents or emergency situations. The gear appeared to have been deliberately cached by climbers who intended to return for it at a later time. Personal belongings, including journals, cameras, and survival supplies, suggested that these climbers had been using the cave system as a base camp for extended periods. The climbing journals contained detailed documentation of routes and exploration within the cave system, describing passages and chambers that extended much deeper than I had explored. The journal entries indicated that the missing climbers had discovered additional levels of the underground complex that contained increasingly elaborate stone construction and carved artwork, representing what they described as an ancient civilization of remarkable sophistication. but the final journal entries from each of the missing climbers described experiences that suggested psychological effects from extended time in the cave system. They reported hearing voices calling from deeper passages, seeing lights and movement in areas where no other people were present, and feeling compelled to explore increasingly dangerous sections of the underground complex despite their concerns about their safety and their ability to find their way back to the surface. The last entry in Michael Chen's journal, dated approximately 6 months before my discovery of the equipment cache, described his decision to attempt a descent into what he called the deepest chamber of the cave system, following voices that seemed to be calling for help from far below his position. His final written words expressed both excitement about making a significant discovery and concern that he might not be able to return to share his findings with the outside world. At that point, I made the immediate decision to retreat from the cave system and return to the surface as quickly as possible. The evidence suggested that other climbers had become lost or trapped in the deeper passages, and I had no desire to add my name to the list of missing persons associated with the Skull Cliff cave system. I left the cached equipment undisturbed and followed my established route back toward the cave entrance. But during my retreat through the cave passages, I began to experience the same phenomena that the missing climbers had described in their journals. I heard voices calling from deeper within the cave system, speaking in languages I could not identify but conveying an unmistakable sense of urgency and appeal for assistance. The voices seemed to know my name and were specifically calling for me to return to the deeper chambers. I also began experiencing equipment malfunctions that had not occurred during my initial exploration of the cave system. My primary headlamp began flickering and producing inconsistent illumination. My backup lights were draining their batteries at an abnormal rate, and my climbing rope was developing frays and weak points that had not been present when I entered the caves. Most disturbing was the growing sense that I was not alone in the cave passages despite having seen no evidence of other people during my exploration. I heard footsteps and movement behind me as I climbed toward the surface, and I frequently felt the sensation of someone pulling on my climbing rope in ways that seemed intentional rather than accidental contact with rock surfaces. I successfully exited the cave system and completed my rappel descent to the canyon floor, but the psychological effects of my underground experience continued for several weeks after I returned to civilization. I experienced recurring dreams about the missing climbers calling for rescue from the deepest chambers of the cave system, and I felt persistent guilt about leaving their equipment behind rather than attempting to continue their exploration. I never published my planned climbing article about Skull Cliff, and I have not returned to the area since my cave discovery. The climbing routes I established on the cliff face represent excellent technical challenges that would appeal to advanced climbers, but I cannot recommend the area knowing what lies hidden behind the limestone walls. There are discoveries waiting in those underground chambers that exceed the scope of recreational climbing activities, and I suspect that the missing climbers found something in the deepest passages that prevented them from returning to share their knowledge with the outside world. I took the overnight security job at the Skull Cliff Research Station because the pay was good and I needed the quiet. But some nights the silence is filled with sounds that should not exist. My name is Raymond Torres, and I have worked as a private security guard for 15 years. Mostly at construction sites, office buildings, and industrial facilities throughout New Mexico and Arizona. The assignment at Skull Cliff was different from my usual contracts because it involved protecting a remote scientific research facility, rather than preventing theft or vandalism at commercial properties. The research station was established by a consortium of universities and government agencies to study the geological and archaeological significance of the Skull Cliff area. The facility consisted of 3 modular buildings housing laboratory equipment, data storage systems, communication gear, and temporary living quarters for researchers who needed to stay on site during extended fieldwork periods. My job was to provide overnight security coverage from 6 in the evening until 6 in the morning, 7 days a week, with 1 weekend off per month. The position was advertised as an ideal assignment for security guards who preferred working alone and could handle the isolation of a remote desert location. The pay was significantly higher than typical security work because of the location and the specialized nature of the research being conducted. The contract included housing in a comfortable trailer on the facility grounds, all utilities paid, and access to satellite internet and television for entertainment during the quiet overnight hours. During my initial orientation, the facility manager, Dr. Patricia Hendricks, explained that the research station operated with minimal staffing and that researchers were typically present only during daytime hours. My primary responsibilities were to monitor the perimeter security systems, conduct hourly facility inspections, maintain communication logs, and respond to any equipment alarms or unauthorized intrusions. She emphasized that the scientific equipment was extremely valuable and that maintaining security was essential for the ongoing research projects. The first few weeks of overnight shifts passed without incident. The desert location was indeed very quiet, with only occasional wildlife sounds and the normal settling noises from the modular buildings. I established a routine of hourly perimeter walks, equipment checks, and radio communications with the central monitoring station in Phoenix. The isolation was actually peaceful after years of dealing with urban security problems, and I found the work less stressful than my previous assignments. But as I became more familiar with the facility and the surrounding area, I began to notice unusual characteristics about the research station that had not been mentioned during my orientation. The security cameras were positioned not only to monitor approaches to the buildings, but also to observe specific areas of the cliff face that seemed to have no relevance to protecting the facility. The motion sensors and alarm systems were calibrated to detect activity in areas that were far beyond the normal perimeter of the research station. More puzzling was the discovery that some of the scientific equipment in the laboratory buildings was designed for monitoring and recording rather than analysis or research. There were sensitive audio recording systems with directional microphones aimed at the cliff face, seismic monitoring equipment that seemed designed to detect underground activity, and electromagnetic field detectors that operated continuously throughout the night. This equipment suggested that the researchers were studying active phenomena rather than static geological formations. The first unusual incident occurred during my third week on the job at approximately 2 o'clock in the morning on a Tuesday night. While conducting my regular perimeter inspection, I heard what sounded like voices calling from the direction of Skull Cliff, about a quarter-mile from the research station. The voices were too distant to make out specific words, but they seemed to be human rather than animal sounds, and they appeared to be trying to communicate or call for attention. I used my high-powered flashlight and binoculars to scan the cliff area, but I could see no signs of people or any other source for the voices. The sounds continued intermittently for about 20 minutes, then stopped completely. I documented the incident in my security log and reported it to the central monitoring station. But I was told that voices in the desert could be explained by wind effects, echoes from distant traffic, or wildlife sounds that can mimic human speech. But over the following nights, the voices became a regular occurrence, always appearing between midnight and 4 in the morning, and always seeming to originate from the cliff area. The voices were sometimes individual calls, sometimes what sounded like conversations between multiple people, and occasionally what seemed to be organized group activities like singing or chanting. The sounds were clear enough that I could determine they were definitely human voices, but I never saw any people in the area during my visual inspections. I began using the facility's scientific equipment to investigate the source of the voices, operating the directional microphones and recording systems during the overnight hours when the sounds typically occurred. The recordings confirmed that the voices were real and not products of my imagination or audio hallucinations caused by isolation and fatigue. but the recorded voices contained characteristics that were difficult to explain through normal acoustic phenomena. The voices appeared to be speaking in multiple languages simultaneously, including what sounded like English, Spanish, and several Native American dialects. But the recordings also captured conversations in languages that I could not identify, and that seemed to follow linguistic patterns unlike any modern languages I had encountered. Some of the voices sounded contemporary, while others had acoustic qualities that suggested they were coming from much greater distances or different environmental conditions. Most disturbing was the discovery that some of the recorded voices were discussing the research station and my security activities. The voices knew details about the facility, the scientific equipment, and my daily routines that should not have been accessible to anyone outside the research project. The conversations referenced my name, my work schedule, and my background in ways that suggested ongoing surveillance or monitoring of the facility by unknown individuals. After 6 weeks on the job, I experienced a more direct encounter with whatever was causing the voice phenomena. During my midnight perimeter inspection, I discovered that one of the security cameras monitoring the cliff area was displaying images that did not match what I could see directly. The camera showed multiple people moving around the base of the cliffs, apparently conducting some type of organized activity involving lights, equipment, and what appeared to be construction or excavation work. But when I looked directly at the cliff area using binoculars and high-powered spotlights, I could see no people, no lights, and no signs of any activity. The camera continued to show clear images of people working in the area, while my direct visual observation revealed nothing but empty desert landscape. The discrepancy between the camera feed and direct observation continued for over an hour before the camera images returned to showing the same empty landscape that I could observe directly. I documented this incident in detail and contacted Dr. Hendricks to report the camera malfunction, but she told me that the camera systems were functioning normally and suggested that desert atmospheric conditions could cause optical illusions or recording anomalies. She instructed me to continue my normal security duties and not to be concerned about technical issues with the scientific equipment unless there were actual security breaches or unauthorized personnel on the facility grounds. But during the following weeks, multiple cameras began displaying images that did not correspond to direct visual observation. The cameras showed people, vehicles, structures, and activities in areas that appeared completely empty when observed directly. The discrepancies were consistent across different camera systems and occurred at the same times as the voice phenomena, suggesting a connection between the visual and audio anomalies. The electromagnetic field detectors also began registering significant activity during the same time periods when the cameras and audio equipment were recording anomalous phenomena. The readings indicated electromagnetic disturbances that were much stronger than normal background levels, and that seemed to originate from specific locations around the cliff area. The patterns suggested organized sources of electromagnetic activity rather than random environmental fluctuations. After 3 months on the job, I realized that the research station was not studying geological formations or archaeological sites, but was monitoring active paranormal phenomena that occurred regularly in the Skull Cliff area. The scientific equipment was designed to document and analyze supernatural activities, and my security position was intended to provide protection for researchers who were investigating dangerous or unpredictable supernatural forces. The final incident that convinced me to terminate my security contract occurred during a particularly intense night of voice and camera phenomena. While conducting my 2 o'clock perimeter inspection, I encountered a group of people walking toward the research station from the direction of Skull Cliff. The people appeared to be researchers or scientists carrying equipment and wearing clothing appropriate for desert field work, but they were not scheduled to be at the facility during overnight hours. When I approached the group to verify their authorization to be on the facility grounds, they seemed surprised to see me and claimed they were part of a research team that had been working at the site for several days. They knew details about the facility and the research projects that seemed authentic, but their names were not on any of the personnel lists I had been provided, and they had no identification or documentation that would authorize their presence during secured overnight hours. The group asked detailed questions about my security procedures, my work schedule, and the operation of the monitoring equipment. They seemed particularly interested in the electromagnetic field detectors and the audio recording systems, asking technical questions about the equipment capabilities and data storage procedures. Their knowledge of the scientific equipment was extensive and suggested professional familiarity with the research operations. But when I attempted to contact Dr. Hendricks to verify the authorization of these researchers, my radio and satellite phone systems experienced complete communication failures. The group became agitated when they realized I was trying to contact the facility management, and they began moving toward the laboratory buildings in ways that seemed intended to avoid the security cameras and motion sensors. At that point, I activated the facility alarm systems and demanded that the group identify themselves and provide proper authorization or leave the premises immediately. But instead of complying with my security instructions, the group simply walked through the perimeter fence as if it was not there and disappeared into the desert landscape without any apparent concern about the activated alarms or my attempts to detain them. I submitted my resignation the following morning and left the Skull Cliff assignment immediately. The incidents I experienced during my 3 months at the research station convinced me that some security positions involve protecting against threats that fall outside normal training and procedures, and that the Skull Cliff facility was monitoring phenomena that posed risks to personnel that were not adequately addressed in standard security protocols.